Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, Circle of the Moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile, cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little good berry, or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular-ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with 1 bear arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
Hey there, this is Winston from Samurai Punk, and this is our game, Justice Sucks Recharged. We're thrilled to be a part of the PAX Indie Showcase. Thank you so much for having us, and we're really excited to get our new game into all of your hands from around the world. So before that, let me tell you a little bit about what this game is. So Justice Sucks Recharged is about Rumbo, the sentient robot vacuum cleaner, that is on a quest for revenge through a neo-90s multiverse. So in the game, you'll be visiting a variety of 90s inspired, 90s pop culture inspired worlds, starting with this one called the Cyber Ship, the Cyber Cruise, sorry. And on here, it's a futuristic ship that is run by terrible robots that is being invaded by the Sea Boys, a group of nefarious pop band pirates. So the pirates are on here trying to steal all the goodies and terrorize the passengers of the ship. But you, as a faithful robot vacuum, are not going to stand for that. What you have to do now is hack the gadgets in your environment and use all sorts of everyday objects to fight back against this pirate menace. You see there's all sorts of little robots milling about which have their own behaviors that can help or hinder you in your quest. One thing you may have noticed there is you're just flying into the enemy. Since you're a robot vacuum, you love cleaning. Cleaning is your favorite. As you clean up dirt and blood, it powers up your energy. So you see in the lower left, the red bar is your blood meter. And that will give you access to blood abilities. So I'll explain more when those come up. But yeah, each world in the game has its own sections with their own unique traps and gadgets that you can use against your enemies. See, there's a water puddle, which makes enemies slip, but it can also combine with our elemental system. So what we've endeavored to create here is an action comedy sandbox inspired by the 90s action movies like Jackie Chan movies that we used to love. Creating a lot of different tools for players to mess around with and find interesting and hilarious combos to take out their enemies. We really want to encourage replayability as well and ways for people to share their unique, funny moments and creative methods of dispatching their enemies. We're jumping around a little bit. So in this segment here, we've got a lot more enemies that have appeared. We have different enemy types as well. So you'll see here that the escalation of difficulty that comes as you progress further through the waves of enemies, more enemies will appear and there'll be new types as well. And as you continue to munch your enemies, you're gaining more and more power, and in the larger game, we'll have a progression system where you can unlock different abilities as well. But for the demo, we've got 3 abilities for you. So the ram there flies at the enemies and sends off this AoE shockwave, which is great for mobility and crowd control. So we're going to see the chaos escalate a whole bunch here. Flipping in the air, it's absolute madness. But that's what this game is all about. It's like crazy, over-the-top action, surviving against all odds as this tiny little robot vacuum with the heart of gold and a strong sense of justice. Here we're going to finish this up. Send this person into another dimension. And, of course, since you're a robot vacuum, you got to clean up after yourself. Once you've dispatched all your enemies, it's very important to clean up. So at the end of each level, you're challenged with cleaning up all of the mess as fast as you can and as thoroughly as you can. But little Rumbo's having the best time here. He could do this all day. Thanks for watching, and please look forward to being able to play the demo during PAX Online. It'll be available on Steam. And please make sure to wishlist Justice Sucks Recharged. Every wishlist helps. Thank you so much. Stay safe, take care, have fun with our game. Much love, and have a great PAX Online.
Lethal Lawns is a competitive lawn mowing party game by Aussie devs, Kaiju Stomp. Set in everyday suburban yards, players mow grass for pocket money or can mow each other to steal their opponent's cold hard cash. Battle it out with your mates in teams or free-for-all across different maps and game modes. Supporting bots, custom game settings, online multiplayer and Steam Remote Play, Lethal Lawns is a great game to throw into your Friday night rotation. It's jam-packed for $5 on Steam, so check it out and get mowing.
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks. Walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
Evelyn, I keep running out of HP. How do I keep my health up? From Unconscious in the Underdark. Unconscious, thank you so much for your question. I'm so happy to try to help. I've really been working on my mentorship skills now that I'm taking care of the new C-Team recruits. But I have to admit, I wasn't sure what HP was. I asked my totally platonic friend, Paulton, what HP was, and he laughed at me. But he said it has something to do with, like, not dying? So I assume it means happy and healthy peace feelings. Well, I definitely have lots of those because I am a servant of the Morning Lord, Lathander. Have you heard about Lathander? If not, let me know because I would love to tell you about him. But anyway, you said you keep running out of HP. Well, I can't honestly say that's something that happens too much to me as a 12th level paladin. Well, theoretically, if it was hard for me to keep my happy, healthy PCs up, I would probably invest time in some good, old-fashioned adventurer self-care. Having sworn the oath of the ancients myself, I like to go looking for rejuvenation in nature, especially in the morning. Oh, when was the last time you watched a sunrise? Oh, that's what you need for sure. The sunset this morning was amazing. The Morning Lord really outdid himself. I mean, if that's even possible. which it isn't. But just every morning I think it is, because it's so gosh darn beautiful. And okay, yeah, but the sunset this morning was amazing. Oh, but you know how love is like a flower, like a sunflower. Oh, one time my professional acquaintance and pen pal Omen once sent me a pressed sunflower in a letter, and I thought about how love, like sunflowers, always bears fruit or seeds. And from those seeds grows new life, and new life is just like the dawn, like Lathander, the morning lord. Isn't that amazing? Everything comes back to Lathander. Lathander, Lathander, Lathander.
right, welcome today to Going the Distance, Learning with Games. I'm Liz Newberry. I'm going to be your MC for this evening. I'm joined here today with an all-star panel of govies. That's right, government employees out in the wild actually talking about games. We're so excited to be here. I'm joined today by a full cast. A little bit about myself first. I'm Liz Newberry. I'm the director of the Serious Games Initiative at the Wilson Center, which is a federal think tank. And I have a doctorate of games, as it were. I have a PhD in communication studies, but I focus on games. I'm joined with today with Sarah.
Yes, hi, I'm Sarah Hughes. I'm a communications designer and a qualitative researcher with the lab at OPM. We're a group of designers who work within government and across government.
And what for those tuning in from home, what is OPM? Office of Personnel Management. Awesome, thank you so much. And then we're also joined today by two colleagues from the Smithsonian, different parts of the Smithsonian, but first, Ruben.
Hi, my name is Ruben Brunner-Adams, and I'm an interactive developer at the Smithsonian Science Education Center.
And then Cody.
Hi, everybody. My name's Cody Coltharp, and I'm a digital interactive designer at the Smithsonian Center for Learning and Digital Access.
Awesome. Thank you again so much for everyone who's tuning in today. We're going to be available also through the chat, so feel free to click like and subscribe. Wrong medium. Feel free to put in questions in the chat as we go through. We're going to kind of keep this at a quick pace, but just as an overview, not everyone in government knows each other, surprisingly. It's a big beast. So we're all coming out of a group called the Federal Games Guild, which is an informal community, which means that we're not formally organized through any government structures, but we're a bunch of people who believe in games and the power of games to activate the public and also just in general meet our various mission goals, which means that we try to use games, we love games, and we're here to talk more about games. The mission of this particular panel is going to be to provide tools and insights that can be used for distance learning, specifically games, because we love them. But there's also a couple of insights that we want to provide as far as like how to make distance learning fun and exciting using these sort of technologies, and just in general, equipping people with the tools to do more distance learning. The question might be why? Well, unfortunately, or not, distance learning is today our new normal. It's not new. It's not as in like we have been distance learning for quite a while now, but in general, it's become a much more pressing issue of today. So we thought we might step into this conversation and provide a couple of different games that we've been developing over the course of several years that can be either a starting point for conversation about distance learning or can really sort of hopefully be a useful tool for those sorts of cases. I'm going to hit it off here. Again, I'm from the Wilson Center, which is a federal think tank. We're generally focused on international policy, is a tribute to President Woodrow Wilson and his 14 points. However, I lead the Serious Games Initiative, which has done a lot of work also in domestic policy issues. What does that exactly mean? Well, it means that we try to answer this question of like, how do we make really complex, wonky-donkey public policy accessible and engaging to those not just involved in policy discussions, but those who are the broader public. And one of the ways that we do that is through games. Serious Games Initiative, by the way, doesn't mean that I'm just like sitting here sad at my desk, although there's other reasons for that might be. But in any case, the Serious Games just means that they're games that are intended for an educational or positive purpose, which in this case is about educating around public policy. One of the topics that we've tackled the most, which only in DC would we think is a fun and exciting topic, is the federal budget. So the federal budget, as you may have tried to follow in the news, is a little bit of a complex process. The different policies tend to shift very frequently. And one of the things that's a little bit nebulous is what is their actual impact on our national debt? How is it going to help the nation long-term negotiate national debt? And we took this question, we were like, how do we make this, the federal budget and federal budget policies accessible to a broader public? And one of the ways that we did that is by around 10 years ago or so, we created a game called Budget Hero. And Budget Hero, you were the hero, you were a superhero helping to combat national debt by passing policies. And it was massively successful, and not to be humble about it, but around 2 million people played the Budget Hero series. And one of the things that was really interesting about this game is that while you're allowed to select and freeform and sort of choose your own adventure with what policies you'd enact, it also engaged a really broad audience for that, especially for that time. It was very monumental, engaging not just kids, but also adult game players. So especially the more 65 and older, which I think are called silver gamers in some texts, we managed to engage those, and it was a very popular game for the time. We needed to update it, so the latest version of it, we partnered with the Brookings Institute to create the Fiscal Ship. Now, the Fiscal Ship is not just Budget Hero 2.0, because there were a lot of lessons that we learned from the Budget Hero process that we wanted to implement and really put into this particular game. One of those was, how do we make it more accessible and vital as a remote learning tool? Now, when I say remote learning tool, this game is not an extensive game. It's not long to play. It's more of a casual game, if you will. You can play it in about 15 minutes. But really, one of the things we wanted to think about is, how do we make it fun and exciting, not just for people who are playing it in classrooms, but also who are playing it, the 35 and older crowd is one of our major players, and how do we make it accessible and fun for them? Small note here, if you really want a very deep dive into Fiscal Ship, there are lots of YouTube videos out there where people have taken this particular game and gone policy through policy. Bless the YouTube streamers on that front. I will not make you do that today. Instead, I'll just give some highlights. So one of the things that we do in the Fiscal Ship is we take Congressional Budget Office data projections. So these are projections that estimate what the national debt is going to be long term, and we convert them into the game and layer that with different policies. So as you pass policies, you can see what the impact is on national debt. You can also see pros and cons to those policies, which I'll get a little bit more into. But one thing, if you're thinking of exciting and remote opportunities, is to think about what data is out there and available. In this case, Congressional Budget Office data. You just go to a website and you can click on it and download it. And we extend those projections to a 25-year projection, but there's free and open data that you could take and use into a game. As far as playing it, the other thing we did was we kept it really simple. Again, this is like a 15-minute playing experience. You basically choose your mission, you choose what goals you want to meet, and then you pass policies to meet those goals and also decrease debt. So the idea is that you not just meeting your own goals, whether you want to protect the elderly in this case, or strengthen national defense, or shrink the government. You can pick those goals and you pass policies to meet those goals, but you also have to meet the meta goal of decreasing national debt. Here's just some quick screenshots. Basically, the flow of the game. You pick whatever policies you want. We have a new election edition out, so if you want to play through Joe Biden's priorities or Donald Trump's priorities, they describe what those priorities are to clue you into what policies might be correlated with those platforms. And you can always look for more information on that. Part of the reason we wanted to make this open choice, though, is because we're a nonpartisan institution. We're part of the government. So we're not steering you in a particular direction. We really wanted you to have the option to pick your own goals as part of this process. It's not prescriptive. Then you go to the next screen, you get a bucket full of policies, and you click through. They have quick, non-economist explanations, although all of our content has gone through a nonpartisan board for approval, and arguments for and against each policy, and then you pass a plan. Simple enough to do. Most of these, it will also let you know if the goals you pick are a little too tricksy, like if they're going to be too hard or conflicting to pass. One of the things we heard from teachers is that they wanted also tools, and this is from the Budget Hero, one of the things we learned is that they need teaching tools in order to really implement this in the classroom. So again, we partnered with the Brookings Institution. They created this wonderful PDF that goes through different teaching tools. We also have colleagues who have made a plan or a lesson plan that is not quite plug and play, but pretty close to plug and play. And it really walks you through how you can integrate this into a classroom experience. This is growing to be more the standard in gaming spaces when they're used in educational settings, is to provide these sort of curriculums and tying it very closely to the curriculum. I think Ruben's going to talk a little bit more about that later on. But really, how do you make it just it's not just here kids play a game, but really making it about a full-on learning experience. The other fun thing that we learned from teachers infrastructurally that they wanted in the game was they wanted to be able to share the plans that their students were producing. And specifically, they wanted them to be able to print them off. So we developed a way for them to printing. Of course, now you can tweet at your teacher if you would like. This is a digital moment, as it were. And you can also compare plans. So at the end of the day, the teachers can hold up different plans and use those as sort of an articulation point of how different students or different groups of students approach the federal budget differently. One of the biggest lessons, though, that we learned from these experiences is that you can be a hero, and really empowering people to be agents of their own learning process and making it fun to do so can make something as wonky donkey as the federal budget accessible and fun. And that's really one of the things that if you want to take it to distance learning, that's one of the major goals, is to make it fun. I would leave you with a question, and I'm going to cue up my colleague here, Sarah. One of the questions that you have to think about, though, is how you can make it fun for adult learners. So Sarah, do you want to take it away?
Sure. Let me share my screen and talk a little bit about an interactive story game that we created to help veterans better understand benefits, government benefits. I'm not going to get to the game right away. Instead, I'm going to share a little bit of how we got to a game as that platform for best sharing this information with veterans. So I work with a design group inside government called the Lab at OPM. We use the human-centered design process to find out ways to make government service more responsive to what people really need. And so we use the human-centered design process to, as a way to answer a question that had been posed to us about how we might make VA benefits in particular help VA more clearly explain VA benefits to veterans based on their particular life circumstances and what they most needed, what they most wanted at that at a critical moment in their lives. And so that was the kind of the challenge that we took on. And our first bit of work was to really was to go both to VA and understand their needs and how they wanted to communicate VA benefits to veterans. And so we heard from staff within VA that they wanted us to build on what already exists, take full advantage of education resources that were already there. Don't start from brand new or reinvent the wheel. We also heard from them that it was important to communicate to veterans benefits offered by VA as a whole, not by any sub-office of VA or sub-office, so as to make the communication more clear. We then went and spoke with veterans, and we asked what would be helpful for you to better understand the kind of broad universe of VA benefits that you might be eligible for and that might help you at different moments of your life. And we documented what they told us. They said very clearly and strongly that they wanted to find out about benefits in a way that worked for them and that was convenient for them, that they could access at any time or moment throughout the day. We also heard from them that, from the veterans, the many veterans we interviewed, that it was important for them for VA benefits information to come to them in a way that was customized to their moment in life. So don't show me if I am just starting out, kind of starting out in my 20s or 30s. Don't show me too much information about retirement benefits. What's on my mind is more so housing subsidies or the GI Bill. So customize your conversation with me based on where I am in my life. So what we did then is we came up with some different prototypes that we thought might answer the needs of the agency and, very importantly, the needs of veterans. And we used what we heard from both, crosswalked our prototypes against people's needs, or considering people's needs top of mind. And it was an interactive story game that we found best met those needs. In particular, an interactive story game would allow veterans to move through decisions and scenarios around spending education benefits, because in this particular game, we focus just on education benefits within VA. But it would allow veterans to move through different scenarios. How about I decide to spend my education benefits for my educational advancement? What if I were to spend my GI Bill benefits? What if I were to transfer them to my children? What decisions would that entail? What if I want to spend my education benefits on an online school? What if I want to spend my education benefits at the brick and mortar college in my own town? So it was a game, an online story game, presenting several different scenarios about how to spend benefits that really allowed us that flexibility to customize the story of benefits based on people's interest at the time. The other thing that, again, we heard very strongly from veterans was, speak to me in a personalized, warm manner. And so that's also why a story game was the way to go, because we could set the tone and invite people into a story setting using like a narrative conversational tone. So the other thing that we took very seriously as we were building out this story narrative is we wanted it to be real, and we wanted it to reflect the actual life experiences that we heard when we interviewed veterans. So as to build our story world and our storylines, we took everything directly from our interviews with veterans. So we sat down and had a number of veterans and heard that there were some people who, when they were thinking about government benefits, they were really thinking about, how do I protect my home front? And how do I find those benefits that will help me do that? We heard from other groups of veterans that they were really they were just kind of starting out in life and looking to expand their horizons, and they wanted benefits that would help them do that. So we built that into our storyline. We heard very specific scenarios from people's stories about, oh my gosh, I didn't read the fine print in the GI Bill, and so I spent the GI Bill this way, and without reading the fine print, I didn't realize the repercussions. We built that into the storyline. And we also built in critical details that we heard from people's stories. So for instance, a number of the people we spoke with said that they really weighed and considered the advice and counsel of their trusted buddy when making decisions around veterans' benefits. So it was important to make the story real and relevant and hew as closely to what people were actually experiencing in their lives. we did, after we created our online story game, we went back to veterans and tested the story game and made sure to gather their responses and feedback to make it, basically to make it work better for them. And we heard a number of different recommendations. And so for instance, people wanted to find out and play out the scenario spending benefits, but then get a lot of detail at the end of the game about specific VA resources that could help them once they make those decisions for real in real life when the stakes are higher. So we made sure to keep those recommendations and that feedback in mind for the second version of the prototype. And we heard, most importantly, we heard that it was helpful. We heard that an online story game did help those who tested the game think more about the benefits that might be helpful for them and kind of jog their thoughts about how to go about exploring them. And we also saw the game as a product, but also a way of gathering really critical information about what's top of mind for a lot of transitioning service members. So it's also a great deal of helpful information that we shared more broadly with offices within VA. And so that's the story, the backstory of an online interactive game for veterans about benefits. And I want to pass things over to my colleague, Ruben, who would like to share some information about how to make online resources relevant and resonant for all different groups across the country.
Thanks, Sarah. Like I said earlier, my name is Ruben Brenner Adams, and I'm an interactive developer at the Smithsonian Science Education Center, which is a small unit within the Smithsonian Institution. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about distance learning resources from the Smithsonian Science Education Center. And then my colleague, Cody, is going to talk about distance learning resources from the Smithsonian Center for Learning and Digital Access, as well as a couple of other units around the Smithsonian. So first, I want to talk a little bit about the Smithsonian Institution. When most people, if most people who have heard of the Smithsonian Institution think about museums, and they think about the Smithsonian Castle, which you can see in the picture here. And the museums, you know, they're all around the National Mall in Washington, D.C. They're iconic buildings. They're really amazing cultural, scientific, historical sites. And there are other museums that the Smithsonian operates in other places around the country. But I want to point out that the Smithsonian not only is the world's largest museum complex, but it's also the world's largest museum education and research complex. And not only does it include museums, it also includes 9 research centers, 5 education centers, 3 cultural centers, 21 libraries, and a zoo, the National Zoo here in Washington, D.C. And I am coming to you from one of the education centers, the Smithsonian Science Education Center, and Cody is going to be talking to you about the Smithsonian Center for Learning and Digital Access, which is another one of the education centers.
So Ruben, real quick, is it fair to say that you get to work with pandas?
Not directly, but one of the games that I'm going to talk about does involve pandas, and we did get a lot of our research data from the National Zoo.
Awesome.
So one of the things that is clear about the Smithsonian is that it believes in lifelong experiential learning. Each normal year, the Smithsonian reaches 11 million people through our educational programming in person and 33 million people through museum visits. Obviously, that is in a normal year. So things are a little bit different right now. And that's why we're talking about distance learning. Going a little deeper into the Smithsonian Science Education Center, it is the only Smithsonian organization dedicated to formal STEM education. So that means that we're really invested in classroom learning in science, technology, engineering, and math. And we are specifically creating curriculum and resources that are great for teachers and students in the classroom. But in the case of our digital resources, we're also creating products that are useful for students outside of school in supervised or unsupervised situations, and in informal spaces like after-school programs and other sort of less classroom-focused areas. The mission of the Smithsonian Science Education Center is to transform K-12 education through science in collaboration with communities across the globe. And we were working to promote and accomplish this mission for years. But in 2020, K-12 education was transformed just, by itself. And so we have really had to adapt what we are producing and how we're engaging with our students and teachers to reflect the realities of a society where students aren't necessarily going to school 5 days a week and may not be going to school physically at all. So here is the broad link for the Smithsonian Science Education Center's distance learning resources. I wanted to give it its own slide so that if you want to take a picture of it, you can easily find it and access it. On this site, we have a number of resources, and I'm going to talk about some of the highlights. So one of the best distance learning resources that we have is our collection of digital media. This includes games, apps, simulations, animations, videos. I think that's all. Ebooks as well. It's just a really, really amazing library of digital, interactive, and passive learning resources. A lot of them are good for ages 5 through 14 or so. Some are good for high schoolers, and then there are some great resources for adults and teachers and educators as well. From this group, I wanted to highlight two resources in particular. So this is a game called Tammy's Tower, Let's Think About Engineering, and it is an engineering design game for ages approximately 4 through 8, although Liz will attest it's great for adults too, and Cody as well. The idea of Tammy's Tower is that students will be building a tower out of simple shapes and learning about the physical properties of those simple shapes in engineering, geometric shapes. And once they've built the tower to a specific height, an animal, a heavy animal, in this case, an Asian elephant, or it could be a giant panda, will come running across the screen and shake the ground. And so the tower must be stable enough to stand up through the shaking so that Tammy, the main character in the bottom left there, who's a golden lion tamarin, can climb up the tower and reach the fruit on the branch overhead. So this is a really great resource for students, both in formal learning spaces as well as informal learning spaces. I've had kids love to play this. They would, when we were showing this at a conference, kids would take the iPad and not give it back for like an hour because they just needed to beat all the levels. It's super engaging and fun. It's available for free on our website at the link in the bottom left, as well as on Apple devices, Google devices, and Amazon devices for free download.
And some of these games are in multiple languages, right?
Yep, Tammy's Tower is available in English and Spanish. And I also wanted to note that if you go to that link at the bottom left on our website, You can also find a free lesson plan that accompanies the activity. It's not associated with any particular curriculum. It's just sort of a standalone lesson. So if you're looking for an educational activity to do with a young person in your life, whether you're an educator, a formal educator or not, you can easily jump in and understand what is going on in the game in terms of learning and in terms of mechanics. The other resource that I wanted to highlight is called Pick Your Plate, a global guide to nutrition. And this is for a slightly older audience. It's generally best for middle schoolers, but really anyone from ages 8 and up can play it. It does get a little bit difficult, and so I've had adults that really enjoy it as well. Pick Your Plate is a game about building healthy meals in countries around the world using local ingredients, local recipes, local dishes, and local nutritional standards. So for example, you may travel to Finland and find that the Finnish nutritional standards require that you eat fish as part of your daily diet. And so not only is this a great way for students to learn about nutrition, but it's also a great way for them to learn about sort of geography and why Finland might value fish very highly in its diet, historically or in modern day. So I think it's just really interesting to be able to compare the nutritional information or the nutritional guides of these different countries, both visually and in the way of thinking about why they choose the nutrition categories that they do. Pick Your Plate is also aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, goals 2, 3, and 4, which you can see on the right there. And it is also available for free in all of the places that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I want to just jump in here really quickly. Please feel free to tweet at Ruben if there's a particular level or two that are too difficult. I have been doing that. I'm not salty at all about it. And I'm sorry for jumping in right here. My dog was barking while Sarah was presenting, so I didn't want to interject there. But Pick Your Plate is a very, very fun game, even for adults.
Yeah, I really like it. I mean, I'm biased because I designed and developed it, but it's a really wonderful way to think about, even for adults, to think about what you're eating and what value it's bringing to your life.
Or to travel virtually, right?
Or to
I travel by my stomach, so I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, so right now we have 8 countries in Pick Your Plate. That includes the United States, Mexico, Argentina, Lebanon, Benin, Finland, Cambodia, and Australia. So you can really go around the world and find local dishes and eat what looks good to you, and it's a really great time. I want to also mention that Pick Your Plate is part of a series of curriculum modules that we have available for free on our website as well. These are just like huge PDFs that you can download. You can download a particular part of them if you don't want to go through the entire module. But if you are an educator and you are looking for some United Nations Sustainable Development Goals aligned curriculum, this is a really great way. Or even if you're just looking for some free science curriculum, it's a pretty amazing resource. As you might imagine, Pick Your Plate is part of that middle module that you see there, which is called Food: How do we ensure good nutrition for all? But the other 2 modules that we've developed so far are called Mosquito: How can we ensure health for all from mosquito-borne diseases? And COVID-19: How can I protect myself and others? Which is especially relevant right now. It's a really great way for either an instructor-led or student-driven education to happen around COVID-19, what the risks are, how you should be preparing yourself. And it's actually fairly readable for ages 9 or 10 and up. And it's available in 24 different languages so far. So that's a pretty great resource. We partnered with the World Health Organization to develop that one. So yeah, like I said, all of these are available at the link in the bottom left. And with that, I want to pass it on to my colleague, Cody, from the Smithsonian Center for Learning and Digital Access.
Thanks, Ruben. And he got the name of our organization right every single time. I'm so impressed. Such a mouthful. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. And before I jump into some of the games that I want to share with you, I'm also going to show a few of the educational resources that we have to offer that are specific to digital learning, or distance learning rather. So similar to the link that Ruben shared, the link is here at the top. So learninglab.si.edu/distance learning. At that site, you'll be able to find all the different resources that the Smithsonian has to offer on distance learning, divided by the different audiences, from caregivers to young children all the way up to teens to even adults. So I wanted to highlight three of those. The first are what's called choice boards. And so you can see here on the left side, a choice board has 40 activities on each one, and there are 10. And it's organized by science, social studies, culture, and arts. The next one is a summer road trip activity guide for those that have kids that are elementary age. It's chock full of educational activities that are super high touch that they can do on a road trip or if they're bored at home. And then finally, the distance learning education guide. This is divided up by age, and it is just a comprehensive list of everything that the Smithsonian has to offer as far as distance learning. So there's a lot of activities out there. The Smithsonian is huge, and sometimes it's easy to get overwhelmed by having too much. But if you are just feeling totally bored or wanting something to do, then I recommend going to this site. So on to the games. I'm going to share 3 games from our office, and then I'm going to share a couple from other offices. But in general, the theory is that the Smithsonian has a lot of stuff. We have millions and millions of artifacts, artworks, images and paintings and texts and audio. And the Smithsonian is not just about collecting this stuff, but it's also about collecting those stories. And so our theory about games is to take those stories and present those objects in a way that is super engaging and super fun and has an impact on the audience more than just looking at a regular object and listening to it or reading some kind of placard. So I'm going to give you 3 examples of that, and then I'm going to go into 2 additional examples from other museums. And I'm going to be as quick as I can, because otherwise Liz will remote call my cat to jump into my lap to cut me off. So this first one, the Wright's flight, it is a simulation of the Wright brothers' original flight. And in this kit, there's a classroom activity that connects to standards, and 2 interactive online experiences, one where you go through the iterative design processes of designing a flyer, and the other that you just test, as you can see in the GIF in the top right, test what it would be like to fly that flyer. The next one is called Journey Through an Exploded Star. The link, again, is in the top right. And this is a 3D representation of data that's collected across the electromagnetic spectrum of a supernova or a star exploding. And it was led by a scientist named Kimberly Arcand. She's in the bottom right. And it's an amazing, amazing project. In this kit, it has a classroom activity where it goes through the basic properties of the electromagnetic spectrum. And in the top right is the interactive, where you can go through and explore that data in 3D. And the bottom left, it's a 360 mobile VR experience where Kim narrates what you're seeing. And the bottom right is a video of Kim explaining what it's like to be a scientist, specifically one that studies stars.
So Cody, here you really developed a sort of a holistic educational experience, like in a lot of different ways, using a lot of different mediums. Was that just, we really love supernovas, or was there a deliberate choice in making like a website and an interactive and a VR experience?
Yeah. No, absolutely on purpose. I think there should be a huge spectrum of technology because not every classroom has access to like VR equipment, right? Like maybe 1 out of 100. And most classrooms, in my experience at least, it has been really, really slow internet on computers that were around before the dinosaurs. So how can you make experiences that every kid at every classroom is able to do either in school or at home? And so when I'm designing, I try to hit that whole entire spectrum of either zero technology and just having something that you can print and play at home. And you'll see a couple examples of that, to web only, no downloads necessary, to mobile devices. So I really want to hit a spectrum of experiences and focus on what those specific experiences offer the best. So yeah, absolutely. It's a big part of it. And if I go over, Liz, it's because you interrupted. Okay, so the next one is the Secrets of the Sea project. This was just recently released in April. And again, it's the same kind of formula where we have a classroom activity and that is aligned to next generation science standards. There's an online interactive, and again, it's just WebGL. You just load it up in your browser. You don't have to download anything. All the narration is closed captioned, again, by the lead scientist. This time it's Dr. Nancy Knowlton, from the National Museum of Natural History, and she's in the bottom right. Again, the idea of a high touch, how can I experience this even just on paper? And so we created a print and play card game to go along with it. And then that video of what it's like to be a marine biologist. And we're really lucky to have Dr. Knowlton because she's had just decades of experience to work with the oceans, and she just has this incredible knowledge and this incredible voice around the oceans. So that's Secrets of the Sea. And now I'm going to jump into two other projects that some of my colleagues have made. This is the Apollo Moonshot, and this is for Apple and Android devices. And it's primarily an AR app that it provides a bunch of different experiences where you can have the lunar module rotating around your room. But it also has a lot of really amazing archival footage and rarely seen footage, and as well as some audio recordings that were previously unreleased, all from the vaults of the National Air and Space Museum. So it's a really, really neat experience. It tied in with a video series that they had worked on. And the last one, Ripped Apart, from the National Museum of American History. And in this game, it's for Apple and Android devices. You assume the role of a museum curator and you try to solve a mystery using real documents dating back from the Civil War. And it's kind of a ghost story. It's really fun. And I highly recommend this one as well. So that's all I've got. If you want to access the resources that all of us have shared, there is a short link in the bottom right of this screen. So it's s.si.edu/PAX 2020. And with that, I think we'll do a farewell and then jump into questions. Liz, I guess I'll pass it back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Cody. I was very scared to ask any further questions, but now we'll give everyone else an opportunity to ask questions. So feel free to jump in, and we are very grateful that you came to our panel and looking forward to any sort of questions, quandaries, or ways that we can direct you beyond the scope of our presentations. Thanks.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, and watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks, walk away, give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, and watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks, walk away, give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
Hello and welcome to Bird is the Word, Winged Heroes in Indie Games. I am Reb Valentine. I'm the senior staff writer with GamesIndustry.biz, and I have with me 4 fantastic people who are making games that feature birds. I'm gonna have you go around and introduce yourselves. Can we start with Megan?
Hello, my name is Megan Fox. I run Glass Bottom Games. I'm most currently working on Skatebird. You might know me from previous games like Spartan Fist or Hot Tin Roof. Ages ago, I made a game, well, I helped make a game called Lego Universe, etc. Hello.
Hey everyone, my name is Nicholas McDonald. I'm the managing director at Samurai Punk. We are probably best known for Screen Sheet or The American Dream. Feather is one of our smaller projects that we worked on for a long time and is still being worked on. It's a really relaxing game about being a bird and flying around with your friends on a huge island.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Kang Sun. I'm one of the developers from Joystick Studios, who is behind the ultra cute bird game called Songbird Symphony. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Joel Davis. I'm an artist and animator with Stonewheat and Sons, and we're making Kiwi, which is a cooperative game about two kiwi birds that work at the post office. And Kiwi is our first game.
So as you've probably noticed, all of these people have games with birds prominently featured as main characters or main themes. What was it about birds that, was it like a passion for birds? How did you end up making a game about birds? Anybody?
Go for it.
I can answer. My answer is pretty simple, actually. So we started Feather as a clone of Ace of Seafood, which is a game about shooting fish as fish. So, but it was going to be, you're a bird shooting other birds, which is actually very similar to a game called Falconeer. But the prototype kind of fell apart really fast. And it just ended up being this really relaxing game about flying around a big island, because that's all we got done in time, because it was a game jam. And we just really honed in on what being a bird in that sort of space enables you to do as a player. Especially once we got the multiplayer aspects of the game in, it really provided a really interesting sort of backdrop for a social experience for players. And they're just so graceful. I mean, the first bird we used was a kestrel, and it's just like it suited the sort of chill atmosphere of the game quite a lot for us.
Were you already into games? Were you already into birds when you started working on Feather? Was there like a background in birds?
I don't think I had any real specific background in birds, besides just enjoying watching them when I go for hikes or seeing them in my look. There's a lot of birds in Australia that are really cool, and you can go to any park and see Rosilias around and stuff. So, but no, nothing super particular.
What about the rest of the panel? How did you end up making a game about birds?
In my case, it was actually kind of, well, not accidental. I like birds. I spend a lot of time just watching birds. The way I've got my where I drink tea in the morning set up, I'm just watching where the birds get fed, and I've lost entire hours there. But yeah, a friend of mine was working on a prototype for a skateboarding physics thing, and he had really cool board physics. But the second he put a person on them and the board flipped out, the person looked like they were some weird, horrifying puppet, and they couldn't keep up with the board. And then he said, does anyone want to like take this concept over and take this code base and do something with it? And it hit me that if you put a bird on the board, that it breaking and looking horrifying would actually be really cute, because the birds can't skateboard. And I had just seen a GIF of a bird, literally, like you can teach a bird to skateboard. I don't know if you know this, Google, it's fun on the internet. And I just seen a GIF of that. It's like, oh my God, I could do this. And that's why. It was like 3 years ago.
Kiwi was also started as a game jam game. We were participating in the Orlando branch of the Global Game Jam. We had 48 hours, and the theme of the game had to be transmission. And we drew a random modifier that our game had to feature a bird protagonist. So we spent about 15 minutes talking about how that would translate into a game. We liked the idea of postal birds that couldn't fly, so they worked a desk job. And someone sketched a picture of a kiwi wearing a headset, and that was it. We kind of just built the setting and the game out from there.
Yeah, so for Songbird Symphony, so actually the idea started from my partner, whose name is Hanif. So we were still in school at that time. We were and he took a course in animal behaviors, and he learned that birds actually learn from one another through singing. And then we were thinking that probably that could make like a good game mechanic, like for a rhythm game. And for myself, I like games as a storytelling medium. So I was like thinking if there is a way to mix both like rhythm games and storytelling elements together in a game. And I was thinking that it could be like presented in the form of a musical, like featuring birds. So yep, that's how we came about doing Songbird Symphony.
So I asked Nicholas, but it sounds like none of you really had none of you were like keeping birds, or were like, I'm just blanking on the word birdologists or whatever before this.
No, at least for me, I liked birds before, and they were kind of a cute thing, and I saw them and I started feeding them, and I've gradually gotten more involved. But a lot of that process happened after Skatebird. Like starting on Skatebird, oh, hey, this works and I like birds and birds are cute, et cetera. And then looked closer at the birds like, oh, birds actually don't really move very smoothly. They kind of twitch. Oh, I could, if I exploit that, I don't have to do tween frames. I could just pop between animation frames and say, oh, the bird did it. It's like, so it kind of grew from there.
Did anyone else develop a greater appreciation of birds or knowledge of birds as a result of making their games?
For us, I'll say I'm definitely the zoology geek on the team, which is helpful as an animator because I don't mind looking at tons and tons of video reference of animals and reading anatomy books and stuff. So for me, it was really exciting to have the main character in our first game be an animal, but specifically a bird because I do really like birds. I'm interested in them for a lot of reasons. I just think they're really cool. They occupy a really interesting place in the evolutionary tree, and they're such a varied group of animals.
Yeah, so I don't really know a lot of scientific facts about birds. The only things I know about birds was through Kiki Flipnote. I watched a lot of Kiki Flipnote GIFs, but then it is during like the making of Songbird Symphony that I started to learn more about birds, which is necessary for the making of the game. And I also discovered a lot of new birds, new exotic birds that you can't see in Singapore, which is just a very small island on the globe. I didn't know about the existence of the cassowary, but now I know, and it's featured. It's one of the birds featured in the game. It's probably something you guys hear a lot, but I haven't heard about that bird before. And also birds like the blue-footed boobies, the birds of paradise. So all these are amazing to me, and I only find out about them when I was already like deep in the development of the game. Yeah.
Did anybody learn any interesting bird facts while researching their games that they want to share?
I learned a pretty cool fact about cassowaries, actually, because our game features cassowaries as well. That they produce this low frequency, almost like infrasound that's just on the verge of human hearing. You would assume they make like a screech or a squawk or something. They produce this really low rumble where they get low. I don't know if you've ever seen a cassowary. I have one with me here today. I don't know how well this is showing up.
They occasionally show up in Australian zoos, and they're really scary.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I think I had that exact same figurine as a child, and I don't really understand how.
This one's new for me. Yeah, that was a cool fact about cassowaries that I learned. It's like the deepest bird noise in the bird kingdom.
I've kind of got the same thing. I don't know if it's not the deepest, clearly, but I was trying to find out. So I've got kookaburras in my game, which are a ground parrot. No, sorry, kakapo. Kakapo or kookaburra. One of them is the bird that laughs, and one of them is the green ground parrot, and my brain is stalling on them. So regardless, the fluffy green ground parrot that's really friendly because they have no natural predators where they live. I was trying to find out the call that they make, and it turns out they only really make 2 calls, one of which is way too horrifying to put in a video game. And the other one is they actually dig out these not really burrows, like hollows in the ground, which are literally speakers, and they hunker down in them and they thump. And their mating rituals are like a goth club, sort of. Like a bunch of them get around and hunker down in holes and thump. And the ones that make the deepest, loudest bass get the ladies. If they had like spinner hubcaps and the cars that hopped, they would be all the way there. It's like, it's adorable. And because of that, I've thought about trying to like canonically turn them in the game into like DJs or something. But yeah, it's a very strange bird fact. Look it up, I'm serious.
Bird dating game on the horizon. Any other cool bird facts? So we had some people who submitted some questions ahead of this panel, and one of them was someone who's asking that this wasn't a super specific question, but they said they had a lot of questions on flap versus fly versus glide physics and how that all gets implemented at once. Is that something any of you can speak to?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to that. Basically, our birds don't have any gravity except when they're diving. So we had to Feather's approach to flight simulation, I guess, because ours is, if anything, a simulation of flight. We basically were like, what's all the things that you imagine are cool about flying as a bird, and what are all the things that you don't want to think about? And one of those is like climbing, and it going up is very hard from like a physicsy perspective. So we're just like, let's make it feel great to swoop by giving you gravity when you're falling, but not when you're going up. So that climbing, getting height as a bird is easy, and then diving is really fast. And then we also were a like pro gliding style of gameplay, I guess, to answer the question more specifically. So we have a flap, but it's basically a proxy for sprint, which would be like an FPS. So you're either moving at like base speed or sprint speed. And that gets represented as like short flaps and long flaps for the bird, as if they were like, because the birds are kind of always at cruising speed. So they're just kind of flapping idly to maintain that speed.
Yeah, I think flying in Feather feels really good. So I tried that game before. I met Nicholas at Busan last year, and the moment I sat down, and the game felt so good that I didn't know how quick time just went by. Yeah, so I think their approach to like flying in video games is really good. For ours, we did think about adding like flying, like allowing the players to like just move around the level anyhow they want. But then because of game design restrictions, we have to take them out, because like having flying in the game quickly makes a big level feels much smaller, because there's the players can move around, go to places much more easily. So, and that's not very it's not very easy to design a level for a flying mechanic. Yeah.
I guess Joel and Megan, your games do not really feature flying at all either.
Well,
yours sort of does.
Well, what Kingston said with, by the way, if I get your name wrong, I apologize. Please correct me.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Or you can just call me KS. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, regardless, KS, you mentioned the not having flying because it makes the level feel small, and that's kind of the same direction we ended up, why our birds don't fly as such. Like, we thought about even adding gliding, but even gliding, if you can get height, suddenly you can go pretty much anywhere in the level, and it kind of trivializes the skateboarding mechanic. And Zalave, writer / designer, etc., also on the team, made the point that, look, even that's going to push it too far. So the only flying that we do is essentially flapping, which people are convinced is why the birds seem to get so much air. Actually, we just have low gravity with the max speed because it feels good. But by making the bird flap, we can cover for a lot of things that are physically inaccurate, but because the bird is flapping, people think it works. Like, the transfer system is total garbage for doing spine transfers over the back of a ramp. But once you make the bird flap and make the cute little flappy noises, it all feels fine. Or the getting huge air, which is a very Tony Hawk thing. Realistically, that doesn't happen, but because the little bird is doing flappy flappy, it works somehow. It's a really strange effect. And hopefully me admitting this won't like ruin it for everyone. But yeah, it's a great cheat.
Yeah, our characters, Jeff and Deborah, the Kiwis, do not fly on their own. The closest they come to flying is if they fall off of the workstation they're on, they'll parachute back in via a little airmail parachute. Although there are parts later in the game where they get access to some machinery and contraptions that will let them get airborne to get their work done.
Jeff and Deborah are really good names for little birds delivering mail.
They really are.
Thanks.
So still talking about movement, and Megan kind of mentioned a little bit of the twitchiness earlier. How do you take the sort of sporadic random twitchy moves birds like to do and make them look natural, right? Like, how do you handle their sort of tendency towards twitch movements, since stuff in games tends to move a little bit slower?
I mean, sorry, we basically just don't do it at all. That was the thing I like, a lot of us talked about how we sort of learnt more as we went through the process. By the time I got to the point, Feather, you couldn't land anywhere in the game until like weeks before we shipped the game. It was a very late edition. And at that point, the bird was gliding, the camera was quite zoomed out, and you could never really see any of the details on its animation besides like very broad strokes animations. So things like small head twitches and eye movements weren't even remotely visible. Some of those animations I started to bring in when we did landing, but I could point later to the quality of the rig in Feather, but it was not designed to let the bird stand and sit on something. So based on the restrictions, I wasn't able to get a lot of it, but I was able to get a little bit of it.
Yeah, for us, as having done the animations for the Kiwis, for us it was just finding a balance between getting that bird-like performance, getting some motions that would read as bird-like, but not having it be so quick as to look clippy or that the player's eye couldn't follow it. So it's a little bit of back and forth. If you're trying stuff out in Maya, sometimes it looks a little different in Unity. And also, the nice thing about our characters is they have, they're this little ball of fur, and then the beak sticks way out. So when if the head moves just a little bit, that translates down the beak. You can really see that stand out in the level. So, but yeah, there's definitely, I think I would definitely say their movements we tried to get that performance in their idle animations and stuff, but it's definitely slower than it would be in real life, just because it's easier to follow with the eye.
Megan or Kingston? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. You first.
Oh, oops. Yeah. So, for our game, because it's a 2D pixel art game, so we can afford to be totally like unrealistic. It's totally cartoony. There's no real bird movements in it. Yeah. So, that's good. And I get a lot of inspiration from Kiki Flipnote. I mean, I'm a big fan. Yeah, so I'm the animator, so I'll just watch myself at the mirror, and then I'll just move and take note of how I want my character to move as well. Yeah.
Do you have a lot of nice round, like bouncy birds in yours, like Kiki Flipnote does? Is that kind of the thought?
Yeah, so I purposely made most of my characters round. So every bird is designed with 2 circles. Yeah, so every birds are basically just 2 circles, like one bigger circle for the body and one smaller one for the head, and that's a bird. Yeah, with a triangle for a beak. Yeah, that's it.
I also based heavily off of Kiki Flipnote at first. There's like a very early version of the game where I thought I wasn't gonna be able to do realistic birds at all, and I thought it was gonna be more lo-fi 3D would be the right term, but something along those lines. And it was going to be heavily inspired by Kiki Flipnote's Jiggly Birds. I ended up going in the other direction towards more realistic birds, but I still ended up finding that like there's an idle animation that our birds do. That idle animation comes from an idle animation that was on our very first test mesh, which was this brown sparrow thing. It's like just this kind of not good bird. Like here, I'm going to turn on screen share for a sec and show you exactly what I mean, because we're actually doing a virtual thingy. And that's going to be that. So yeah, it's this. So to be clear, the animation playing right now is the bird dancing the chicken because Mixamo is a terrible thing and it's entirely too addictive. But yeah, what the bird had this animation, and that's the kind of level we're at as far as visuals. That was basically meant to be a stop and peck and idle, but I found that if I sped it up to like 4x speed, it felt more like a bird because it's going faster and twitchier, and it looked like the bird was dancing. And that kind of came through into the current game totally by accident because the animator was like, oh, well, you pointed at this as a reference. So yeah, I did that too. And that's why our birds do this kind of high-speed jiggle dance thing, which ends up making them read more bird, presumably because it moves faster and has more twitchiness to it. And it also works well with the music. It's this weird whole thing that I can't explain.
What about challenges with rendering birds? Small birds especially seem to have quicker movements. Does it like pose any challenge with normal animation? Like what about rendering feathers? Is there anything animation-wise that's interesting about birds?
Oh my God, yeah, I can actually, since I'm actually set up to this. So yeah, oh my God, we had so many issues with feathers. Like here, check this out. This was an early test where we were trying to see if we could do feather tech, and we used bacon as a reference, and it was horrifying.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, but what the test eventually showed us was we tried a bunch of the fur and feather shaders that maybe would work with this, and they just don't. You can't, or at least we found that we couldn't do a feathers in like the physical way. I know that like the Falcon game. Anyone remember?
Falcon Age.
Thank you, Falcon Age. Falcon Age actually has a rig where they have a bunch of cards that are not necessarily hand animated, but physically animated in the animator tool for all of the cards that are the feathers. We didn't go that far. We just went for let's get a feathery, textury kind of look and keep them smooth. Because yeah, we found that that kind of thing was way beyond what we could manage.
Yeah, we kind of lucked out from a technical perspective. I mean, the kiwi has a very fluffy, downy, almost hair-like feathers. They're just so physically different from so many birds. They're evolved to this almost mammal-like state. And yeah, part of that is that they look almost more like they have fur. So our technical artist Grant did a lot of experimentation with different shaders and things to get that look. In the initial prototype, they were just like a sleek mesh. It was just like, something in ZBrush and then spat out a ZBrush and rigged really quickly. But we knew we wanted to have feather fur for them. So we ended up using a fur shader that's repurposed for our needs.
I can speak a little bit. We in the original Fruits of a Feather prototype, I actually used a cloth simulation to animate our cards on the bird's wings and on its tail. We didn't have much plumage on the body and still kind of don't. Generally, all the feathers are just on the wing and on the tail. It's a very weird stylization choice because we're somewhere between like a realism and a hyper realism, I guess. We ended up dropping that for performance reasons because a lot of the solutions that we run into are just like huge performance sinks. And I pointed to how bad the birds look when they land. I'm just landing in our game now because I have it open. I'll just screen share the game. But you can see the amazing landing animation that my seagull has here. So birds also do really interesting things with their wings and with their feathers when they perch. So that was a really weird challenge to run into. So like my shader solution, which we flew with for the actual flapping and sort of wind movement, that works fine when they're gliding, but as soon as they land, you just get all these problems that we didn't have time to solve.
Thanks. Did you have anything about animating birds that was interesting? Or rendering birds? I guess it's a different art style.
Oh, so I think I guess I can just talk about how the birds move. So one thing I like about birds is that like their head always tends to stay at the same height, like regardless of how the body moves. Yeah, so I find that really interesting to animate birds that way. So the body's moving, but the head stays like stationary. Yeah, so yeah, and just keep making them bounce, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just echo that. And when animating our birds, having an IK controller for the head so that we can basically put the head in world space. Obviously, we're 3D versus 2D, like Hong Soon was talking about, but being able to stick the kiwi or the cassowary's head in one position and then just move the body, you can get a lot of that realistic fixation that they get, which is not something you would really ever have to do with a human character rig. So
do any of you have birds? And if so, can we see pictures of them? Oh no, the camera. What is that?
It's my skate chicken.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't actually own birds or anything, but I do have a skate chicken.
Anyone else own a bird? No bird?
I also have plush birds.
Plush bird?
Oh my God, they're adorable.
You too!
There they are, yeah. That's Jeff and Deborah.
No birds. Did any of you do did you do studies of birds? Did you go watch? I mean, you, Megan, you said you have the birds outside that you watched. Do any of you go study real birds? Do you have friends with birds? Or how did you watch birds to figure out what they were supposed to look like?
For us, it was a lot of finding video reference for whether for doing the character designs or the animations. Fortunately, there's a lot of conservation groups out there that are capturing a lot of footage of kiwi, and so there's some good stuff. We also looked at footage of other bird species that aren't in our game, just because sometimes you need a good orthographic view of a flightless bird running. Like if we're working on the run cycle, I ended up using a lot of footage of emu chicks for our birds. Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't go and observe any kiwis firsthand, although we would love to. But yeah, the internet was our friend for that.
Any of the rest of you do any bird watching or any bird studies?
I personally didn't for the art side, but I know our sound designer actually went out into the bush to get samples for the audio, both for the individual tweets, because if you change skin or bird in the game, you get unique tweets and sounds, because the tweet is the only form of communication other players have with you. So I think some of those are actually real samples, and then a lot of the ambience is also recorded in the Australian bush.
Nice.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so I think like every modern kid, I watch a lot of YouTube videos, and David Attenborough's documentaries, I watch a lot of them, especially since I started working on Songbird Symphony. I watched even more, and right beside my girlfriend's house, there's a park. So when I visit her during the weekends, then I'll get to see some real bird action like outside her house. I mean, it's just cool, interesting birds flying around. But otherwise, in the more like populated areas in Singapore, it's mostly just crows and miners. So not many interesting birds. Yeah.
Crows are good birds, though.
I guess
go ahead.
One thing I should say is my partner and I like to go visit shout out to the Audubon Birds of Prey Center in Maitland, Florida, who house and rehabilitate a lot of birds of prey, which we have some interesting ones here in Central Florida. And you can go and get really close up to these birds that are being rehabilitated. It's a favorite thing to go do. So I've done it specifically for research for the game, but I think having that sort of looking at birds in real life, and having that visual kind of library that you can go back to is definitely helpful.
Megan, did you do any dedicated bird watching outside of what you already do in your own yard?
I mean, mostly it was like Hang Soon, YouTube. For me, it was very specifically bird watching birds on tiny skateboards, which isn't in my backyard as much as I would like it to be. So YouTube, a lot of YouTube, and finding the actual birds that do this. There's a, I can't remember their TikTok name. There's a relatively recent TikToker who's been teaching his bird to skateboard, and the bird's getting really good. He's also got the bird trained to ride on his shoulder while he's skateboarding, like while the person is skateboarding, and that's very cute. Yeah. If anyone wants to see this, that's probably already on TikTok. Just, go there, search. It's great.
Do any of you have a favorite bird, either in real life as like a species or a favorite video game bird?
I do. I'll just go back to the Maitland, Florida Audubon Birds of Prey Center, which has crested caracaras, which are a type of falcon that is mostly lives in Central and South America. But we have a very small population of them here in Central Florida. I'm in Orlando, so they don't live in Orlando proper. But we have this really unique biome in Central Florida that is prairies. A lot of people don't think of prairies when they think of Florida. But these falcons spend a lot of their time on the ground. They run around and scavenge and catch snakes, and even sometimes have big little burrows and stuff. They're a really cool looking bird, and I think they're my favorite bird. They have a few rehabilitating at the Maitland Center. There they are. Yeah.
Those guys are adorable.
They're really cool. It's like a long-legged falcon.
I think my favorite's probably going to be ravens. Ravens, crows, or why am I drawing a blank? Corvids, Corvidae family birds. They're very intelligent. They mourn their dead. They hold grudges. They teach their children to hold grudges. They're really cool birds. And we get a bunch of them in the Northwest. Like we get ravens around here where I live, since I'm out in the country. Closer to town, you get crows, tons and tons and tons of crows. And a lot of times I'll go out on lunch breaks and go sit by the water and feed them French fries and stuff. And they seem to enjoy it.
Is that holding grudges thing the same thing that I've kind of seen around, where like somebody will do something mean to a bird and then the flock will just like bother that person forever, basically, until they move?
Yeah, so you can, what they found in studies is that someone can, for instance, wear a mask of some famous politician, one of the big recognizable rubber ones, and they haze birds. And the crows will fuck with that person, anyone wearing that mask, for years. That way, way outside of the lifespan of any one bird. They teach their children to who to haze, who to like, etc. In the same way, recognizable people that are nice to the birds can get essentially guardian spirit birds that will just follow them around and be friendly and happy to them. This is a problem in that what the birds are referencing is not necessarily like the things humans think of when we look at recognizability. They're looking more at clothing style, hats, because hats are visible from the top, which means that if like an asshole in a trilby starts fucking with birds, crows in an area could start fucking with everyone who wears a trilby who comes through or something. So it comes across in kind of strange ways, but they're wicked intelligent, and they work as a clan.
Any other favorite beloved birds?
I think the birds of paradise species of birds. I like them because of their wacky dance moves, and all for the sake of getting a partner. Yeah, so I think that's really cute. Yeah.
I've always been a big fan of classic Australian cockatoos. I've grown up on the East Coast and the Southeast Coast, or I live in the Southeast Coast now. And they're common, but they're huge, and they're really, really friendly with humans, because maybe it's because they're quite so large. But if you leave bird feed out and they start eating it and you go up to them, they're not going to go away. So a lot of, the big white ones. And there's many places where they have feeding areas in public, like national parks, where it's not like these birds are in cages and they bring them up to do feedings and stuff. They just have someone who sells the seed, and all the cockatoos in the area know to come here every day when there are people. So you can be around like 50 of them while you're just sitting there holding some seed. And they're just very large and obnoxious animals that are very beautiful.
It's wild to me that you just have those around. I mean, we're kind of in the same boat. I'm in a city. We've got, pigeons and crows. That's what we got. So that's really cool. Go ahead.
I just really quick wanted to respond to what Megan said about corvids in the Northwest. The biggest, fattest crow I've ever seen was at Hurricane Ridge in Olympic National Park, and every crow I've seen then has paled in comparison. Not literally, because crows tend to be very dark, but yeah. No other crow has quite lived up to that.
Hurricane Ridge is also known for being an area where the birds have all been trained through years and years to be hand-fed, basically. So you go up there with some nuts, you put it at your hand, and a bird appears. It's really freaking awesome.
How did each of you decide which species of bird to include in your games?
We actually crowdsourced it, essentially. Like the birds that I see most often, so chickadees, black-eyed juncos or dark-eyed juncos, house sparrows, the standard backyard birds, because I see them a lot. I would like those in, but I did a lot of, since I have a Patreon, just do polls for people that really want their birds in the game, or people that did a Kickstarter backing. There was a tier where they could suggest birds to be in the game, just that kind of thing. Since everyone, at least in what we found, is that everyone had their own idea of what bird had to be in the game. Like that was going to be the iconic skateboarding bird. And there were a lot of choices, so we just kind of went, okay, let's just do as many of them as we can. So yeah, that was our approach.
Yeah, so for us for Songbird Symphony, so it really depends on the plot, right? The story at that part of the game. So for example, we have a cassowary in the game, and at that part of the game, we wanted to teach players how to about handling their emotions, feelings of loneliness. So the cassowary is this very aggressive bird. So we tried to subvert players' expectations by making that cassowary in our game to be a very shy bird, and other birds are just scared of it because of its size and its and for it because it looks scary. So then the job of our bird protagonist or the player will be to try and console the bird through his singing, and to try and resolve his problems, let him know that he's not alone and that it's okay for him to voice out his problems. So that's just an example. So how we choose our birds in our game depends on the story for that part of the game. Yeah.
I want to talk about, I just wanted to mention that the part of the game that Kang Soon is talking about, the reason the cassowary is so sad and shy is because the kookaburras are laughing at him. Or laughing at her. But the kookaburras are a bird that just laughs naturally.
Yeah.
It's really cute. Sorry.
Just a misunderstanding.
Sounds really lovely.
For Feather, we actually launched the game initially with only one bird. So it was a kestrel to start with, though poorly modeled on my part. My actual artists took over the character art when we did updates. People obviously demanded their skins and demanded their particular birds that they wanted. We were restricted a little bit by the rig and wanting to share animations between everything, and fitting, stuff with really long necks or stuff that had just like really fat bodies and tiny wings wouldn't really fit. So we sort of went with that sort of like birds of prey adjacent category. That being said, we did try to squeeze in stuff that felt very personal. Like we squeezed a magpie onto the rig because we have to, because otherwise it would be unpatriotic. So yeah, that was the approach basically. But there aren't a lot, and we tried to be very picky with what we put in, or stuff that was just like demanded by the community, like a crow or a raven.
For Kiwi, the initial conceit of the game was based around the fact that it didn't have to be a Kiwi, but the flightless postal bird who worked at a desk shift basically was small enough to run around on a workstation, and we wanted that two-player co-op of, in the initial prototype, working as the left and right hands, basically typing on a giant keyboard by hitting keys with their butts. And the Kiwi was just, the silhouette of it was perfect, and it just felt like the perfect bird. It was like nature had handed us the perfect character design for this. So we lucked out in that sense.
I apologize for my non-bird guest. This question makes me sad. Who is the strongest bird, and what is their weapon of choice if forced to fight to the death? I think this is one of my Twitter followers. No one wants to even consider this?
Unfortunately, it's a minor bird. This is coming from a place of living where there are minor birds everywhere, and they're not meant to be here. Australia is obviously known for invasive species introduced by other countries. In the bird world, the minor bird is strong.
What is the minor bird's weapon of choice?
So I grew up in a house that had palm trees like next to it. So it's a palm tree because they nested there, and my parents' bedroom was right next to them, and they couldn't sleep often as a result of that.
I think I gotta go with seagulls, because seagulls are just, I mean, I love them. They're great birds. They eat many French fries and so on and so forth, but they're also assholes, and they swoop people. And sometimes they're swooping because they want to steal your sandwich, which is hilarious, but also sometimes they're just swooping to gore you or to run you off. And yeah, I think their weapon of choice is just the seagull. The seagull is, it's like a master of kung fu. It is the weapon.
Yeah, I think for me, it will be this bird called the koel. So there are lots of koels in the place where I'm living in, and it makes lots of noise in the morning. I think that is its biggest weapon. Like everybody will be woken up by this bird, and it goes like ooh, something like that. Like it's a really it's a very recognizable call sign, I guess. Yeah, it's the koel is annoying.
I just Googled Koel, and I don't think that I can necessarily share the Google image results just because it's kind of a mess, but I like how many of these are edited images of what I presume to be Koels with a bunch of text overlaid talking about how ridiculously obnoxious they are. All right. Do video game birds have a T-pose? Does anyone know? And if so, what does it look like?
I can show you what our birds look like in their default pose, although I'm assuming the question asker was imagining what the T-pose would look like with the wings, so
yeah,
you won't be able to see that, but I can show you what. This is our kiwi's T-pose. It's not very exciting. It's a kiwi in just a completely neutral pose. This is what they look like without their fur showing. And the nice thing is, they don't have wings. We haven't even modeled wings for them. Their wings are so tiny and vestigial that they might as well be non-existent. So this is what our kiwi looks like.
Call that like a lowercase r pose? I don't know.
It's K pose.
K pose.
So our birds actually do have a T-pose, and they look something like this. This is we went through a ton of revisions of birds. This was we called it the upper bird because it has a swoopy up tail, and we put them in many hats and knee pads and so on and so forth. The wings, because they're so stubby and weird, whenever we actually put it into more of a normal bird pose, we don't use the bones to bend it into shape. We actually use blend shapes. because bird wings are weird, and the reason a bird's wings look so elegant and svelte when they're folded is because the feathers overlap and kind of meld, and we can't do that. So our approach was to blend shape instead, which is essentially shoving the vertices to where we want them to go. And that worked pretty well. Oh, and the headphone bird ended up being the iconic bird and became the title image, and I have no idea why. So that's our TiVos.
Birds just look good with headsets.
They do. Are there any games that prominently feature birds in it that any of you don't like for any reason? No strong dislikes of bird games?
I didn't play it, so it's kind of a hard reference. But Battlefield 1 was like called out for having this sick emotional moment where you play as a bird and you like fly over the battlefield. Huh. And at the time I was working on Feather and I was like, oh, this is shitty. Like I kind of embarked on this game because I really was, at the time I was making a shooter at the studio. We were also making a shooter. So I wanted to I was making Feather because I was like, I don't want combat. I don't want violence. I don't want guns. I just want like a nice thing for people to enjoy. And then it's like this AAA game comes out and does like, probably renders their bird way better than we do. But just like, I guess misses the point. But there's no games that feature birds directly.
Okay, nicer note. What's the best video game bird that's not represented on the panel?
I'm just going to say Goose Game, and then we talk about all the other ones because, yeah. Anyways, that's not my choice, but like Goose Game, clearly.
Any other favorite bird games?
I like a short hike. So I think that game came out about the same time as Songbird, and so like after having released a game, and I decided not to touch any games for a while or do any games related things. It was like making games is a very tiring process, and so I was looking for like cute casual games to play, and I found a short hike released just a few days after Songbird was released, and it's a cute little game that I managed to finish in like just 3 to 4 hours, and I love it a lot. Yeah, I think to me that is like one of the best bird games I've ever played.
It's another Kiwi game, but if anyone's played Ivy the Kiwi, it's a really cute DS and Wii game where you like, it's kind of like Lemming style, like drawing paths for this bird because it's flightless, so you have to let it will pass it as a platformer. It's very, very cute little Kiwi asset in it.
I just thought of a kind of, this is going to sound weird, but for anyone that's played World of Warcraft, there's a race in World of Warcraft it's their version of the Aarakocra from D&D, that they have the Arakoa, this humanoid bird race, which in WoW was very heavily inspired by the Skeksis from Dark Crystal, and they have designed this really cool culture around them, and the flightless versions and the flying versions, and I always thought that was really cool. And they really nailed the twitchy head animations on those characters.
Their architecture is fantastic.
It's so
what
cool,
was that,
right?
Warlords of Draenor that they were really prominent in? Oh man. I wanted them as a playable race so bad.
Oh, me too.
They sold a really good mount in Burning Crusade. I remember that.
Mm.
Yes. I know the one you're talking about.
Are there any games with non-player character birds that you would retell from the bird's perspective? These are all audience submitted questions. These are great.
I want to play Falcon Age as the bird.
That's a good one. I want to play any of the Assassin's Creeds that had the post adding the bird as like a mechanic thing. Just the entire game as the bird would be fun.
I think for me it would be the chickens in the Zelda games. So if you hit a chicken enough time, then there'll be an army of chickens will appear and kill the player. So I really wanted to, maybe a game in their perspective, like where did all their chicken friends come from, where do they stay, what they are thinking when the players are hitting them. Yeah.
I'm moderating. I don't have a comment here, but I gotta shout out the Rito from Breath of the Wild. Rivali rules. I would play a game as Rivali, or Cass. Cass is the bard. I would love a game as Cass.
Cass, we need an entire Cass game. Cass
Oh my
is
gosh.
awesome.
Traveling musician, fantastic. Do any of your games have any Easter eggs or any bird puns or any cool little like discoverable bird related things that someone might find and stumble upon?
We have, I don't want to spoil how it's obtained, but we have a way where one of the Kiwis can basically electrocute themselves and obtain a crispy smoking kiwi feather that is part of the collectible system in our game that unlocks a cool sort of electric themed cosmetic where the kiwi's hair is all standing on end.
In Feather, people know about the fishing micro game, I'll call it, because it's there and you can fish. People don't, I'm not going to reveal how to do it if anyone's a Feather fan, but and very few people know you can poop in the game, but it's there.
Any other Easter eggs or little hidden bird related things or puns? Anyone have a good bird pun?
I'm sure there are a lot of bird puns that will end up because, I mean, the game is being written by Zalave and Master. The poop thing reminded me. We're thinking of adding pooping to Skatebird too. Bird pooping is just like a thing that birds do. It's one of the reasons why I don't really want to have birds inside. Bird owners just get used to putting towels on their desk and so on and so forth because birds, they don't have anuses, so they just kind of enter their little pooping pose and then they poop wherever they are, and that's just how they do. So working that into the game as a weird little Easter egg would entertain me. I don't know if they're going to do it or not. You're like post-release DLC for pooping DLC.
That's one thing you got to say for birds. You can see scat from a lot of different animals and be like, I don't know what that's from. But when it's a bird's, you know it.
Oh, I've got a bird fact from this that I did learn because of the game. Whenever birds are nesting, the baby birds obviously defecate because everything living does. But they try not to sully the nest because they have to live in that nest for the next however long until they are old enough to fly. Two major ways of fixing this. One, a lot of baby birds learn to poop over the edge of the nest. So like they'll aim their little butts over it and you see these little geysers come out of the nest and it's horrifying. And that's why the edges of nests often look really disgusting, and that's just part of being birds. But also robins especially, actually their baby birds poop essentially little envelopes, like they're sausages essentially. And the robins pick them up and drop them nearby to throw off predators. So they like output it and export it. And they generally speaking, they try to do this in running water to further throw off predators, but sometimes they think your sidewalk is running water because it kind of looks that way from this air. So that's why you will sometimes around nesting season for robins get these really, really weird slug poop things that you don't know
That's what those are.
That's what that is.
That was an incredible bird fact, and we are running up on an hour, and I think we're going to have to end on that incredible bird fact. Megan Fox, if people wanted to find you and your bird-related work, where would they look for you?
You would find me on Twitter as Glassbottom Meg. You can also find the bird, the eponymous skatebird, at skateburb on Twitter. You can also go to skate.burb.rocks on the internet, or you can just search us on Twitter or on Steam or whatever. We're everywhere. It's easy to find.
Nicholas, how about you?
I'm Nicholas MC1 on Twitter. Samurai Punk, it's just Samurai Punk on Twitter. And our website is samuraipunk.com.
Kingston, where can people find you?
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter. So my handler is cute green thing, and you can find us. Our website is joystick.com, JOYSTEAK, like happy stick. And you can find our game on Steam, Switch, and PS4. Yeah.
And Joel, how about you?
Find us on Twitter at KiwiGame. Our website is kiwigame.com, and you can also find the Kiwi listing on Steam, where you can wishlist it.
Awesome. And I don't make games or do anything bird related, but you can find me on Twitter at Duck Valentine, which I guess ducks are birds, so it counts. This was Bird is the Word, Winged Heroes and Indie Games. Have a great rest of your PAX Online, everybody. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And we're off.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
Should a party member be willing to die for the cause? I think whether they're willing to die is irrelevant. Are they able to die for the cause? Don't underestimate that by itself, because then they can die for the cause unrelated to their willingness, and that is much, much more flexible. I'm not advocating the death of party members before their time. By and large, a coworker is much more valuable when still alive, most of the time. But like so many things, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And don't forget, in most cases, a cause is unsympathetic to how it is achieved. If the party's goal was to save someone's life, that person might want to say something about it before the party takes action. For example, if you had to imprison 1,000 people in Avernus to save one person, they might say, "Don't put yourself out on my account. I like it down here." It seems bad until you actually show up, and then it's pretty cool. The kind of quests we get are about kidnapped dignitaries or trade disputes. But if the cause is for real clarity, real meaning, the inner workings of the universe, that is worth dying for. It's worth me dying for. And whether or not you agree, it's worth you dying for. Probably first. I am just trying to make the point. If you're seeking forbidden knowledge that can't be obtained with non-occult methods, you don't want to hesitate in the moment with ethics. A wise, long-storied drow philosopher once said, "I'm not giving away my shot." If you had one shot, would you take it or just let it slip? That's from the Book of Lolth. Lolth is a spider goddess they made me worship for a while.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Glee S667cc. In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds, as well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet. In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study.
Cool. All right, so yeah, let's get started, and welcome to a guided tour to 80s retro gaming. We're going to be talking about 80s computer games and playing them now in 2020. I guess before we get started talking about the topic at hand of 80s computer games, we can introduce our tour guides for the next hour, our lovely panelists, and let us know what 80s home computers you grew up with and what's your relationship to these systems that we're talking about. Jesse, would you like to start?
Sure. So I'm an adjunct at the Game Center, and I teach a class on American computer games of the 80s. Is the class that's probably most relevant here, along with some tabletop and info classes. And I mean, the relevance to me is very straightforward. I grew up with these. I grew up in a essentially middle-class household, so we never had the cutting-edge thing. But as soon as Commodore crushed some other computer, I would get it in a fire sale. And so I had a TI-99 and an Atari 800. And my dad had the only PC clone that was actually slower than IBM PC. So had experience with an end of this stuff and then. Just kept up an interest as I got older through the 90s and so on.
And Bennett, how about yourself?
Yeah, so like all my colleagues here, I teach classes at the NYU Game Center, and I guess I have taught a class on retro gaming with Clara, focusing on European games. It's sort of a lifelong interest of mine, playing games from all different systems. But the ones that I grew up with, I guess through the 80s, through the mid 80s, the ZX Spectrum, the Sinclair ZX Spectrum, a British 8-bit computer. And then come the end of the 80s, maybe 88, 89, our family got a Commodore Amiga, 16-bit computer. So those were the two things that I spent the most time on. But I was one of those kids who, whenever I saw any kind of computer, even if it was worse than the ones we had at home, I just kind of magnetized to it. So for me, it was a little bit of everything.
And Clara, Ben had mentioned the class that you co-taught together.
Yes, so I'm also faculty at the NYU Game Center, and yes, Ben and I taught the one class, probably worldwide, on European games of the 80s, and that specifically. Of course, we'll be talking a bit about those. I grew up with the MSX platform. I had an MSX and then an MSX2. Those were the ones that we had at home, and it's a platform I'll be talking about. And then my uncle had the ZX Spectrum that he built from a kit. So those were the ones I had the most access to. Also in the neighborhood, whenever anybody bought a computer, they called my dad or me, even though I was very little, because we apparently knew how to read the manual. So yeah, I fiddled a bit with computers like the Amstrad CPC, for example. So, but yeah, my experience is mostly with the MSX.
And Naomi Clark, how about yourself?
Yeah, although I also teach classes at the NYU Game Center, I think I'm one of the few people here who has not taught a class on retro gaming. I think my expertise primarily comes, from my childhood. I remember getting our first family computer. I think in 1983. It was Apple IIe, and that was my computer growing up. Initially, we had it in our living room, and then eventually I kind of just dragged it into my bedroom since nobody else was using it. And I don't know, I learned how to program in BASIC on that thing. By the very end of the 80s, I think we also had one of the early generation Macs in the 80s and then into the 90s. I got my own Macintosh, Power Mac, at the end of the 90s. But really all of the 80s, I was playing games on that Apple IIe. And fortunately, I had an aunt who was a software pirate. And when we got an Apple IIe, which she had convinced our family to buy, she sent me a giant shoebox full of floppy disks, about this many floppy disks. And so I spent years, literally years, just sort of going through the floppy disks and being like, okay, let me try this one. Let me see what's on this one. So it was just a constant series of mysteries unfolding. And I think we bought very little software, and it was pretty expensive if you want to have a big software library. So I was lucky that I got exposed to a lot of games that way.
And my name is Alexander King, and I also am an adjunct professor at the NYU Game Center. And I'm like maybe 5 years too young to have grown up with some of these systems. But I had an original Macintosh was my the computer that we had in our basement. But it was actually only later, like as an adult, trying to find games that I played as a kid, that I realized that growing up in the UK, that a lot of the games that I played well into the 90s were on Amigas or the Acorn Archimedes. I realized was like, oh, that was like the computer that both of the schools, that's what were in the computer labs, and that's where all those games came from. So most of these computer systems I kind of came to later in life to find, and that's who we're talking to, right? Is assuming people are not familiar with these sort of systems. I guess before jumping into that, it's kind of coincidence that we all teach at the NYU Game Center. It's not a Game Center panel. It just like that's just how I know you all and we know each other. But it's also not a coincidence in that I guess as you mentioned, there are classes at the Game Center that are about that. So I guess for people who teach game designers, teach future game designers, is there something about older games that are worth looking at in particular, and particularly old computer games that you found in any of your teaching practices?
I think for me, the most useful thing is just that a lot of old computer games, even ones that were extremely popular back in the 80s or 90s, have kind of been on evolutionary branches of game design that died away. That were extremely popular in the day, and then perhaps something from the arcade or from the consoles became more of the sort of standard design. And so there's a lot of ideas back there that are kind of interesting and successful in their own context, but have been forgotten. So just like if you're writing a pop song, you might go and listen to some jazz records from the 60s for ideas that have been forgotten, get something, kind of freshen it up. There's a lot of inspiration to be found in those particular games. And I think also because they tended to be made by smaller companies or individuals, there's a lot more idiosyncratic games, games with really kind of strange or kind of, from our point of view, unexpected aspects. So for me, that's the entire appeal.
Yeah, and if I can piggyback on that a bit, this part of it where there were no bounds to imagination, that were the conventions were being invented back then. So that's one of the fun things to see. Games about going to see penguins. We're going to see, I don't know if we have any about lawnmowers, but there are games about lawnmowers, for example, miners, things like those.
Yeah, I think a lot of parallels can be found between our game design students and these older games because they're both operating under constraints. And there's not a lot of if there's a generation gap or if there's anything they kind of have to cast and come over, I think it's much less the games themselves, which can be janky or a little cryptic or obtuse, but they play test their friends' games. Like, this is not new to them. But I think the games themselves, certainly dabbling in them. And when I teach that American Computer Games of the 80s class, I try to show people like a dozen games a week, and just if they can find one that they kind of click with and want to go deep on, that to me is a success, right?
So I think that's a good sort of transition point to talking about what exactly we're talking about. And since I think I've actually been really impressed the last couple of years, the way that retro gaming has kind of spread to a wider kind of games culture, and that but computer games are still a little obscure. I think in part because we're used to the idea that there are different consoles, and then as now there were different consoles. But this idea that there are all of these different computer systems, none of which exist today, is I think the kind of harder thing. And one of the impetus for this talk was the way that people kind of back project DOS and Windows into the 80s and refer to old PC games and stuff, when in fact the Wintel, IBM PC, DOS, that architecture was one of the worst platforms for games in actual 80s. It's not until the 90s and stuff that those get better. But as a result, I think makes people kind of unaware of them today. So that's kind of the period that we're talking about these systems, and there is something about the fact that the thing that is playing the game is also the tool that makes it. I know in your book, Naomi, in a game design vocabulary, you talk about these are a lot of the first games that have level editors and stuff, and playing is it Lode Runner is the
yeah, Lode Runner was what I did a lot of my first level design on. It's true, I think of a lot of 80s kids, and I think there was a sense, even back when I was a kid, of somehow being a little bit closer to the people that were making the game, right? So for me, that was this almost zine-like thing that really ties in with what Jesse was talking about as a hobbyist market, right? That the people the creators are talking to are often they're fellow hobbyists. They may not be software developers in the same way, but they're kind of like part of the same crowd. And so when I was like barely a teenager by the end of this era, and I was only a member of this club because my friends and I figured out how to just copy games, right? It was just like with cassette tapes or anything else, right? Just we're making copies of stuff, being like, oh, check this thing out, right? And you get this mysterious floppy disk and you have no idea what's on it, and you have to see whether it'll run on your machine. And then when you do, you get like a weird letter from somewhere, right? From somewhere in California or in Europe or who knows where, that like somebody's made this thing. You have no idea how it's supposed to work, and often like without any kind of packaging or commercial apparatus surrounding it, right? Which is, I feel like, really light years from where we are today. Even with indie games, there was like almost no presentation in the way that I encountered these games, right? It's just like a black disc. No, it's not even a manual, like at least the way that I got them.
So for people in the present, going back and playing these games, are there any specific or any kind of general tips that work for people, like stuff that people should be aware of as they're playing these games?
Well, I mean, the first thing is that you often have to read a manual, right? I mean, for a computer game, the presumption is that you're coming to it with an openness to do some work. It's not going to tutorialize you. It's not necessarily going to tell you all the buttons. There might be a strange procedure for loading it up that's different than every other game. You can still get those manuals. They're almost all captured and stored online somewhere, but often not with the actual game media. So it's not like a NES game you just pop in a ROM and they all have the same interface. Especially old 8-bit computer games. All have their own keyboard layout. They have different support for controllers. It can really be different. I think you need to come to it with a readiness to do a little bit more work to be able to kind of extract the goodness out of the games.
Yeah, and I think that's a great. There is this sort of like a barrier to entry to starting games that is not instantaneous, like with some console games. But it's usually like it's not too bad. As we're enticing people, it is one of those things. Once you kind of get past the you've got to kind of orient yourself to it a little bit.
I think it can be pretty bad, but the right way to frame it in your mind is it's like an ancient Mayan tomb, and there's treasure inside, but there's also poison darts and like rolling rocks and skeletons everywhere. And if you can figure out your way through that, you can get something that nobody else can get. So it's a way to have a kind of a boutique experience.
I have a special relationship to this because it took me literally years of my childhood to figure out how to play some Apple II games because I never had access to any manuals, right? I had to figure everything out by trial and error. It's like playing an experimental game these days, right? Where it's just like, you don't know what the buttons do. You just have to, you don't even know like what the goal of the game is or anything. But there's no substitution for an experience like that. And I would almost say, like, I would almost encourage people, like, at least with some games, like, try to see if you can just figure it out from scratch, because it is enormously frustrating. And then when you figure it out, it's quite an unusual sensation. But I just had no alternative, and so I would get frustrated. I would stop. I would come back to a game maybe a week later to be like, can I figure that one out again? And so it's good that I had like a big stack of pirated games.
Yeah, like Naomi, all of our games were pirated because I'm from Australia, and Australia is one of one of the worst piracy countries in the world.
We're second.
Yeah,
Spain might be first.
Spain is up there as well, and that meant that we often didn't have the manual, and so it really was like a process of just trying to extract the smallest little morsel of fun out of something that was this black box. I had the same experience.
I do think, I mean, I just wanted, because I guess I was the one person who did grow up with the manuals. I didn't have a lot of the games, but I basically did later when I had access to an Amiga through my stepfather at a lot of pirated games. I had kind of that same experience. But with the Atari 800, it was like, well, I would save up for a few months and I'd buy Ultima 4 or whatever. And that came in a huge box with a cloth map and a metal ankh and 3 different books that had like some sort of snakeskin kind of cover with runes on it. And like that was at least as much a part of the experience as what the zeros and ones. But yeah, I do think that then I think sees it more as a burden. I see it more as like part of the pleasure. And there's certainly, I think most of the games I listed are ones that aren't very manual oriented. They are more arcadey, pop in and play. But if you're interested in the RPGs or the adventure games, I would embrace it as being just as much a part of the game because it is. Right?
Yeah. The good news is that all of those materials pretty much have been scanned and put online. And the Internet Archive has like nearly everything, and you can just print out the manual and get a little bit of that flavor. It definitely is worth doing. If you're going to play the strategy games and the RPGs, Jesse's saying, find the materials for sure.
Well, so as we, I think that's a good transition to talking about the games themselves. So we've got so many different recommendations to go through. I put it on a website real quick at sites.google.com/nyu.edu/80sgames, where I'm going to list all of the recommendations we're making and link out to some resources as well. Something we're not talking about is how every single one of these platforms has a completely different emulator, some of which are much easier to use than others. So I wanted to consolidate some of that onto an external reference and consolidate some of the recommendations we had that didn't make it into the talk as well. So let's dive into talking about some of these particular platforms and the kind of guided tour of some of the games on them. And so I asked each of you about some particular platforms and what games would be good for somebody in the present to go back and play and experience this platform. So this is a different kind of curated list, right? Like this isn't, these are not the most commercially successful or most influential from these platforms. These wouldn't be on the best of lists necessarily. These are ones that like today you could go and play and would give you a good sense of the platform. That might be slightly different than what was most popular or most successful in the period itself. So I think first up we've got the Commodore 64, and for each of our platforms I have an era commercial to kind of set our mood real quick. So let me cue that up. I'm more alive than ever before. I've been to my Commodore 64. My friends are knocking down my door to get into my Commodore 64.
It's mind-boggling. Commodore 64 lets you play hundreds more games with any video machine plus draw program.
Perfect. Great lead in for one of the most successful platforms. So Jesse, you gave us a number of these. So why don't I'll cue them up and you tell us about some of these recommendations that you made. I think first up is Space Taxi.
Yeah, I think Space Taxi is just a really fun, accessible game. It's in the lunar lander kind of gravity. You're a taxi, you're going to fall unless you push the thrusters, inertia. It's crazy taxis, like you're landing, you're picking people up. There's a great little voice, hey, taxi, and then you take them to where you go. And it's just remarkably modern. Like there's 24 different levels. They're very varied. They have different kind of puzzles. You can access them in different, like the easy, medium, and late shift. You can randomize it. Like it really, in a way that games from the early 80s normally do not try to do at all. Is trying to make itself accessible to kind of all skill levels. And yeah, it's just fun.
and a very different vibe is below the root, your second recommendation.
Yeah, I want to recommend something in the RPG-ish vein, but to stay away from the really heavy kind of grindy stuff. And this is a game actually co-made by Dale Disharoon and Zilpha Keatley-Snyder, and it is a canonical sequel to Snyder's trilogy, the Green Sky trilogy, which is, and I mean this in the best possible way, essentially YA Ursula K. Le Guin. Like that's the vibe. It's very good. I read them last summer because I want to play this game, and you don't need to though. It's basically an action RPG graphic adventure, a really nice original setting. And because it was kind of a game aimed at kids, one secret is 80s games aimed at kids, at least they thought about the UI and they play tested it in a way that they often did not do for adults. So yeah, this is a fun one that you could play for a few hours and kind of get the feel for it. This is Castles of Dr. Creep, which again, not an all-timer by any means, although a big influence on Prince of Persia. Which I would, if you were to play an 80s version, I guess I'd play the Apple II one. But I think, again, very accessible, does some surprising, like it actually is the first game I've ever seen to tutorialize like every kind of obstacle by putting you in a room. And it's like, this is how the teleporter works. And there's a little sample puzzle that's trivial to solve where you use the teleporter and so on and so forth. But yeah, I mean, don't really need the instruction manual. And it has an interesting co-op-y puzzle mode that is fun with two people. And yeah, just a fairly accessible game.
The co-op mode I strongly recommend. It's much harsher and meaner than a modern co-op game, but it's a ton of fun. And I came to this game recently, so it's no nostalgia here. It's just a good time.
And I think this was one of your recommendations, Bennett, as IK Plus.
Yeah, so this is a game by Archer McLean, who cut his teeth on the Atari 8-bit platform. It's a British developer. And I think so this is IK Plus. International Karate Plus is a sequel to International Karate. I think they got sued by the makers of Karate Champ, Data East. But it's not really anything like Karate Champ. This is a game you play with one joystick and one button. And I think what's significant about it is it's like a one-hit kill fighting game where it's designed for kind of flowing movement, where you flow from one attack into another by kind of rolling the joystick around the outside. And if you're playing it well, your little guy is just always in motion in a way that is not matched by contemporary fighting games. And so of all of the old 8-bit and 16-bit fighting games, this is the one that is most different in my mind than the kind of Street Fighter template that's overwhelmingly popular now. And I think it still runs well. It's runs at a good enough frame rate and kind of responsive enough that a contemporary player can enjoy it and get good at it.
And you'd also recommended Frankie Goes to Hollywood, which is like a cult classic on the platform. Do you want to tell us about that one as well?
Yeah, this was commissioned by the band Frankie Goes to Hollywood, and it's a kind of a psychedelic game. One of the first, even though it was done under this kind of weird contract work commission situation, you're walking around these houses. This is a good one to play without the manual, because in the first instance you're walking around a village and invading people's houses and rifling through their drawers and stealing their drugs. But once it starts to actually occur to you what the kind of payoff in this game is, it's going to blow your mind. I don't want to ruin it more than that. It is such a trip.
So yeah,
I'll recommend. Yeah.
Yes. I think a favorite of a lot of ours of this platform. So yeah, a quick intro to the Commodore 64. There's many other games on the platform, but as a place to start, I think these are good games for the modern player to check out. Our next system is another very popular and has a huge library is the ZX Spectrum, which I also have it's one of its famous commercials. Recently remade professional keyboard. I like that. That's the top of the.
What's the worst, by the way? Because it was made of rubber, and it would get like sticky.
So they're like, it now has a keyboard. Is the advertisement?
Yeah, that one.
And and the Spectrum is an interesting one. It's more console-like than since it was like such a mass market. I think the original was 99 pounds. It was like a more widespread, and the games are smaller and kind of more console-like. So we have a few recommendations. For the first is Alien 8, and this was a recommendation of yours, Bennett.
Yeah, this is actually a sequel, but it's one of the early games by Ultimate Play the Game, who went on to become a Rare, very famous maker of games like GoldenEye on the N64, Perfect Dark. But when they were breaking through, they were making these isometric 3D games in a way that nobody else had figured out how to do. It's a perfect example of a game that's best to play on the Spectrum. It had slightly faster CPU, which made the 3D work better than it did on systems with better graphical capabilities generally, like the Commodore and the Nintendo. This is the best platform for playing these from that period of time. It's also just what I like about it. I say it's a sequel. It's a sequel to a game called Night Law, which was the real revolutionary title. But I like this one better. It's like an open world sort of puzzle game. You have to figure out which order to solve the rooms in, as well as how to solve the rooms. And they're all kind of 3D jumping puzzles. It runs pretty slow by modern tastes. But what you can do is actually speed up the emulator and play it as though the ZX Spectrum was 3 times as fast as it was in reality. And then it approaches the playability of a console title.
And I think we'll get. I think we have Night Lore another recommendation as well. And how about Lords of Midnight?
Mike Singleton was interested in this idea of taking the kind of board game, like the strategic board game scenario, and turning it into kind of first-person views, and sort of blending RPGs and board games in a certain way. This is a game that I think is really interesting and that resonated well with our students when we forced them to play it. If you imagine a game that is like a strategic turn-based game where you're playing a war game with multiple pieces, but you're also playing an RPG where you are those pieces and you're commanding the battlefield from the first-person perspective of the general, and you're giving a bunch of orders, and then your people move by day and the enemies move by night. It's very, very interesting. It's just quite unlike, from a design point of view and from an aesthetic point of view, it's a very, very widescreen sort of like slice of the map that you're looking at it all the time. Makes it very, very unlike any game before or since, and I just think it's cool from that point of view. I love how it looks, and it's just very interesting.
Yeah, this is one that I came to in modern times without nostalgia, and is definitely one that once you get over the initial barrier of kind of getting used to the interface, is this totally singular experience. It's very like you're Lord of the Rings. You're the big battle scenes in Return of the King, but also Frodo and you're like doing both of these things at the same time. It's really wild. You'd also mentioned one of your recommendations that was like a maybe because it's so weird, but I was like, I obviously have to include.
So this is a game called Deus Ex Machina by Mel Croucher, who was this kind of avant-garde, one of the first sort of avant-garde video game artists. He used to make little games, and they would distribute them by playing the sort of digital signal of the game's data over pirate radios, so people would have to record it, and then so they had experiences like that. this is a game that is a sort of it's like a loose psychedelic exploration of your voyage from being a kind of gay meat in the womb through to old age and death. And you play an audio cassette at the same time as you're playing the game, which has chanting and music. I think it's this one that actually has sort of like National Treasures, British National Treasure actors.
Patrick Troughton is the
Yeah.
thing, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and also who's the actor who played Saruman in Lord of the Rings? I forget.
Specifically, he did the sequel. He was working on the sequel. I don't know if the sequel.
I'm not sure if he's involved in this one, but yeah, he was part of that set as well. So they had this kind of set of intellectual artists who were getting together to really believed that video games could be this kind of like transformative new medium in a way that was very sort of ahead of its time. It doesn't really deliver. It's not a fun thing, but it's kind of it's really interesting. But yeah, this is an interesting one to look at. There is a iPhone version of it that was available, so you can have the experience that way.
And how about Saboteur?
Okay, this is a game that I think is approachable. It's by a company called Durrell that was being able to bring like higher frame rate, more console-like experiences out of the Spectrum hardware. You're a ninja. You have to infiltrate a base, recover a disc, plant a bomb, and then escape by a helicopter. And so the whole thing is really more of a puzzle than an action game. You have to try to unravel this map and figure out the correct way to approach it, which is a design that used to be overwhelmingly common on these platforms, but is really, really out of vogue now. Like nobody really makes games that way anymore, where the goal is to try to figure out the correct way to play them and then just to do it once. But it also is kind of height of 80s ninja mania, which really had a death grip on the UK, particularly at about the time this game came out. So yeah, it's good from that point of view.
And another Durrell games is Turbo 3.
This is the of all the driving games in history, this is the least like any other driving game. Your left and right buttons just make you change lane. You have to like hit the brakes and go left and right to turn, which you almost never do. But your goal is to sort of memorize the streets of London as you try to hunt down, drug dealers without harming any pedestrians. It's just strange that they were able to get so much fidelity out of such a weak machine. There's 3D buildings, there's people walking around that you can accidentally run over. There's like a whole city map. It's just and I actually think it's pretty fun to play.
And then, Clara, I think this was one of your recommendations is Head Over Heels, another isometric kind of puzzle adventure.
Yes, and I mentioned Night Lore. I was trying to guess what Bennett would choose. I'm like, there's going to be an ultimate game, the game somewhere. But Head Over Heels is part of that wave. This I like Head Over Heels by Ocean because what it does is first of all, it has a really interesting world. This is one of those games where the manual is setting up the whole world of like, there's like several planets and there's like an evil spider empress that you have to defeat by picking up, things in this world. They're kind of like an action adventure kind of genre. And here the protagonist's head and heels are complementary. So you have two characters that have different abilities. One can jump and pick up things, and the other, can run from one place to another. They kind of do the same. One of them can shoot a gun, a donut gun. So you're picking up donuts around the place. But it's very interesting because it's basically a 3D puzzler adventure game. It's really complex in only 48K, and it's very charming and kind of like gets you going and gets you thinking about what you have to do next. It's also a large game. I remember seeing in magazines the map for this game. People used to take pictures of each screen and then glue them, and those would go into a magazine, and these were huge, and the map of this game is actually pretty big thanks to tiling, thanks to the way that it was programmed. It was a really expansive world. So yeah, this was it's part of that school of we want to be ultimate as well, but I think it's one of the most most dignified and actually fun rip-offs of what Ultimate was doing.
Yeah, and both of you kind of recommended around it, but I figured we would mention Night Lore as well as being this very influential, but still very, very playable. And I think one of the things that I like about it, or that's weird about it, is the sort of simulationist aspect. You see in a lot of British adventure games where there's like, it's not just what we would today identify as adventure game. It also has all these little systemic elements, like the way that you turn into a werewolf at night, and like, and also some fantastic UI. I really love the angled scrolls to account for the perspective of this. It's really nice. All right, so our next system, I have a commercial to cue us up for.
This is the new Apple IIc. This is a computer they call Junior. You might think they're similar, but this one can only run this many programs, while the Apple IIc can run this many.
Pitiful, that junior. And so a good point to that, the Apple IIc, that like the original Apple II is from 1977, but as like a ecosystem of different successor systems, like the E, the C, there's like all these different ones that are like collectively the Apple II family. And so there's like not necessarily the initial one. And so Naomi, you picked out some Apple II games for us, and the first was Task Times in Tone Town.
Yeah, Task Times in Tone Town. Maybe the hippest of 80s games in some ways. This is an adventure game. It follows kind of the old model where you have like big icons that represent all of the different verbs that you can do. And the plot, which you can't really see from this screenshot, is that your uncle creates a portal to another world, which is it's basically New Wave the Dimension. Right, so everything in this world is new wave. Everybody has new wave haircuts. There's new wave music playing, and in this world, your dog is a celebrity who can talk. I don't know if I really need to explain anything else about the game.
Perfect. And your next one was Sammy Lightfoot.
This is Sierra Online's attempt to clone Donkey Kong, something that a lot of people have forgotten about. But I like this game a lot more than Donkey Kong because they're trying to one-up Donkey Kong and doing it in a way that I think really anticipates the Massacre games that came decades later. This game is extremely confusing. It's not clear exactly how the physics work or what's going to kill you. You have to figure it out by trial and error. And you play as this guy who's kind of like wearing a Evel Knievel style jumpsuit. I think he's supposed to be a circus performer. And you're trying to get to the platform at the top of the level. And that itself took me a while to figure out like what is even supposed to be going on here. But there's something about the feel of this game, the way the jumping works and the gravity, that's actually quite well done for the time.
How about, this is the Odyssey, the complete adventure, but complete spelled in a sort of grognardy way.
Yeah, COMPLEAT adventure. This is one of the most epic games for the Apple II in the early years. I think this came out in 1980. It's kind of a proto-RPG. It's also an expedition game that I think anticipates some of Sid Meier's Pirates in some ways. The idea is that you're assembling a crew of people very slowly over time, and you're exploring this huge island, which is randomly generated, but on the same map. And you're trying to amass wealth and also find all sorts of unusual items. It's not clear what they're for, like monkeys and mirrors. You're just getting all of this stuff. And then halfway through the game, it turns out that what you're doing this for is to buy a ship. And then you get on the ship and suddenly you're in a completely different game where you're sailing around on the ocean, and it has a very detailed sailing simulation. It's also a little bit like Sid Meier's Pirates, right? Where you actually have to think about the wind and all of that. And it turns out that you're on this epic quest to defeat an evil wizard. And it kind of goes on and on. And it keeps kind of unfolding and origami outwards. Turns out that you need to have that monkey in order to face like a certain challenge in the final level.
Yeah, and that's it's such a good example, I think, of how like genre conventions don't exist yet for most of these games. Yeah. So that like elements that we are like, oh, this is like an RPG and this is like a simulation, this is like an adventure game, that would be weird if they were all mixed together now. Or those conventions don't exist yet. So they have all these kind of disparate elements, and it's
totally mixed together. Like the creator of this game was just like, and you know what else I'm going to put in? A sailing game. And you know what else I'm going to put in? It's a little bit like if one of those AAA games with way too many systems was just made by one person.
Amazing. And you'd also recommended Aztec and Montezuma's Revenge, which are two different but similar games.
Yeah, this one is Aztec, which is the earlier one. I think of this as maybe one of the granddaddies to like all the Tomb Raider games and to games like Spelunky. It's a randomly generated dungeon. Where you have a tall character, right? There's only 3 floors in this because the character is much taller than some of the later, like Spelunky or Montezuma's Revenge. You have like a short little Mario style guy, right? But this game it's unrelentingly difficult. It's quite random. You never know whether there's going to be a snake in that basket or a treasure. There are just a lot of different enemies to defeat, and you're racing against time to try and get to the bottom of this randomly generated tomb and recover the idol and bring it back out. It's a very nicely difficult game. It has terrible feel and terrible controls, but that's like part of the experience. Where you're kind of like you're trying to like see if you can not fall through the staircase and land on the alligator, especially because you can blow up the walls and stairs in this game. It's all destructible, which was kind of mind-blowing at the time.
Yeah, I remember like doing the thing where you're trying to crawl so that his hand is just over the edge of a ledge so that you can drop an explosive on an alligator who's 2 floors below me.
Right. And our last Apple II one was Ultima 4, which Bennett, this was your recommendation, is one that like especially you need to read the manual. This is the one to like kind of engage with all the extra material.
Yeah, I mean, to Jesse's point about the feelies, this came with a cloth map. It doesn't have to be cloth, of course. You could look at a JPEG. With a book of spells, which you were expected to read and memorize, and a book of monsters, and on top of that, an instruction manual. A lot of this game happens in your head. As you can see, there's not much room for text. There's not even much room for stats and numbers. But it's a game, it's maybe the first game to be interested in asking the player to make moral choices and to set up a kind of RPG style system of morality that is stood as like the most complex morality simulation well past the Bioshock days. It's got some kind of complicated 8 virtue system, and you're expected to try to live up to all of them, even though they conflict. It takes place in a big open world. There is a kind of a thin story, but a rich world to explore. And this game will give you a lot if you put in the effort to play it. Unfortunately, there's no real kind of modernization of this idea. So if you want to experience that kind of like morality simulation, like I'm saying, this is the game to go to.
That's the end of our Apple II. Our next platform is the Amiga, which I have a great little commercial for.
I am the Commodore Amiga 500 home computer. Dazzling animation at your command. I am the Commodore Amiga 500, a multitasking home office in your hand. I am the Commodore Amiga 500, total home video you control, and arcade quality games in stereo. And now, you can be everything I am.
Oddly intimidating commercial, I find, but a good signal. This is sort of a different period of time than this is a 16-bit computer, not an 8-bit. So it's like the kind of next generation. So a little bit more, I think, more accessible graphics at least to modern players. And so Ben, many of these are your recommendations. So we can just jump into these. I think your first was Cannon Fodder.
This is a British game. So, I mean, it's worth just touching briefly. You saw them advertising that as a business machine. The American company making the Amiga was like desperately keen not to be seen as making a gaming machine because of the Atari crash. They didn't want to lose all their investors, people who were worried about games at the time. But in Europe, of course, there were no consoles. So it was treated just as a gaming machine. So most of the important games, not all, but most of the important Amiga games come out of Europe. This is British. It's a satirical real-time war game. It's like squad-based combat. You control up to 5 or 6 little guys with the mouse, and it's very arcadey. It sort of controls a lot like League of Legends or something like that. You click to move them around. You right-click to shoot, and you have to kind of like tactically, I guess, break down these maps and kill all the enemies and complete the missions. But it has overlaid on it this kind of war is hell type thing, where all of your guys who die, they don't come back, and you have to see a memorial for them, and you see their gravestones every time you start a mission, and like you're trying to keep them alive, just like in Fire Emblem or something like that. They get upgraded over time. It's just it's fun, it's playable, it stands up. This is a good one.
And then Paradroid, or this is Paradroid 90, the Amiga version. Both you and Jesse did a podcast with Kanan
Rince. Yeah.
Rince. I was going to say Keenan Lynch, and I was like, no, that's a different thing. That's a different podcast. The Keenan Rince podcast, talking about there's a Commodore 64 version of this and an Amiga version, and it was in both of your recommendations. And so yeah, tell us a bit about Paradroid.
The Amiga version is much more playable, but it's not the original. I think to a modern audience, much more accessible. You're this little droid that is a paradroid in that it can't do anything, but it can take over other robots. And your job is to kill, I don't know why, but to kill every single robot on this giant spaceship. And you have to, the tactics of it is like, maybe I can more easily take over a weak service droid that carries cups on its head, but it doesn't have a very good gun, if any gun. So maybe I'll use that to get the Sentinel droid. So like a lot of these computer games from the 80s and 90s, it's sort of, because they couldn't pull off the highest frame rates and the best game feel, they tend to have more of a kind of a puzzle action characteristic to them. You're trying to solve the levels, a bit more like Hotline Miami or something like that, and less like just enjoying this kind of moment-to-moment combat like you would in a Japanese or American action game. So yeah, this is like perfect example of one of those.
And Speedball 2, this is one of my favorites of the system.
This is a future sports game. We still have people still making these now in the Steam and console era. but it's it's European handball played by people wearing armor, beating each other up. What I think is interesting about this game, apart from the fact it is just actually a fun, high frame rate, well-tuned action game. You can play 2 players is the best way to play it. It's a really great example of what I love about the Amiga, which is that it had this pixel art styles that fed through the Scandinavian demo scene and American graffiti art styles to produce this really kind of particular approach to color and shading. And I think it's really interesting, and it's something that people can and should and maybe already do borrow quite heavily from in modern indie games. This particular game is a prime example of how an Amiga game looks in my head.
And how about It Came from the Desert? This is one of my favorites.
This is what we thought interactive movies were going to be. We thought that, so this is a company called CinemaWare, an American company that was concerned with trying to make interactive movies. They're trying to make a B movie about giant ants that get mutated by a radioactive rock. It's like the way that they do it is that it's sort of a visual novel interspersed with action sequences that capture different things, like an ant attack, flying a plane, driving a car, having a knife fight at the drive-in. And they're trying to give you just a little taste of everything to get enough of a sense of time and place. It's really interesting, and it plays pretty well.
And as a result, it was kind of hard to get a good representative screenshot for a number of these games because all these different modes are so different. There's
it's not an FPS, but sometimes an ant will attack and you have to try to shoot it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And then our 2 last ones you recommended, Syndicate as well.
Syndicate is another squad-based tactics game. It's sort of Blade Runner sort of style. It's that isometric 3D that we were looking at from the 8-bit machines. This is Peter Molyneux's magnum opus, I guess. I really love this game. Every mission is a little bit different. Maybe you have to kind of capture a diplomat who's about to be limoed to a destination. And, it's just a very complicated simulation, but still plays really well.
This is one that a friend had when I was in school, and I was obsessed with going to their house to see the next mission for. And then 2 last ones, Clara. This was one of yours is Captain Blood, which is on a variety of systems, but I think the Amiga and Atari ST are sort of the home ones. Do you want to give us a little information about this one?
So Captain Blood is a French game, and I always say that it's very French. The music was composed by Jean-Michel Jarre, which was all the rage at the end of the 80s, and with this synthesizer music. But the interesting thing is that it's a game where you're exploring space. The galaxy is procedurally generated, so you don't play the same game twice. And you for your homes, you have to land into planets and talk to aliens and learn their language, and that's one of the most interesting things. You talk to the alien, you try to figure out what those symbols on the screen mean, and you learn how to communicate with them so they give the information.
This is one that I'm always recommending to students. It's like a weird, interesting system, and it's like off-putting but like fun and bizarre. It's an excellent one. Right. All right, and our next platform, I believe, is the MSX, and I have a region-appropriate commercial for us.
Para algunos, un ordenador familiar es así, o así, o así. Para Sony, un ordenador familiar es así, sencillo, práctico y útil, para ordenar, estudiar, trabajar, jugar y para aprender juntos toda la familia. Los ordenadores Hitbit son compatibles MSX y pueden crecer. Es un Sony.
So this was an international platform. So there were commercials for this in every region that it released. So I grabbed one from Spain, or according to YouTube.
I didn't remember this ad, but I guess that was the ad that we were sharing when I was a kid. Yeah. Well, the MSX was less a computer, more a computer standard.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of advancing the way that we have kind of like standards that different manufacturers can use. So Sony was making MSX computers, Toshiba was in Japan, but Philips and Pioneer in Europe were also making. Pioneer is European or Japanese, I don't know. But there were also European manufacturers making it. Like they were a bit all over the place, and they were following these standards. the same standard.
And so I think it's a really interesting one for modern American players, since unlike a lot of the systems we've seen that originated in America, even if they maybe had a bit bigger sales overseas, the MSX is one of the few computers that's like almost no American footprint. There are a few, I think there are a couple of developers, but it's mostly Europe and Asia where games are being made for this. So your first recommendation is a classic.
So most of the games that I'm recommending are Konami, because they are the ones that have withstood the passage of time, and some of them are versions of games that people might be familiar with already. But they were really different from the MSX. And the first one is, of course, I had to talk about Metal Gear. There's no Solid, just Metal Gear, 1987 for the MSX2. Yes, this is Kojima's first game as a lead that he actually inherited from somebody else. And what is interesting is that, first of all, if you've played the NES version, that's not the original. This is it. The story premise, is all there. But what is interesting, Kojima has talked about this, that it was the technical limitations of the MSX2 that led to the tactical espionage action, because they couldn't have a lot of enemies moving, they couldn't have a lot of bullets on the screen. So it was a game where it was better to just be stealthy and not be caught, because then it could not run. So that kind of like trying to adapt around the limitations of the platform is what created this stealth genre that now we all play. There was a sequel, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, that was only released for the MSX. It hasn't had any ports as far as I know. And then if you think about the Metal Gear Solid series, it was solid because it was going to be Metal Gear 3, like Cube, like a solid. So that's what the title comes from. But yes, like this is the origins of it, and it comes from the specific limitations of the MSX2.
And you also recommended another Kojima game.
Well, this is not, so this is Antarctic Adventure, which was from '83, is one of the early Konami games for the MSX. And this is basically a reskinned racing game. So instead of a car, you have a penguin. And instead of having all the cars, you have to dodge seals and cracks on the ice. And you have to go from A to B within a specific amount of time. You're going to visit all the international stations in Antarctica. And that's the game. The interesting part was the sequel, Penguin Adventure, which was Kojima's first game as an assistant. And that adds up a bunch of new mechanics. There are merchants, and you can buy items that can speed you up. You can fly over, the seals, and you can, like avoid obstacles. You can also get a gun for the penguin to kill enemies, apparently. And you're also fighting dinosaurs. So that's kind of, and the premise is that you have to find this golden apple to rescue, to heal the princess penguin. So it becomes like very weird. It also has an impossible ending where like you can only win if you pause a game once, not twice, no, never. And it's kind of part of that weirdness. But it's a game that's still very playable. But both of them are still, really fun and really engaging.
And you also recommended Vampire Killer, which is one. There's a lot of confusion around some of the Konami games that are on MSX and on Nintendo, because it's Castlevania, but it is also not at all Castlevania.
Exactly. Yeah. So Vampire Killer, one day I'll learn enough Japanese to try to justify that this is the original game, although it's probably not. There was the arcade version, and this was developed in parallel to Castlevania. It was what we could call now a launch title for the MSX2. It was released around the same time as the first MSX2 machines were available. And one thing that is different is that while the Castlevania for NES has scrolling levels, this has an open world. There's platforming, but the levels are really large. It's similar to Symphony of the Night, for example. That thing that now we associate with the Metroidvania, it was doing it early on, before even Castlevania figured it out. The only thing is that because of, again, technical limitations, you can only see one screen at a time of the large space. But that was one of the sign differences. The other is that it has some RPG elements, and that you can also find merchants. Konami had this space where merchants were in all the games, and you can buy items apart from finding them in the environment. But it was advancing things that you would see in later Castlevania games in '86.
And you also recommend a shoot 'em up, the first kind of explicitly arcade genre we've seen so far.
Yeah, and it's interesting because this was an exclusive title for MSX2, as far as I remember. There might have been other ports, but shooters were not great in the MSX precisely because of frame rate, precisely because you could not have as many sprites on screen as one would expect with a shooter game. This one is usually acknowledged. This is not a Konami game, by the way. The company was called Compile. And what is cool is that you start the game and there are these cutscenes that are like anime cutscenes. And it's, for the time, it's really, really spectacular. You have, being a protagonist and you're like kicking ass, fighting aliens. And it's also like, it's very smooth. This was towards the end of the life of the MSX2, like as a kind of like blooming platform. As Jesse was saying before, this was when people have figured out how to make the best out of the MSX2 graphics and how to do this. So it still plays really well. It's like really smooth and really, really cool.
Lastly, you recommended The Maze of Galliolus, which is a rare, it's a very influential one.
Yes, this is a sequel to a game called Nightmare with a K. That was also a thing in the 80s. This is a kind of open platform, had a huge map, kind of like Castlevania as well. And this also had, two protagonists who had different items, and they had access to the maze from different places. And it was really complex because it was platforming, it was, RPG elements, finding out items, using items in a specific way. Each character could not use the same items. There were things that one character was better at than the other. And it's been very influential in games like La Mulana, which was playing a direct homage to the Maze of Gallius.
Yeah, I think of it as it's a like Metroidvania sort of mold. This kind of like map you're exploring and backtracking and collecting items and very accessible to play today. I think it's really a lot of fun.
And full of secrets, right? There is a kind of aesthetics of secrets in games of this era that does not exist now in the YouTube era where everything is spoiled. So I think it's always interesting for people now to play games which are just packed full of like secrets or like even entire other games hidden within games. Something we used to love in the 80s that has almost died away completely.
And Ben, you had an MSX recommendation as well, which was Penguin Coon Wars.
Yeah.
This is one I just found.
Sorry, the one that I left out of my list. I chose it.
So this game, it's just two-player dodgeball, I guess, is really the design. You're trying to throw balls past the other person or hit them to stun them. But it's really just, it's fun in a way that makes it more accessible than nearly everything else on the MSX. And I find that when people get given this game to play, even contemporary players who didn't grow up with this kind of thing, they tend to love it. So yeah, definitely worth a play.
Okay, so then, so we'll take a look at the original Macintosh. And I have my short ad for.
Introducing Macintosh. It does all the things you'd expect a business computer to do. It does a lot of things you wouldn't expect a business computer to do. And it does some things no other business computer has
Goes
ever
on
done
for a while
before.
talking about all of its great business capabilities. But yeah, we're talking about the games on it. This is like a sort of like a lost history, the early games on the Macintosh, and like a lot of really great examples on this game and on the system, and so visually distinctive as well. Jesse had made the point about this like 1-bit kind of art style. It's just it's like there's a resurgence and interest in, and so it was worth taking a look at. Both Jesse and Ben, you'd recommended the Fool's Errand. This is just like a classic. Did either of you want to tell us about this?
It's just incredibly good. Like, you can play it today and it's just as good as it was, and it really uses every possible part of the game. Like, it is made by an artist. It is made by a person who does puppets and animation and like just a polymath, and who knows nothing about computer games and just puts all of their energy into making this like very perfect game where every aspect of it matters. And often you get stuck in a puzzle because you're like, well, that can't matter, and it does, and then you solve it.
I think it's really
it's
what we think of. Sorry, it's what we think of as an indie game. I think really importantly, and it's an indie game because he spent 25 years working on the sequel.
And you can only get it by paying the guy directly. There's no platform.
Ben, you'd also recommended Dark Castles when we've talked a lot about before.
This is the Macintosh's answer to Prince of Persia. It's, as far as I know, the first WASD and mouse game. So you aim the guy's throwing arm and throw rocks with the mouse, and you make him move around and run using WASD and space. It has action feel unlike any other game now in a way that contemporary students find almost impossible to deal with. But it's a beautiful game and just aesthetically has just a huge amount of style.
Yeah, it's one in the NYU Game Center library where we have a vintage Macintosh. Playing this on the original hardware, the art is like really just astoundingly good. I'm sure this will how this gets compressed will mush together a lot of pixels, but it's really really beautiful. And you also recommend Deja Vu. This like a Mac venture, I think is part of that series.
Yeah, so this series of Mac Venture games had the idea, well, you know, they've given us this nice API for making windows and dragging icons around, and like what if every part of the game is an icon that can be dragged by the mouse, and so your inventory is a window full of like little draggable icons that you can drag around inside of like containers and stuff, and then moving around you do from another little sub window, and that just gives it a very strange feel. It's like a noir detective story. You wake up not having any idea who you are, and you're trying to sort of unravel a mystery. Still playable now. I knew about this game in the 80s, but only played it a couple of years ago, and I played it through, and it stands up super well.
Mm. And Jesse, you'd recommended Inigo Gets Out. This is like a relatively deep cut, I think.
I mean, it was very influential because it was talked up by game designers and a big influence on Loom, right, which is a LucasArts game that had a very minimal UI by Brian Moriarty. And yeah, it's a hypercard game, right? It is an early hypercard. You can play it in about 3 minutes. It's very charming. You follow a little cat around and you click on things. And but yeah, I mean, it's sort of here to stand in for checking out hypercard in general, which was, you know, this very accessible, very flexible kind of system for people making their own games and database stacks and other, you know, pre-World Wide Webby kind of stuff. And yeah, there's Amanda Goodenough made several sequels to it. You can find those as well. They're all very, very charming. And yeah, certainly the most accessible games we've covered probably because you click on the cat and it does it.
Yeah, and the hypercard, I feel like there's been increasing interest in recently in preserving them and stuff like that. And yeah, so imaginative. The Manhole is the other great one by Random Robin Miller. Is like I was really surprised at just how like interesting and fun it is. Out of just pictures that have hotspots that you click on that lead to the pictures, like that's the only mechanic, but they get so much mileage out of it. And you'd also recommended Shufflepuck Cafe. This one is on a lot of other platforms, but the Macintosh one's like I think the original and best.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that distinguishes the Mac from all the other computers we've talked about is there's no joystick, right? I never have seen a joystick attached to a Mac. And so if you want to play action games, they'd either be keyboard and mouse like Dark Castle or just mouse, right? In Shufflepuck Cafe, it very much feels like a game designed to teach you how to use a mouse. You know, like it is about, in the same way that Breakout is about a paddle or Marble Madness is about a trackball, Shufflepuck is the pure mimesis of like, I move the mouse and the puck moves, and if I move the mouse fast, I hit the puck fast. It also has the animations are very charming. You face different aliens that each have different quirks. And I think the guy's name was Gene Portwood. He also worked on Carmen Sandiego. This is a Broderbund game. And he had a career like as a Disney animator in the 60s and 70s. And so, yeah, there's a very clear charm that comes through. The Amiga version is also good, but I think the Mac is probably the one to play.
Yeah, I think it's this opponent who starts out with like the best AI, but as he gets drunk, he gets really.
Every time he makes a shot, he
gets worse. Such a good mechanic. And you also were going to Hidden Agenda is one of my favorites as well.
Yeah, I think this is probably in the 80s class. I have students, you know, they write critical play reports every week. And I think this is the #1 game, honestly, in terms of just best reviewed, most consistently. Everyone who plays it really likes it and writes something interesting about it. And yeah, it's a fascinating game where you are the newly elected Democratic president of Chimerica, a fictional Central American country in the 80s. And it's kind of a mix of choose your adventure and sim. I mean, there's numbers in their systems, but you're talking to people and choosing. You have a bunch of advisors. You choose things based on that, and it really just does like you feel screwed from every direction. In a sense, like when you are playing this game, it really just gives you the sense of like there is no good answers to any of the stuff that I'm confronting, and how you deal with it, and also the idea that your advisors, you may tell them to do something, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do that thing because they may have a hidden agenda, and so certainly as compared to most sim games, which are much more solipsistic power fantasies in the sense of just like I control the city and I set this and I zone that and the things happen. This is actually in a lot of ways, even though it is rougher because it is more of a choose your own adventure kind of structure almost. But yeah, a really compelling game, really well researched, really interesting. And yeah, definitely you can play it on DOS, but the graphics look way better. They're mostly like still photos of people and stuff like that, and they just look way better on the Mac.
Mm. And you also recommended Chris Crawford's Balance of Power.
Yeah, I mean, as crossword games go, I might even say Siboot, but this does feel like the one to check out. And it also has an entire book he wrote about the underpinnings and assumptions behind the systems. So if you're kind of interested in looking at these from a more academic or like kind of diving into it, like this is an incredibly rich text. And it's essentially, yeah, very much a game designed around the Mac UI, the drag and drop windows. It was kind of a big hit. It got a very intellectual New York Times article about it as, you know, a game for adults. And it's not the most exciting thing in the world because you are just kind of looking at a lot of charts and like kind of sussing things out. But it is a game where you're either the US or the USSR. You're trying to basically maintain your prestige without going through DEFCON 1 and nuclear war, in which case it gives you a screen where Chris Crawford chastises you and says you're not going to get a fun graphic of people blowing up because you failed.
Yeah, it's a really
very interesting
one, in that it looks like a war strategy game. Like it has the maps, it has all the things that you associate with a war strategy game. But like war is the lose state in this. It's like a diplomacy game.
Well, I mean, it's a war game. It's just a soft war game,
right?
So there's insurgencies and foreign military aid and threats and brinksmanship. But the nukes make a difference.
Yeah. All right. Well, and that brings us to the end of our whirlwind tour of a couple of different systems. So like I mentioned, I've got a website where we put on all of our recommendations, so it would be easier to access there. But yeah, I think it's like a great kind of place to start for a lot of these different systems and seeing kind of these game design streams that are not around today. So yeah, thank you all so much for your time and your recommendations. Yeah, thanks so much for your time. I guess we'll see you later. It's weird because we're pre-recording this, so it feels like but we'll see you all later.
Bye. Bye, everybody.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Love Dies, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we wanted to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan, Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
Come get some!
Is this all you got? Come get some! Is this all you got?
Hello, PAX Online. Welcome to our panel today. We are happy to be hosting Session 0 Critical Conversations. My name is Elizabeth Kilmer. I am a clinical psychologist and the Director of Education and Training for Game to Grow. Game to Grow is a 501c3 nonprofit where we use games of all kinds to promote educational, personal, and community growth. We are best known for our tabletop role-playing games using Dungeons & Dragons that are therapeutic social skills groups, but we also run groups kind of across the age spectrum. We also offer individual counseling, and we are launching a comprehensive training program for therapeutic GMs that will kick off on October 3rd. If you have any questions about that or you'd like to join our mailing list, I would invite you to check out www.gametogrow.org. I'm going to let my amazing panelists introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, my name is Bhavika Parmar. I'm a national certified counselor and I'm a licensed professional counselor intern supervised by Beth Coles. I currently work at a private practice called Uplift Counseling Services in Allen, Texas, which is where I work with kiddos and teens. And then I also work for a nonprofit called Chetna, which is where I serve as a domestic violence counselor, and I specifically work with the South Asian population at this nonprofit.
Very cool. My name is Shauna Spain. You can find me online with the handle like7spoon. The number is spelled out. I am not a clinician at all, but I do run a bunch of games. I'm currently running 3 campaigns, 2 of which are streamed. I'm a player in a couple of others, and then I run these one-shots where I introduce new players to Dungeons & Dragons. I'm also doing a weird storytelling experiment on Sundays because I like D&D.
Yeah.
I am disabled. I am autistic and an ambulatory wheelchair user. I am normally accompanied by a service animal, which you don't get to see today because we're talking on the line.
Absolutely. Thank you for those.
Also,
more things.
I am the Game to Grow volunteer coordinator.
You are the Game to Grow volunteer coordinator and
You're
our
very
unofficial but amazing tech support for through all of these things. So thank you so much for coming today, y'all. Today what we're going to be talking about is Session 0. We're going to be talking about what is a Session 0, what content is covered in a Session 0, what the heck are safety tools, and why would you need them in a game. We're also going to talk a little bit about how that looks differently for different populations in different kinds of settings. So all 3 of us run games, but we run games in different places so that the way that we use these tools are going to look a little bit different. Quick disclaimer before we start, we're not teaching you to be therapists. We're just not. Don't therapize your friends. If you want to come to a training on how to run these groups, we offer those at Game to Grow. You should come to one of those. But this does not give you any kind of permission to go therapize your friends. However, you can use a lot of the tools that we're going to be talking about today to communicate better with your party, to communicate better with the people around your table, to make sure that you are actually all on the same page so that you want to keep playing games with each other. So as we kind of kick that off, my first question for y'all, we're going to do kind of a roundtable thing, is what is a Session 0?
So, for me, a Session 0 is what happens before the party actually starts to do anything. And so you can do all kinds of things in the Session 0. Like often if you talk to other GMs that don't know what a Session 0 is, but you say, well, did you sit down with your players and figure out like what they were all playing together? Like, did you do that all at the same time and maybe work in a little bit of like, maybe some of them knew each other ahead of time and like work out some of the secrets you wanted to sprinkle through. And they go, yeah, I did that. It's like, cool, that's part of your Session 0. What I tend to do with it is to lay down a lot of the ground rules. So in my games, I'm a storytelling GM, so I like to do collaborative storytelling. I'm not out to get my players, which often shocks them. And I don't appreciate them being out to get me. And so I lay that out. I also don't memorize the rule books. I've had people bow out of my campaigns because that's not the game for them. They wanted combat-heavy games, and I don't run combat-heavy games. They wanted all of the rules as written. I don't run my games like that. And it's better to find that out in a Session 0 than to be 30 sessions in and be like, why am I miserable? I don't like being miserable. I'm supposed to be doing this for fun. And then hating somebody. That's the worst. So get it out there at the beginning.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think with session 0, oftentimes our main goal is to get on the same page, right? Because the idea is you want to outline like what is the purpose of this game. Maybe the purpose is having fun. Maybe the purpose is relaxing. Maybe the purpose is like flexing our storytelling muscles. Maybe the purpose is like I just want to fight things all the time. Maybe that purpose is therapeutic. Maybe it's around social skills. Maybe it's around identity development. Maybe it is around dealing with kind of past trauma or anxiety or depression. But if you and your players are not on the same page, it's going to be very, very challenging to to meet any of your goals.
I had somebody come to me and they were like, I want to play an ADHD character. And I said, what about, why? What about that makes sense to you? And they were like, well, I might have ADHD and I kind of want to play through that. And I was like, awesome. I'm not a therapist. I'm not going to diagnose you with ADHD. If you can tell me some mechanics that you want to use that for flavor, but if you just want to say squirrel all the time, like, what does this look like? And if we hadn't had that conversation, it would have gotten really awkward, you know? And I set aside time in the session 0s to talk about that. I talk about how nobody that attacks you is going to have gone insane due to some physical trauma that left them crippled. I will not be doing that in my game. I would appreciate it if you don't do that either. It protects people, you know. It keeps situations from happening. Another thing I do is orcs are not inherently bad. I don't take entire races of people and make them evil. That doesn't work in my world. And I was in a session 0 very recently, and somebody had to change their backstory. But because I'd explained why, right? Like I don't appreciate the racial divides in real life, and I certainly don't want it in my game. And there's no real reason for it. It doesn't take the fun out. So I was able to work with that player on figuring out a way that entire race of people hadn't, wasn't her opposition. It was more of a we found a better storyline where, I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was a group of orcs, but it wasn't the entire race. It was just this one, group of 4 orcs or something like that. That's another thing that would have been good, because if we'd gotten 10 sessions in and then she revealed her dark past, and it would have been really hard for me to be like, nope, session 10, like, no, I don't like it. It's not fun.
Absolutely. So it sounds like, Jonah, you do like a session 0, which is that like all of the players in one place at one time? Like this is officially like this is the session that we have before session 1. Do you meet one-on-one with your players? What does that look like?
It depends. So right now we're all online, and so I recently started up a game during COVID, and we streamed that, I think we streamed the session 0. I think.
Is this the game I was in? Because yes, we did.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's right. I did it on purpose so I could point at it. Yes, I did stream a live session 0. But I also use Discord heavily. So I've got private channels with each of my characters, and I was able to use those, each of my players, I was able to use those to ask certain questions about their characters, and to have back channels. So if somebody is like, if I give a note to somebody, I'm like, do you read it to the party? And they're like, no, I keep it to myself. I send it to them in a back channel. But it also gives me a place to be like somebody picked up a turtle recently, and they were like, I wanted to like have actions and things, and I was like, well, let's talk about that. So instead of doing that at the table, I was able to do that more offline. So that can be helpful. I've had players come to me and be like, I just need to talk at you for an hour. It's like, great. It depends on what the player needs. If the player wants to write you a novel and that doesn't work for you, maybe in the session 0 being like, I love your novel. It's amazing, but it doesn't work for me. Can you give me some bite sizes? That's where you end up compromising. But yeah, I try to get everybody together at least once before the session starts to prove that that's the time we're all going to meet every week.
Mm-hmm.
Every week we're going to meet at this time, and to let everybody get to know each other, because it's very rare that I put a group together that everybody knows each other.
Okay. So it sounds like an alternate goal of a session 0 for you is making sure that like everyone is actually capable of showing up at the time intended.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah. So Bhavika, I think you and I might do at least our therapeutic session 0s a little bit more the same, where they might not look exactly like the traditional, this is where we're meeting for an hour or 2 hours. Can you tell me a little bit about that? What that looks like for you?
So for me, specifically, I have done it obviously in nonprofit, and then currently the last session I've run, last group I've run was in private practice. So yes, we do have a set time. We have all these specific days that we're going to meet. So everyone is supposed to show up. and then that's the first time that we all meet. That's everyone getting on the same page, making sure everyone's on the same page at least. And what I've done specifically is I give them an overview, very quick overview, but not go so much into detail, and then get started with the character building. And then what we also have done is, though we're in a group setting, I'll individually meet with everybody just to get an idea of where everyone's at. So that's kind of my starting point.
Absolutely. I know that for my therapeutic groups, typically what I will do, whether that is with adults or with kids or with adolescents, there'll be some kind of an intake process, which means that like I'm meeting with that person one-on-one for them to have an understanding of what this is, what they're agreeing to, what we're getting into. A lot of times when we have players coming into therapeutic groups, there's a really wide range of experience. I'll have players who not only have never heard of or experienced D&D, but fantasy might not be something that they've engaged in. They might not engage in any kind of video games or board games like that. That might be a pretty foreign world for them. And so really kind of reinforcing that like you don't have to have any experience to be in my groups. I may also have players who have been playing D&D for longer than I was alive. And so we have to have conversations about like what kind of GM am I? What edition are we playing? What does that look like around the table?
Whether they hate it or not.
Exactly. And so oftentimes that will happen as like as a one-on-one kind of conversation. We'll talk a little bit about character building as well. I run my players through a modified character creation. I'll basically give them a menu of options, and then I will create the character for them, unless they want to create their own character, in which case they can. But then when we meet as a group, I will start people with playing. I find that especially with newer players, it is really hard to talk about what you want in a game and what you don't want in a game and what you feel comfortable with and you don't feel comfortable with if you've never played. Even if you have some experience with video games, right? Like D&D, if you can like imagine it in your head, you can at least try and make it happen in the world. And that can create this giant kind of scary sandbox.
I usually address that in my session zeros too. I tell people like, I don't expect you to have all the answers. And if I ask you how you do something and you give me a blank stare, I'll probably say something like, do you think your character would do this or this? And that's not to tell you how to play your character. It's to give you some options. And if you don't like any of those options, but you can think of a third option, then tell me the third option. It's, you don't have to pick A or B, pick C, pick Z. I don't care. And if you're like, I don't know, I just don't know, I'll come back to you. That's part of this. You're still going to be involved even if you don't have the answer right then. That kind of thing.
So we've talked a little bit about kind of talking about how you GM, right? So how are you as a game master? What kind of game are you playing? Is this going to be a combat heavy game? Is this going to be an intrigue heavy game? Is this going to be a puzzle heavy game? When you're meeting, what the expectations are around that. Are there any other things that you think are really important topics that you would consider like session zero content, whether you cover them in a session zero, whether you cover them in an outside setting?
We do like a yes/no list. So it's so I reach out to all of my players ahead of time to be like, are you available on this day at this time every week forever? Do you want to play D&D with me? I'm a storytelling GM. Cool. Everybody agrees. I'm going to ask you for a private yes/no list, and then I'm going to smash it all together because everybody gives me one, and then we're going to all agree on it as a party. And the yes/no list is things you want in the game and things you don't want in the game. So an example of things you want in the game is I would like there to be queens instead of kings. Cool. Things you don't want in the game, entire races of people being evil, stuff like that. And I include my own stuff in there that I don't want to do. And when we agree on it as a group, that means the group is acknowledged that we're going to avoid doing something that would be upsetting to somebody. And that's something I always do in a session zero, and I regularly update it as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think what I've started to do, well, I've been doing it, I should say, is assessments, having some form of a simple assessment and a questionnaire, just to get some insight beforehand, right? Before they really delve into the adventure to see where their mindset is. And then, once we're towards the end, wrapping up the group itself and then having a post questionnaire, to see what's changed. So I found that to be really helpful. Just getting to see where are they coming from, what is their perspective on all of this, and what do they hope to gain. That's something that's been really important and helpful.
Absolutely. I think especially for therapeutic games of any kind, right? If this is a therapy, if you're engaging in mental health treatment, you probably have some goals. Those goals don't necessarily have to be really well formulated. You don't have to go in. Oftentimes people will say, I want to feel better, or I want to communicate better, or I want to like stop being angry all the time. But you should be able to work with whoever your provider is to talk about what those goals can be generally. For kids, sometimes they may not have explicit goals, but their parents or guardians might have goals, or might be able to talk about some things that have been challenging, right? Maybe they're having a really hard time getting along in school. Maybe they're having a really hard time concentrating. Maybe they're having a hard time making friends. Maybe they're getting bullied. And so having an understanding of both the general goals of your group as well as the individuals can be really, really beneficial as you're thinking through and planning out your games. On the like social fun side of it, I'm not going to therapize my friends. I'm not going to do that. It's sounds awful and is also unethical on so many levels. But I still want to have an understanding of what people are trying to get out of the game. So I'm not going to give someone an assessment to figure out like what anxiety and depression symptoms they're popping on. But I may ask them questions about what they're hoping to get out of the game, how long they're hoping to play. Shona, I know that you did this with a game I was in. Part of our kind of session zero was like, hey, we're going to play through this adventure. And then at the end of that adventure, we're going to decide if we want to keep going. And we're going to decide if that's something that we want, if it's something that we're able to do because of our schedule. So I think setting the stage, and you did this you did a really, really good job of this, of we may get to the end of this adventure and you might want to continue, but your life doesn't let you. And that's okay. And so setting the expectations around things like that, like what is the length of this campaign, is something that can be really valuable for your players. And that's something you're also going to do in treatment, right? If this is a 10-week session, but you have the option to extend that, it's important for people to know at the outset, to have an idea. And a lot of this revolves around consent, right? We want people to have informed consent, which means I am actually aware of what I'm agreeing to. If I start this game thinking that it's going to be, combat light and role play heavy, and it is the opposite of that, and I have a really bad time, that doesn't mean I'm being a bad player. That means that there was a miscommunication. Exactly. And so it's really important to kind of talk about that, especially because you're often... Go ahead.
No, you finish.
Yeah. So you're often playing games with your friends. You do not want a D&D campaign to destroy your friendships.
No. So one of the things that I think you bring up there is, if I may, is you got to set up lines of communication. If a player has feedback for you, you want that right away. You don't want to wait until the next time the GM decides to do another session check-in. And so I try to, in the session zero, set up like, if you have a problem with something I'm doing, can't read your face, autistic, so write it down or get me on the phone. Please share that. I'll know you're trying to be objective, and I'll try not to take it personally, and I'll make changes. I also encourage them to talk to each other, so they have their own PC channel that I'm not privy to usually, which I just realized I have to recreate. Yeah. And then they can talk amongst themselves. That means that they have a safe place to talk to each other. I also encourage smaller subsets of the groups when they come up via play, as like, maybe you two should talk about that offline. But I always try and give an avenue of feedback, right? Like you pick away. You can send me an email. I'll make sure I sync with you every 2 weeks, something, so that there's always a check-in. That one I've always done, but there are other things that, I've learned, right? Like session zero, my very first campaign didn't have a session zero. I didn't know what it was at the time. I cobbled it together for my second game when I first started hearing about it. But I think that's an important thing to acknowledge as well, is yes, this is a good recording. Watch this, good tips. But we're all learning this too, and we're gonna keep learning this. I think I'm looking forward to. I learn something every time I talk to y'all about this kind of thing.
And it's something that is it's gonna be different depending on the group that you're in, right?
That's true.
I would say like the biggest mistake that I hear about when we're having these conversations with people, or the biggest like pitfall people can fall into, is like, oh well, I've been playing games with my friends for years, and I know these people really well, so it'll be fine. right? But if you are great at communication, like that's awesome. I'm great at communication. My husband is also a psychologist. Our degrees are literally in communication. Does that mean that we're always the best at communicating with each other? No, it does not. So even the best of us kind of need, it's really helpful to have a framework to set those expectations of like, what happens when I do get really pissed off, or I do get really sad, or I do get really frustrated, or like, we're going to talk about troubleshooting in a minute here. Like, having an understanding about like what are the correct channels to go through can be really helpful. It does not have to be this like contract that you and your friends all sign. Yeah. It can be, but it doesn't have to be.
No, and I think it's important that if you've got somebody that definitely needs rules, give them rules. Like if in a session 0 they're like, just tell me what to do, tell them what to do, and try and foster, you know, some where they can make some decisions. But I don't know how to say this. If your party is all friends offline and they all have a fight right before they show up at your table, that can lead to some very interesting gameplay, which isn't always super fun. And then it becomes your responsibility somehow as a GM to mitigate that, which I think leads us into the how to triage stuff. Or
should we jump into some troubleshooting questions?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Let's jump into this. So like, these are some questions that I have pulled from kind of other trainings that we've done, as well as panels that have addressed these kinds of topics in the past. So the first one, which I think has to do with, it's like, I'm pretty sure my players are really mad at each other, but like no one's copping to the fact that they're mad at each other. Like, what the heck do I do with that? Like, we set up this whole great session 0, and we said that we were going to talk when we were mad at each other, but now everybody is mad and nobody's talking about it. What do you do?
Well, I've been doing a lot of the talking, so I'm going to make it easy.
I'm trying to think back. I think there was a particular session that we had, Elizabeth.
Are you talking about the divining rod session?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking back to that one. So I think from what I recall, it's just like confronting it, right? Confronting the issue and just bringing it up and let's talk about it.
Yeah, so we did it, and again, this was a therapeutic game that we were running together. So I would not necessarily recommend that you do this with your friends. But we had, it was a group of girls that every time they would start getting frustrated with each other, they would just like split the party. They were like, oh, I'm mad at you, so I just won't talk to or interact with you, and that will fix the problem, right? Spoiler alert, it doesn't fix the problem.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
But I wasn't just going to say like, oh man, y'all have to like fix it, because that's the antithesis of everything I am as a therapist. So what we did was we, narratively, Bavika and I worked together to create this divining rod, where they were looking for these magical pieces of this magical staff that had been broken apart and hidden by a wizard. But he had this magical divining rod. It was this stick that could like basically magically sniff out the pieces of the rod, but there was only one of them. And so like they couldn't make any forward progress in the story unless they worked together.
Yeah.
And so what that meant was they were together, and then they got more and more frustrated with each other until one of them was willing to say that out loud. Now, the reason I wouldn't necessarily recommend this for a friend game, right, is when adults get more and more mad at each other and then explode, and they're just friends, and there's not this contract that we're going to sit down and we're going to talk about our feelings, and sometimes this is going to be hard, right? Like, again, we're thinking back to the purpose, right? The purpose for me was not to sit down. I wanted them to realize that like just trying to split up or just not talking about it is not actually going to fix the problem. Yeah. And I knew these kids well enough where I understood the cues that they were giving me in terms of their ability to tolerate the distress that they were under, right? So I was able to modulate what was happening in the environment, consistent with the verbal and nonverbal cues they were giving me about how okay they were doing. I also had a co-DM where if we needed to like have someone step out because they needed a couple of seconds,
Yeah.
I had another therapist in the room with me. I also was able to use, Bavika was playing an NPC at the time, and so her character was able to model things, right? Her character was able to ask questions about what was going on and stuff like that, and so we were able to kind of address that. But that's something, again, that was part of a specific therapeutic intervention. It's not what I would have done with my friends.
Okay, so I am not a therapist. When this happens at my table, it depends on the people, and also depends on if I notice, because as aforementioned, autistic, and so I don't always tell when people get angry at each other. And in fact, recently, 2 of my players, the characters wailed on each other. They got into a huge fight, and one of them almost died, and I basically spent the entire time being like, I trust them both, I trust them both, I trust them both, I trust them both. And then as soon as we were done with the session, I was like, are you guys okay? But I could do that with them. There have been times where it came to my attention that some players were mad at each other, not the characters. And I realized a good tool to use would be to, if any player ever plays their character angry or upset, it's worth setting up the habit of pinging them afterward, or even on a break. Like if a player plays somebody like super upset, let's do a bio break, and then I'll ping them and I'll be like, how you doing? Is this good? And I'm specifically looking for, is the player upset or is the character upset? And is the player okay with the character being upset, or do I need to fix this? And once I have that set up as a habit, then you get a bunch of false positives, right? So they'll act upset, and I'll ping and be like, how we doing? And they'll be like, no, I'm good. The character's upset, but I'm enjoying playing a character upset. Cool, great. Let me know if that changes. Because I've set that up, when they're actually upset, when the player's upset, and I ping them and I go, hey, you upset? And they're like, I am upset. Be like, great. I've already set up the mechanic that I'm going to help them with this. Because so it's not a guessing game for me. Every time somebody starts yelling in a game, I get to ask if they're okay. I don't know if that tool works for everybody, but any autistic GMs out there, try it. It helps.
Well, and I think having that... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. The other thing I want to say is I've been noticing lately that some people have been asking me, like, to be a GM, do I have to be good at people? Do I have to solve conflicts? Do I have to resolve adults fighting, like in real life? Is that my job? What if I don't want to do that? What if I just want to tell a cool story? And what I've told those people is, if you think you're walking into a group where they're going to get into a lot of fights, maybe don't run that group. If this is something that really concerns you, what I would recommend is setting up a very strong expectations at the beginning. That expectation being, I'm not going to be able to solve problems for y'all in real life if you get into a fight. And if you can find a group that would be willing to let you play like that, you will. There would definitely be. When that comes up, if they're fighting in real life, you can be like, folks, I notice you're doing this. We don't have the tools to handle it at this table. How about we take a break? Maybe y'all go talk about it, and you can come at it from a different angle where it isn't your exact, responsibility. I think it's important to not let that fester at the table, but if you're not up for the confrontation, you can mitigate that by setting up the expectations before any confrontation is necessary, that's not something that you'll get involved in. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I think you also bring up a really good point. Like, I think oftentimes the GM becomes responsible for the whole group. And while that absolutely is going to be true in therapeutic games, like, I am the therapist in the room, I am responsible for what's happening in that room at that time. It is okay, right, when you're setting boundaries, and I'm going to ask y'all kind of what are some of the boundaries that you maybe set as a GM, both personal and professional. It is okay to say, like, this is what I see as my responsibility as a GM. This is what I see as not my responsibility as the GM. It's my responsibility as the GM to, for example, when I GM games for friends, it is my responsibility to, like, set up the story, to talk to you about characters. If you don't understand how characters work, then I can help you build them. But, like, if you're someone who's played a lot, like, you are responsible for the maintenance of your character. You're responsible for updating your character sheet. You're responsible for bringing that to the table. You're responsible for keeping notes if you want them, because I'm not going to remember what magical items I gave you. And if they're not on your sheet, then they don't exist anymore, right? So those are some boundaries that I can set. Obviously, for the therapeutic games, I generally manage my character sheet, but for games for friends, I don't. Part of that conversation can also be, like, as the GM, Are you the one who's responsible for setting the time? Are you the one who's responsible for rescheduling if someone cancels? Or is that someone else's job in the group? Are you responsible for snacks? Are you responsible for hosting? I realize that we're not doing anything in person right now. Are you
there are many GMs that are doing this whole like everybody's going to order the same snack on the day of. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's still relevant.
And also questions like, okay, are you meeting through Discord? Who's responsible for that? If you're a GM who likes to be responsible for all of the things and you want that kind of control at your table, that's awesome. You're going to find players who love that and just want to show up at a table. I am definitely one of those players. But if you say, you know what, I want to get into GMing, but I don't think that I want the responsibility of 5 or 4 other or 6 other adult human beings, that's okay. You should be able to say, it's not my responsibility to deal with conflict. I will say that it's happening and I will tell you that I am uncomfortable and I will ask you to handle it like adults.
Yeah, I think that's really fair.
So what are some of the boundaries that y'all set as GMs, either therapeutic GMs or for fun social games?
One of the things I set is I can't tell when people get angry. So if you're mad about something and you don't feel like you can talk to me about it, then we have a problem. You have to be able to tell me that you're upset, because I will literally never know and it'll just get worse. Just don't do it. I have had players say that I don't want to play with you, and I've said that's great, that's fine. Another boundary that I set is nobody's allowed to yell at me in real life. That takes all my spoons, and I don't like it. Another boundary that I set is if you're going to be late, you have to tell me, because it freaks me out when people don't show up to a session. I had somebody not show up for an entire session once, and I spent the entire session convinced they had died. I disasterized, so that's another boundary I set. I do a lot of the storytelling stuff. I don't usually, if somebody's like, I want to play an evil character, then I have a conversation with them about what evil is. I actually had that conversation earlier today with a new character, a new player. I don't put up with harassment of any kind. If you're joining this game so that you can go beat up a specific class of person that you want to imagine for yourself in this game, I'm not playing that game. If you want to use this as a place to get out some anger, right? Like if you're going to come to the session angry and you want to play angry, I'd like to know ahead of time, because I'll give you stuff to punch. I'll totally do it. But if you show up, you don't tell me these things, and you're going to spend a session tiptoeing around social situations, and that's what I expect the group to want to do, and you want to punch people, it's helpful to me to know that ahead of time. So I usually do a check-in with my group to see how everyone's doing, and they know that I'll do this. I stream, or I run my games the same day every week at the same time. And if we can't do that time that week, then we don't play that week. And it's not a mean thing. It's I have to have a schedule, or I get really unbalanced equilibrium-wise. So that sounds like a lot of rules, and I have like a billion more. So now I'm wondering if maybe I have too many rules.
Well, it sounds like you've already talked about how you're someone who does really, really well with structure, right?
I do.
And so that's part of the kind of GM that you are, right? And I will say that as someone who's played in your campaigns, I am less structured than you are, but it's really nice to have that structure to fall back on, because it's always there if I need it, right? What is happening and how things are going to go is very predictable, but it's not constraining.
I always get consent for that too. And I've had players come to me after they've consented and been like, I don't like that we play the same day every week. Can we change it up? And I investigate that as a conversation of like, does that time just not work for you? Or do you just want chaos in your damn life? And if they're like, I need the chaos, be like, cool, I can help you find another game.
What about you, Viveka? Are there any boundaries that you set either as a therapeutic GM or as a player GM for social games?
So I'll start with, because I've had the opportunity to just play for fun, I prefer not having any responsibilities. But I like the structure. I like to just sit back and not worry about anything else. But obviously, when you're facilitating in a therapeutic setting, it's different. So at that point, there's quite a bit of responsibility. For me, organization is a big deal. Having structure in place, being really focused on time, that's a very big deal. One of the other things that I take very seriously is ground rules. So being able to have, from the start, that look, respect is very important. What does that look like? Kind of doing a little bit of psychoeducation regarding ground rules. Chances are the kiddos, and the chances are like kiddos, they're going to talk over each other, but they're going to learn through that process, right? If it's not me, usually the other peers might point it out like, hey, you're talking over that person or something along those lines. So ground rules, also being able to have, it's a therapeutic setting. So it's a safe place for people. So having that in place for clients, and obviously having a space for myself too. If I need like a minute to myself, if I find myself getting a little frustrated or something's coming up for me, what I've started to do is I'll give them a puzzle or a riddle to work on. And that's going to be a little time for me to just stay quiet and just observe. So that's been really helpful. That's the beauty of this game. Like you can just throw in things for them to do and you can kind of just take a step back for a little bit. So that's been really important, setting that type of boundary. And then also having a boundary in the sense when it comes to communication, that there's a way to communicate with one another, especially me being the therapist. I'm not a friend or someone you can just like talk to a specific way. So making sure that they understand that too. And ensuring and letting them know that this is their safe place. And if they need to talk or pull me over to the side, that it's possible as well. So those are some of the things that I've kind of put into place.
How about you, Elizabeth?
For me, I think I've talked about this a little bit, but like having clear guidelines around like communication. I don't do sex in my games. I don't. I don't want to. You can. That's cool. Yeah. I think that clear communication, those clear expectations around like what is going to happen. And the way that I really like to think about this is session 0 and the safety tools, like, and I say session 0, like all of the like general safety tools and stuff that we're talking about. In an ideal world, you're going to set them up, you're going to set it, and you're going to forget about it. Not forget about it as in don't use it, but it is, I realize that we keep talking about like more and more rules and things that you should be adding to your game, but it doesn't create this unwieldy game. The idea is that it actually creates this really, really strong foundation, right? It's almost like the stage manager and all of the tech hands that are running around behind a show so that the show itself gets to be big and exciting and awesome. And if you want to have a really cool, really long running Broadway show, you have so many people that are doing the behind the scenes stuff. Every time you want to add like live fire on the stage or something that rotates or something that dances, you've got to have more support for that. And I think about that in the same way in terms of games, right? If you want to start doing things like really graphic violence, or you want to handle sex, or you want to handle other topics that might make people really uncomfortable, you can do that if you have the right support and you have the right consent, right? Which means that like someone can say, you know what? Yeah, I'm okay with like really graphic death, or I'm terrified of spiders, but I am okay with them in this game. But you have to be able to have the ability to step back from that. So that's where safety tools like X cards come in. So people do X cards different ways. It's just one example of safety tools where it might be something where you literally like make an X. You might have a card that you flip over on the table. You can do other things virtually, but it basically says like, depends on what it says, depends on the game that you're in, but it might mean I'm going to take a step back, or I need the topic to change immediately, or I need this to look differently. I need us to take a break. So setting that then allows you to push some of those boundaries if you want to try something that might be outside of people's comfort zones. Are there any other safety tools that y'all use?
Well, I think I'm really glad you brought that up because I realized I left it off mine. But the safety tools are really important, and I set it up even when I've said I'm not going to do any of the tricky stuff, because I don't always know what might be tricky for some people.
And your players might not either. They might be like, "Oh, I'm fine with this," and all of a sudden we're in the middle of this, and I'm not fine with this anymore.
If they're not fine with it, yeah. So I also, because we're doing this all online, what I'll do is I set up private channels with each of them. And I pay attention to the channels. And if anybody has and needs a break of any kind, like I have to let the dog out all the way up to I have to go cry in a corner, they have a way to do that, either in a way that they feel comfortable. And then the way that I respect that is I tell, if we're streaming, or if it doesn't matter where we are, I say, we're going to do a bio break. And then I ping the person, I'm like, how much time do you need? And if they can't tell me, I'll be like, cool, I'm going to give you 15, I'll check back in. And if they're like, yeah, I need the night, I'll be like, cool, you're going to drop off. And I'm going to go back and say, hey, so-and-so had to drop off. We're going to keep going. I'm just going to pilot their character. And I set that up with them ahead of time so that it's not suddenly in this crisis mode where I'm getting panicked messages from somebody being like, I hate it. Or somebody in the middle of a session being like, I'm out, and running away. Like, you set that up ahead of time. I think that's important. It can be simple. It can be a card. It could be a channel. It could be a secret phone number. It could be a safe word. It could be anything you want that you agree on together.
You agree on.
Yes. I've actually done something similar. What I've started to do is I keep sticky notes with me, and I'll give them out during the beginning before we even start the adventure. I'll always, every session, I'll give them a stack of like sticky notes to the kiddos. And if they have something they want to say to me and they just don't want to like say it out loud, write it down and just pass the sticky note over to me. So I'm in the loop of what's going on with them. They might not always feel comfortable saying, hey, I need to talk to you right now. Can we just like pause for a second? So I think being able to have a sticky note and just being able to have that form of communication helps. And there are times when we do take a break halfway through. If they want to step aside and talk at that point, then it's fine. But something simple like sticky notes has been really helpful so far.
I love that. Yeah, with our online games, the platform we do our Game to Grow games through allows for private chatting as well, and so people can chat, like people can message me directly if they need something, or there's something they're not comfortable with, which I think is really important. Having those, and then also having it normalized, right? Because if you have an X card, but no one has ever used an X card, and you're worried that using an X card is going to ruin everyone else's game, you're not going to use that unless you are like way beyond not okay.
Right. Which is not what you want. Yeah, I normalize it a bunch. I usually go over it in session zeros too, to be like, people have done this. I have done this. This is what it looked like. There was no terrible big bad. We were able to get through it together. That's why we use this. If you have suggestions, please let me know.
And you're going back to those goals of, right, like our goals are to get together to have fun. These safety tools are not because people are just like weak, vulnerable snowflakes. These safety tools are because we are all adults or we are kids and we want to be able to get together and have a good time. And we're going to get to be more creative and silly and ridiculous and engaged in this like immersive story building world if we feel safe and comfortable. If I know, right? Because if I want to do something that is wild and ridiculous, I want to make sure that everybody else around the table is either going to feel comfortable with that, or they're going to tell me when they're not. Because otherwise I might do less cool stuff because I'm worried it might hurt somebody. And that's not good for anybody.
Frankly, I like playing in D&D more because there are all of these like agreements that people will tell me if they're upset. And I don't get that in real life, and it's kind of frustrating. So I play a lot of D&D.
We talk about like one of the most I don't know, there's so many valuable things about this season intervention. I can talk about it all day long. But one of the things that it can be really, really helpful for is creating this environment that is very much a social environment, but is also a more structured environment than just like meeting at a restaurant or a bar with someone, or just like trying to make friends, whatever that looks like. Having unstructured social interactions is incredibly difficult for a lot of people. It's difficult for people on the spectrum. It's difficult for people with anxiety and depression. It's difficult for people
ADHD, bipolar disorder.
It's also difficult for people who are switching experience. For all of the people, right? I work with a lot of veterans, and it can
Somebody
be
who had a bad day. Like, why do we do it?
So what we're learning is no unstructured social interactions, but especially like if you're transitioning out of something, right? Like you're transitioning from school to life, if you're transitioning from the military to the civilian side, all of the rules that we don't ever actually talk about that very much exist in all of our communications with other human beings that's really challenging. It's really, really hard to switch from like, okay, well, my life was really structured and someone told me what to do and this is how I interacted with someone. And when someone said this, they meant this. Think about any conversation that you've tried to have with your in-laws or someone from a different area or someone from a different background from you. When my mother says she's fine, it means something very different than when my husband says he's fine, because my husband means he's fine. But that was hard for us to figure out because we're coming from different, we all have these different rules. And so using these kind of session zero techniques is a way for us to all get more on the same page. So we've only got a couple of minutes left, but I'm wondering that for anyone who's been watching this and is like, oh my gosh, I definitely need to be doing this, but this seems really overwhelming. There's so many different things that I should be implementing, and I guess I should create a whole new Discord server now. What would be your advice for someone who's just starting out either as a GM or is just starting out as a player or has been GMing or playing for a while and thinks, you know what, it might actually be really helpful to implement some of these things? Any advice?
Start with what kind of story you want to tell, and you can kind of go from there. If you figure out what kind of story you want to tell, then communicate it to the group you want to play with. If playing at the exact same time every week is important, make that important. If you want everybody to wear the color blue, make that important. So figure out what's important to you and then have a conversation with your players about it. That's all a session zero really is figuring out what's important to you, what's important to them, and having a conversation about that. That can take any form you want. You can do it in lots of channels. You can do it in email. You can do it through snail mail. I've seen people do that. You can I don't care how you do it. That's all you really need to do is sit down and collaborate on what your goals are together. And I know that sounds silly for a game, but frankly, I do it with board games too. And it does help. I really think it does.
Yeah, I think for me, being able to explore. Now, I might not always have my thoughts put together, so what I usually do is just go on the net, look up stories, and try to get some inspiration. So I think that really helps. And just like what you both have been saying, I think communication is such a big deal in this. Being able to, I know I struggle with anxiety, so I might be a little nervous to point out an idea or suggest something, but this is like an open space. So this is the best way for me to work on like, hey, I want to, just hint this a little bit. So being able to explore what's on the net, tap into those resources, expand my creativity and imagination, be able to communicate that with the other players. And in a therapeutic setting, I guess, do a lot of research, connect with people. I think networking is a really big deal. And something, Elizabeth, that you've taught me is watch the games, see how it's played by different groups of people.
Out there, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Observations, just watching, you can gain so much and get different ideas. So I would definitely encourage that.
Absolutely. And Viveka, like you mentioned, there are tons of resources around like session zero and consent checklists online. I find that open yes/no lists can be really challenging for new players or even players who've been playing for a while, but they've played a particular kind of game and maybe we're doing something different. So that
things like most people assume I don't deal with certain things at this point, but it's nice to write it all down.
Yeah. And so there are like checklists online that you can then have your players look through that. And they might be like, well, obviously you're not going to do that. So I never thought about writing it on the no list, but now it's in this form. And so it takes some of the guesswork out of it. It also takes some of the effort off of kind of your lap as the GM. I think for me, the biggest things that I hope that you take away from today's panel are that session zero and safety tools are going to be an ongoing process. And they should be a collaborative ongoing process. This is not you as the GM who has the sole responsibility for making sure everyone around the table has a good time. Because you are a player at that table too. Your role looks different, but that does not mean that you are single-handedly responsible for everyone's experience. it should be collaborative, right? We've talked about things like X cards. Bavika uses sticky notes. I use people talking to me in chat. There's also like lines and veils. There are other safety tools. It's important for you to find what works for your group. Because like I mentioned before, if you have X cards, but no one is actually willing to use them, you don't have X cards. You're not using them. So kind of talking about those things on an ongoing process. And I will say it might be uncomfortable to talk about this at the beginning, especially if you've had a group that's been running for a while and you haven't talked about it before. Being uncomfortable does not mean that it is bad. Sometimes it means that you are growing and you are becoming stronger as a group and as a person. And that sounds super cliche, but I have gone to school for an extra like 10 years just so I can tell you that. So I want you to walk away from this panel.
I'll tell you that too, man. I didn't go to school for it. It's damn true. You know, and we call it a session 0 a lot, but I recommend you sync with your players pick a cadence. I usually do it, Broken Bane, we're doing it usually at the end of every arc, kind of. Another group I have to put something on my calendar because it just there isn't a natural break. So have regular like dot sessions and be like, all right, this session we're just going to talk about how we're all doing and stuff. I think it's good to build in that time to go over stuff.
And honestly, while we're all trapped at home right now, like having those more informal sessions might just be really nice as well.
I had a session where I'd lost my map or something, and we all got online, and I was like, discombobulated, and they were like, I was like, how about you guys just talk about what each of your characters thought about the goings on over the last couple sessions, and they were like, okay, and they got a kick out of it. Now they want me to do it all the time.
Oh, that's awesome.
There you go.
Yeah,
you could find more fun things for your group to do. There you go. I love it.
So there's different ways you can do that.
Well, thank you so much for coming to our talk today, everyone. We hope that you learned something. If you have opinions, you're welcome to contact at least me. So you can find me online at Drs. Kilmer on Twitter. I'm there sometimes. You can also, again, find me at Game to Grow. If you are interested in getting training, you're interested in joining a group, Game to Grow offers groups worldwide for adults, adolescents, and children. And we also offer training services. If you're interested in any of that, I would highly recommend that you sign up for our newsletter. If you let us know what you're interested in, we will do our best not to spam you and only give you things that you care about. Where can everybody find y'all?
For me, the best way to contact me is at my email, which is my first name, BHAVIKA @uplift-counseling.com. And that's to inquire about counseling services, specifically for D&D groups. Or if you have any other questions related to D&D, you can definitely reach out to me. So that's the best way to reach out.
And I'm online as like 7 Spoon, all spelled out. The numbers all spelled out. You can find me. I stream on Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And sporadically on other days at twitch.tv/like7spoon. I am heavily on Twitter, so you can that's the best way to contact me is on Twitter. I'll answer questions about anything we talked about today, and if you just glance at my Twitter, you can see other stuff I'll talk about. I'm also, as I mentioned, the Game to Grow volunteer coordinator. We are accepting interest in volunteer opportunities, and you might be thinking, we're trapped in our houses. And I'm here to tell you, yeah, we thought of that. And we're trying to find ways to use volunteers anyway. So reach out, and maybe I'll ping you back. But yeah, Game to Grow is another good way to find.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being on this panel with me, y'all. And goodbye, everybody on the internet.
Bye, stream.
Thank you.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Darkmagic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous. You know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
Evelyn is statistically a human paladin, and she is Oath of the Ancients. Characteristically, people have called her a Southern Belle, but of course she's not from the South as you would recognize it. She's from a small town outside Waterdeep that has an accent that sounds a little bit like an American Southern accent. But she is endlessly optimistic, which is a power of hers, but also a flaw. And she's extremely strong, even though she's very, very small. So it's been really fun to play with her soft side, as well as her strength, and her femininity, as well as her violence, and her endless optimism, as well as her deep realism that she maybe sometimes hides or fights or is now discovering. But in Idle Champions, she serves really well as a great tank and plays very well with a lot of the other characters in her universe as well. Evelyn's loyal steed is named Morning Glory, and in the game, just once, Morning Glory was transformed into a Pegasus for various reasons, so Evelyn's ultimate is to fly in on a Pegasus and wreak beautiful havoc. The process of helping to put Evelyn in Idle Champions was so much fun. Being kind of the creative reference for something like that and watching it come to life, even to the point of, I specifically remember they showed me an animated version of Evelyn, and I was like, I don't think her boots' wings should move like that. I think they should move like in this rhythm, and making even changes like that. It was so cool that they were so interested in making the character so like what I thought, and then seeing her in the game, even when I walk by the Idle Champions booth now and they have it on the screen, I'll be like, oh, that's me. I helped with that. And that's something that I don't know if I ever thought I'd be able to do. So it's been really, really fun having her in the game, and having people play her and enjoy her in the game and teach me how they're using her in the game has been awesome. It's been funny because I am in all video games. I'm a lore junkie. I like to do things because they're cool for the story. And so there's a difference between people who are like, oh, I've min-maxed exactly the numbers that Evelyn's best for, or the people who are like, oh, I like to put Evelyn next to these people because I like Evelyn playing with these characters. And actually what's cool is in Idle Champions, a lot of those things are the same. So it's really neat that I like having all of Evelyn's friend characters around her, and that's usually a good thing for the game too.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in The Invisible Hand.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Creating the Quest. In our panel today, we'll be speaking with some indie level designers about how they strategize and create levels for their indie games. I'm Emily. I'm a community manager over at TikTok Games, and I'll be moderating. I'm joined today by Michael Herbster from TikTok Games, James Montagna from Way Forward, and Milton Gawasti from Moon Studios. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Mike Herbster. I've worked in the game industry since 2006 as a level designer up to director, and I've worked on such games as Shovel Knight Treasure Trove, Boy and His Blob, Double Dragon Neon, and Contra 4.
Hi, my name is Milton. I'm a designer at Moon Studios. Before Moon, I worked on Project AM2R. That would be another Metroid 2 remake, the independent, unofficial remake of Metroid 2. And right now I'm working on Moon Studios. After working on Ori and the Will of the Wisps, we are now working on a secret unannounced project.
I'm James Montagna from Way Forward, where I'm a designer and director. At the company since 2007, worked on numerous titles, a lot of which include games in the Shantae series, all the Shantae series games since Risky's Revenge, and I've also worked on the Mighty Switch Force series, and recently worked on a game called Vitamin Connection.
Let's start from the beginning. How do you start your level design process? Do you sketch out ideas on paper? Are there some things that you just write down? What's the methodology behind first starting that indie game level process?
So for TikTok Games, we primarily start with a pen and paper style. People can build their levels out through a documentation. They can write up what the feelings they want to get through to the player, how much energy might need to go into it if it's the back half of the game or the front half. Just a general idea of feelings, emotions, and pain points that we want to make sure that the player maybe has to be challenged by to actually tackle. From the pen and paper / documentation phase, we jump into we first go to pitch meet to the team. The team sits down with the level designer. I'm usually the first blocker for this. I evaluate the level with them. I talk about things that I like or dislike, and then we do a polished pass on the design for the pen and paper. We then pitch it to the entire team. The team gives the thumbs up or thumbs down. If it gets the thumbs down, it goes back to polish. We then pitch it again, and then it clears, or it clears first time, which is awesome when that happens. And then the designers are left to the task of gray boxing it. So that's getting the player in there, making sure the level loads correctly, making sure it finishes, making sure that the enemies are placed in a rough path so that you can kind of get a feel for it. And then from there, slowly but surely, we start bringing in art as that comes in. So you get your background layers, your midgrounds, some of your foreground art if the game has that or not. And from there, it just gets built upon, and over time, you continue polishing, and then you get something close to a finalized level, hopefully within the time frame of shipping.
So how do you start the design process then, Milton?
It's pretty similar. It starts with the concept art to see how a general area is going to be looking like. We got a nice list of any story beats that are going to be happening. By this time, everyone in the team is on the same page about how the story plays out and what the elements are going to be played, which characters are going to be involved in every part. And yeah, from that point on, we start directly with blockouts or gray boxing, however you call it. It's one prototype after the other of many interesting situations that are going to be using the mechanics of the area, and then we string them together into some like a conjunction of moments that are going to be taking place, and hopefully teaching some ability or challenging the player into something. It really depends on what stage of the game the players are at that particular moment, because Metroidvanias have this very wide range of player configurations that are possible in every location. So we have to consider that. And yeah, it's there is a very back and forth process between the design team and the rest of the team. Once we have a cohesive level, we usually share the prototype with other team members besides the design team, and we gather feedback as soon as possible. Even if there is no art at all, it's all rectangles and just simple polygons, we still appreciate how people feel the level, how they perceive the flow, how the moment-to-moment gameplay is played out. And even if all of the set pieces are not yet there, we get a nice idea of how it's going to be played out. And yeah, it's super refreshing to have an extra pair of eyes into something that you've been working for so long. After that, artists are going to be set dressing all of those horrible polygons and making it to something super beautiful. And then lots and lots of iteration, hopefully before deadline.
Similar process over at Way Forward?
Yeah, I think Mike and Milton both gave really good answers on that. So I'll kind of talk about first getting started on the level design process for an entirely new game. Let's say you've made no levels. There's a key point to consider when you're first starting, and that is the rules. And then the other point to consider when you're doing individual levels would be, I suppose I would call it the context. So the first is to learn the game itself and its rules. So about the rules, you have to know your navigation. So for a platformer, it might be things like number of world units high a character can jump, the number of units across so you can make sure they pass any pits you make. And it's pretty important to lock that stuff down as early as possible, because if it changes, say we want to make the main character move a little bit slower, it might invalidate the levels you built around it. So it's really important to kind of like figure that stuff out early if possible. It's not to say that it always works out that way. Sometimes you have to revise, but you know, revision's the name of the game when you're developing. It's also important to, I guess, think about like the enemies that will be debuted in your level, and knowing how the different enemies operate is very important. The rules expand beyond just like the player mobility in enemies. So the thing is, you gotta know how each enemy is going to interact with the player from an individual basis when you're in the game. And one way forward process for that is to establish like a debug or testing room that's not intended for the player to access it. It's just for our development purposes, and we usually call that a gym. So you can have, there's different types of gyms. You can have a platform gym, which has every different type of platform. It has every different type of collision. Soft collision, which means you can jump through it or drop down through it. Hard collision, which you can't pass through. 3 different angle of slope to test out to see how you interact with it. Then there's we call it a zoo gym, which is essentially individual rooms with each different enemy in the game, so you can interact with them and test them out, get to learn their combat mechanics. There's countless more types of gyms. So some are for testing specific abilities even, but setting this up can help you learn the rules of the game. So when you start your level design process, you have a good feel for what you're working with. Then once you've kind of locked in the rules, that's where the context part comes in. You want to establish a roadmap. And this is sometimes done in coordination with a director, but you probably want to know what enemies or treasures will be debuted in each level, so it provides a bit of context about the level you're making. And where in the game is the level? Can it be reached early on, where players are still getting a feel for everything, learning controls, or perhaps it's a point where the players unlocked all their abilities and you have every tool at your disposal. In a non-linear exploration game, which is sometimes informally called a Metrogaming, right? Knowing what tools or abilities that the players have access to at any point in time is critical, so you can design around those. And knowing which abilities are acquired on the critical path, that is, you must have encountered this ability in order to continue, makes it so you can start to seriously design a level. And that's the important things to establish when you're first starting the process, I believe.
That's great. A lot of you guys went over briefly some of the other questions that we have written down for today. So we'll be diving a little bit more into those specific topics. You discussed, James, a little bit about navigating through a level. What kind of tips or tricks do you have to what makes navigating a level fun?
Sure. Well, I kind of think of a level designer as a conductor orchestrating the experience for the player, right? So it can be like a battle of wits between the designer and the player sometimes. We're kind of always at this advantage because you have the ability to completely wipe the player out at any second. If you want to make a crushing ceiling slam down at 0.5 seconds with no time to react, obviously you could do that and someone would call it cheap and say the game isn't fun. So yes, it's this battle of wits, but we have to be mindful of that and coast them in and orchestrate the experience so they feel empowered where we want them to feel empowered, or overwhelmed where we want them to feel that, etc. So I think being mindful of that is a key point to the fun factor of navigation. It might be as simple as giving the player a platform to rest on, okay, so using Shantae's Labyrinth as an example, right? That's an example of a non-linear room-based level design style, and it throws room after room of these varied challenges at you. When you're playing through, you might notice there's some rooms that don't have any threat in them, right? So when you design your levels with fun in mind, I'd say don't feel like you have to fill every empty area with something, because it's intentional that we have those rooms without a threat. It gives the player an opportunity to rest and get their bearings, and I think that's just as important to the fun factor as the challenges we throw at them. So, and to use another example, think about think about playing Mega Man. That's a good one. So when you're playing Mega Man, which is a linear room-based level design style, this applies there too. How many times have you been in that empty hallway before you fight a boss, and it's just this empty stretch, and you just run past it, and you have this moment all right, let's go. Or maybe you stop and you assess it, and you look at your abilities and see, okay, I have this much ability left. It's important to let the player breathe and be in their head for a moment to actually stop and acknowledge the fun they're having as they navigate through the level.
Much like James just said about doing an orchestra, I actually 100% agree in that aspect. It's setting the right tempo. It's figuring out, does your song start off with a lot of hard hits? Does it give the player enough time to breathe in between? I know at Way Forward, when I had my tenure there, I had briefly talked with James several times about basically breathing room. It's yeah, you did something hard, but here's the waiting spot, or here's the checkpoint. That's when the energy level drops a little. They realize they get to at least come back to a point. Or setting your checkpoint in the Ori games, which I really appreciate that you guys have that functionality as well. It's important to make sure the player is challenged but also that it's a fair challenge, or it's something that they can possibly get through by hook or crook. I have a firm belief that the player should always feel challenged, but if something's going to, I don't want to say break, but like if it's like, oh, the game's funner because I've broken the rules a little bit for the player, that's a bank error in the favor of the player. And I will always want to push for the player to feel better about succeeding, even if I've fudged the rules just a little to make it so that it's better for them. But also you want to make sure that it's, much like with Bark is a side-scrolling shooter. Previously, a lot of my work's been platformers, so this is a whole new genre of like auto-scroll shooter that I've had to evaluate and think differently of. Not to call out James for Catgirl Without Salad, but I know you were a part of that, so you've probably felt similarly about waves of enemies flying in. It's like, how much is too much? How much can you throw at the player? Well, okay, I've used those guys way too much now. Let's toss in a little bit of pepper for this scene. Let's throw in the brass in this one to do a cooking and a symphony motif there for everybody. But to pull it all together into one piece definitely is what the level designer is trying to do. It's trying to make sure that all the loose ends are pulled in correctly, everything feels good, and that the player is not only challenged but feels rewarded from doing it. It's not a, oh my god, I got through it and now I don't want to play anymore. It's an, oh my god, what's next?
Now I know that Ori has some really smooth navigation in their levels. Everything always just feels like a symphony. Do you have any like kind of hints or tricks that you use for making navigation fun through that?
Well, it really helps that the player character, the controller for Ori, is super smooth and it's just fun to jump around. Just a wall jump. It feels bouncy and fun and floaty. And that's already a huge advantage. We only need to make nice, lovely playgrounds for players to express themselves. And in doing so, we also did expand a lot on the combat mechanics for Ori and the Will of the Wisps. So there is a certain synergy between the platforming and combat. There is a lot of movement and positioning involved in the Ori's combat right now. The combination of melee and range attacks is something that allows the players to just combine that whatever they want. And finding the right combinations of enemy behaviors to throw at the player at several points is interesting. But usually the challenge regarding combat is pretty much safe for very specific set pieces where the player is trapped in a room and they need to defeat a couple of enemies. And those are very carefully crafted combinations of enemies to actually make a fun encounter. And there's also the optional shrine challenges that you pretty much need to fight several waves of enemies to get an upgrade. But that's optional, and that's something that the players are going to be engaging by themselves if they want to be, trying their new loadout on a set of enemies. Then again, like it was already described, emotion, silence, going through the paces of what the player is going to be experiencing is something that we take into consideration in every section of the game that we want to design. There is a moment that we are going to be having an introduction to some new enemy, then we are going to be having a small story moment, then we're going to be seeing some set piece that we cannot interact with yet because that's going to be requiring some ability that we are going to be getting later on. Then we get the ability, we have a small safe section of the level that's just designed to have fun with the new ability that you learn. And then when you re-explore and rediscover the same level with your new ability, then suddenly it opens up into more possibilities, both for the combat, traversal, exploration. And usually in Ori, it either ends with a boss that's going to be taking pretty much your skills to the test, or an escape sequence that's pretty much execution. If you react enough with the new abilities that you got, then you're going to be doing just fine.
That's a great point about the abilities and how they kind of factor into having fun navigating, and you can also use that as a teaching device. I know in Shantae, whenever we teach a new ability, really similar to how we unfold that in Ori, we have this moment where the player can just have fun using this new ability that they have. In fact, the way we use it as a teaching device is typically in Pirate's Curse and Seven Sirens, the latest entry, we have it so that when you get a new ability, we put the player in a room that they can just freely use it without any like risk of taking damage or anything like that. But we take it a step further and we make it so the player is forced to learn to use it properly, because they can't exit the room until they have used the ability successfully. So that way you make sure that they've learned it, and not only are they having fun just navigating around with this ability, but we can use it as a teaching moment too.
And it's a lot more organic doing this than just pestering the player with text on the screen that says, press X to execute your new whatever. By doing
And sometimes it's a mix of both you need, right?
Yeah, sometimes.
That actually feeds really, really well into the next question, which is when you're navigating a level and people are having a hard time kind of figuring out where they need to go, what kind of tips and tricks do you use, Milton, whenever you're doing Ori or other games, to kind of give them a little bit of a hint or a push in the right direction, or do you give them a huge push? How do you do what's the nuance of that?
Okay, so on the macro level, talking about entire places, we use a lot of very memorable, huge landmarks to just make the point that this particular place is important, right? And sometimes it's a huge entrance or a huge statue that's very distinct, that stands out from the environment. Sometimes it's a huge character NPC. We have a sleeping bear that's pretty much a gate. And by just getting that into the player's memory, as in maybe I should go back and explore that later on, we do give the players a couple of very important points in the map that we are going to be considering later. Later on, you get some ability that lets you open that particular landmark and continue exploring on. And there is also that smaller scale version of that, whenever you have some sort of gate mechanic or something that we already mentioned, that changes its context after you get a new ability or a new item. So that would be a smaller version of that, and how you approach the level and how you understand the place and how it works. It certainly helps gauging what can be done in each location. And for the moment-to-moment gameplay, small details like panning the camera towards a place that should be on the player's attention, or maybe playing a little bit with a splash of color or some distinctness in the art. We usually leave some comments on the blockouts or gray boxes, this pedestal will be important, please make it stand out. And then the artist, whenever it's going to be making its addressing, it's going to be doing something according to that intention, and that's going to be back and forth accordingly. But then again, those are small nuances that do help and are not very intrusive, and they pretty much are in theme with the level.
I know that recently we were discussing this for a thing in Bark, Herbster, about there was like a gate that people had to go through, and specifically how we pointed them in the direction of how to open that gate.
Yeah, it was so there's two trains of thoughts that I have for making sure to draw player attention. One of them is definitely making sure like the art surrounding the area is definitely eye-catchy. The other aspect is possibly putting like a sheen on breakable objects or other things like that, so they almost visually stand out from the world itself, even though they are a part of the world. One thing that I know Valve does that I'm really impressed by when looking back at like their older stuff, like Half-Life 2 and other things like that, in a 3D space, you can obviously control like lighting a lot more than even Ori actually does a good job of lighting for this as well. It's like if there's an open new path, it's like gleams of god lights like shining through it, and you can tell that you're supposed to interact with them next. Or in Valve's case, it's like there's only one singular lamp post over the door frame that's slightly ajar that you need to go inspect. It's like it's basically always drawing the player's attention in the right direction to make sure that they're focused and being led, but obviously not feeling like they are being led in that direction. It's like the game's environments effectively lead them to the jelly bean trail or breadcrumbs that lead to the exit point. The other key takeaway that I've learned, even from Bark specifically, is that since we're in an auto-scroller all the time, since it's a shooter, it's like making sure the player isn't interested in areas that could get them killed. It's like, yeah, we want to have a whole set of guppy enemies fly out from this hole. But if the hole's too wide, then the player's going to go, that's a secret, I'm going up in there. And it's like, yeah, we can't do that. Try to pull it in a little bit, maybe fudge the sides here. Make sure the art kind of covers it up. Here's some load-bearing art just right there. And it's like, hopefully that's enough to keep the player out. You're still always going to get somebody that's, not to throw James under the bus, but the player expect everything and break it all, which is a great portion of why I love working with James. Because James can find all the holes.
I will find every single thing you didn't intend me to see and break it. Which, you know, is an important part of level design too. It's not only about like designing the navigation of where you want to push the player. It's making sure like to not draw their eye where you don't want them to go. Right. So there's a few different ways to do that as well. So I think this is maybe ingrained in us as players from a lot of old school games. Will do stuff where you'll get rewarded for going through a wall that looked like a solid wall, and you'll find something where, like, I think of the original Super Mario Brothers, where you're just running along the top of like the second 1-2 stage, and you get to the warp zone, which is fun too. I think a lot of games these days try to maybe players over the head with it a little bit more, but back then it was a little bit more hidden. So I think old school gamers in their DNAs like explore, push against every wall to see if you can go through it. I mean that's a way of doing things. As far as navigation goes, if all else fails, you can do what Super Mario World does and just always put like an arrow sign in the background. I mean, hey, it works for them. If it's good enough for Mario, I think it's okay.
Just to make a coin trail. Whatever the context is.
Lead the player with coins. Yeah.
So now that we've talked a little bit about navigation, let's talk a little bit about narrative. How much do you incorporate narrative into the game, the level design process? I know right now, Herbster, we're working on Bark, and Bark has a lot of narrative. How do you level out the narrative versus the gameplay versus the enemies? As we've been discussing, there's a lot of stuff going on in there. Like, how do you put that into the process?
So for the early stages of gray boxing, even before that, when we're doing the pen and paper, initially, since we knew a lot of the backstory and how the enemies were going to tie into our main characters for Bark, we specifically tried to make sure to call out in our level design draw-ups, our blueprinting almost, where key story points were going to trigger. We didn't necessarily know what was going to be said or kind of what was going to happen, but the general feel of like, okay, we're going to have a conversation with the main baddie and the 4 pilots for this section. And we're going to mark each time that a conversation might occur or what type of emotion or event we want to get out of the characters talking. And our game kind of works a little like Star Foxy. The characters have little pop-up HUDs down at the bottom that like they say their lines and then it moves on. And we do our best to make sure that player control isn't taken away unless it's a major event. And in order to make sure that it all feels fluid. Most of the time we're trying our best to tie the gameplay into the story as much as we can. It's like, oh, here comes the iceroids after this enemy just attacked them and now they're shattering, like raining down on the players. It's like we write that section into the blueprinting. We hand that off to the creative director that might be writing up our story, or if we have somebody that's doing script, then they're aware of that situation to hopefully write something condensed, because obviously you don't want it too bloated or else the scene will last too long. If the scene lasts too long, the ice stories get drawn out, the player gets bored, etc., etc. But yeah, it's mostly just trying to make sure everybody's holding hands and we're all still like focused on the vision of getting to the end. I mean, how about the narrative flow with Ori?
Yeah.
I know that you guys have some great narrative stuff going on.
Ooh, there's the thing is, the important story beats, all the major parts of the story regarding cutscenes, all the flashbacks, all the really, really important stuff, that's managed by the story team, and there's a dedicated group of modelers and animators that do magic. Usually by the time we have blockouts at hand to actually place the triggers for those, we already have storyboards at least or at least the rough versions of what the timing of the cutscenes are going to be. So we know the contents, we know what characters are going to be involved in whatever is going to be happening in each place. And yeah, that's very straightforward. It's pretty much the same process. One thing I really like personally, taking into consideration whenever I design a level or an environment, is the world building that could be happening. I really like to be in touch with the concept artists regarding what the place is going to be looking like, if there was any civilization living there, if there is any mechanisms, the level of technology that these people have, how complex can be moving parts going on, if it's going to be all natural, what kind of gimmick there's going to be in the level, if there were any inhabitants or any current NPCs living in the place or were living there. And based on that, I like to add tiny details, taking that into consideration. And the most important, the most interesting part of designing Ori regarding world building was the Westspring Glades. That would be like a hub that's slowly getting populated with NPCs as soon as you encounter them in the wild. And every little NPC that you have in that place have their own tiny story, their small side quest, or just a little bit of dialogue. But behind that, there are props near the characters, so we can actually give them a little bit of depth, even if it's not explicit. And thinking of those tiny stories, even if it's not going to be contributing directly to the story, is at least I do find it super fun. And it makes the whole world feel a lot more alive and living.
I know there's a lot of really great characters hidden in the levels for Shantae. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, James?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of quest giving in Shantae games where you encounter characters and they're looking for a particular item, and that of course is level design that's driven by the narrative, and it gives us the opportunity to introduce a lot of different personalities into the game. But it doesn't stop just there. I think occasionally the narrative can serve the specific purpose of introducing a level design concept. Now, if you have a small project, an indie team, and the same person doing the level design is the same person that's writing the story, you can set yourself up for stuff like this. On a bigger team, I think it takes some coordination from the director, or if there's a story team coordinating as level design department with that story team to do stuff like that. I'll give you an example. I think Shantae, Half Genie Hero, we have a magic carpet race plotline, which allowed us to do a whole level based on the challenge of jumping from one moving magic carpet platform to the other, and that was all just because we inserted that as like a plot device specifically so we could do this cool level. So with Shantae games, you've got the characters, but there's also specific events that the story tees up for the level designer. And another one is like you're being chased by a giant sandworm, also in Half Genie Hero. That's Wilbur for those that are familiar, and that ties directly into the story. Again, it informs the level design. So the story might allow you to do crazy one-off challenges.
Something else that we discussed earlier a little bit, that we can go a little bit more into detail, is what sort of ways do you incorporate color into your level designs? I know in Ori, it's a game that's really rich in color and color palette. Like, what would you say your thought process is into adding those color palettes or changing them if you're trying to like push somebody in a specific direction?
Well, besides notes on a blockout, most of the color work is done by the artists. Okay. Usually, we export a huge map of the entire area in its raw blockout form, just to geometry. And artists are going to be gathering later on to actually make a paint over of a color exploration of how the theme of the concept art is going to be applied in every location of that level, and how it's going to be connecting to nearby areas. So if you're going from a forest into the desert, how many scenes are going to be in the middle to actually make that transition feel natural and smooth and not all that sudden. That's It starts with designing and assigning what base colors are going to be displayed both in the foreground and background, and then that's going to be also influencing how the levels are set dressed following that cue.
I know that Vitamin Connection is a really colorful game as well. It kind of reminds you of like the colors in like a cartoon of sorts. What would you say was like the colors were used in level design for that game?
So it is a very colorful game, and so I think with that one we definitely wanted to make sure that the colors were used to create sort of a contrast. So a lot of our backgrounds in that game are darker, so that the enemies and the character, which is a colorful like capsule ship, will really pop on screen. And we have these like really bright walls. So by playing with the color and the level design, deciding what color we wanted the walls to be, we could help draw the player's eye to what are the walls. In that game, you don't want to collide with the walls. You're trying to navigate through them, right? So we use these vibrant colors so they pop against the dark background. So you know this is the area you can navigate through freely, and then this is the area that is you want to try to not collide with. And then all the enemies and stuff will pop out on the darker background. And different colors will create a different mood. So we tried thinking about like what sort of colors we want to use in different levels in that game. So we have a level where you're inside of a dog's intestines, and the colors of the walls are like a really bright orange, yellow color, and the pace of that stage is very fast. It creates this very alert feeling. Then when we have like a calm, kind of slower moving stage, we'll use like kind of a blue tones. So these different tones tell a different story. And it can not only set a tone, but you can get a lot of mileage in terms of using the same art. Now, this is for Shantae. I don't know if this is like a secret. I'm going to blow someone's mind here. But the different labyrinths in Shantae actually use the same artwork for the floor and the wall bricks in every different labyrinth. No, right? It's the same art, but we color it differently. So you can pair that with a different background, and suddenly it feels like completely fresh and different. And something I also like to do with Shantae is play with the lighting. So I'll tint rooms different colors. And in our latest Shantae and the Seven Sirens, the first labyrinth of the game is the Water Lily's Den, which I was responsible for designing much of. And the first time you encounter a captive genie, Plink, is in a room where she gives you this special power to transform into the Dash Nude. So in order to really accent this room as being like special, ethereal, I kind of like brightened up the colors overall, and I put like a subtle blue tint or glow over everything, and just like ribbons of blue colors streaming through the background. And even if it's like just subconsciously, the player feels this energy flowing through the room, and it's not like other rooms. Like a different mood has been set entirely. You know, the player senses it.
I know that all the characters in Bark currently, like they all have specific colors that kind of represent them. How do you come up with a level and have them all fit into that level?
Primarily, a lot of focus went into like applying the characters on the background, seeing if they pop correctly. Very similar to the way that James described Vitamin Connection. I almost tripped on that one. That would have been a bad one. But the aspect of just making sure the characters pop, just to call out some fun stuff that might have been seen recently, was we have a stage Jupiter that has a really very yellowish hue for the background, but there's these jellyfish in the stage and they like really pop because they're a vibrant purple, but then they shoot off little electrical bolts that are also yellow, but you can actually see them because they're a darker shade than the background itself. And it's just a very vibrant scene of like, oh, well, what's that? The levels haven't our shooter is primarily focused on the easier side. You can touch the walls without too much of a worry, which is not the way classic shooters work, but for this one we're trying to make sure that it's kid friendly along with challenging for adults. But that level in particular is like, actually on this level, don't touch the walls. And that's the big rift of that stage, is like the focus is the back half, like now you're playing a game of don't touch anything, but still focus on shooting your bad guys in the process. So it's more about making sure everything's visually stunning, making sure if like your character has a super, that's got a good VFX attached to it. I know over at Way Forward you guys have Joel, that guy's amazing for really knocking up things to an extra notch in order to catch eyes. We've got a great VFX team at TikTok as well, and all of our supers and everything just really pop on screen when they're triggered and other things that involve just keeping the player focused on their actions and what they can do.
So now that we've kind of gone over some of the broader concepts of creating a level, how do you measure the success of that level that you've been creating? I know a lot of times people will use playtesters, and if you do use playtesters, like what kind of questions do you ask them? What's the process behind measuring that success, Milton?
Usually we observe them in their natural habitat from a distance, trying to not to interfere with their experience, because the more you interfere, the more you adulterate the results. It's
you almost taint the water, right? Like you don't want to.
I can just imagine like Steve Irwin like talking about it like back.
Yeah, and the moment they do something that you don't want them to do, and you goes, oh, don't go there, please. That's not how it's supposed to work. Yeah. That kind of thing is eye-opening sometimes. You get this point of view that are fresh compared to, seeing the level all the time and, having these issues that you don't see because they are so close. Yes, iteration after iteration and tester after tester until they pretty much go through the motions however you want. Another very important tool that comes a little bit later on is telemetry. Telemetry is super, super important. Once more testing is conducted, usually by the entire team, you start to see the patterns and the places where there are spikes in difficulty. If you are able to actually visualize an overlay over the map where people are actually dying the most, that was pretty eye-opening into some places that we thought were normal or a little bit easy, but suddenly in the hands of other players that were not the design team, those were actually challenging. And the most use for that was to balance the escape sequences. Escape sequences went through many iterations. And I was the main designer on that, on those. And for me, they were super, super easy. And suddenly, it wasn't the case.
I'm still struggling with it. So.
Many.
Yeah, that's the hardest part, yeah.
Yeah. The sooner you get the opinion of other people, the better, and the more, the cheaper the changes are going to be on the long run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think getting other people to play your game is a must. And this is so cheesy, dude. You have to forgive me, but it's legitimate, and I swear by it. I have something called the smile test, and it's mostly what it sounds like. When a player's playing the game for the first time, okay, so as a director, I can be loud, but there's one moment where I kind of just shut up and watch, and it's like Milton was saying, you have to just kind of observe, and it's always like, oh, don't go there, don't do that. But when someone new is playing my game, you can gather so much information. So just from watching new people play, so I like to watch and see if the person that's playing smiles or emotes at all. And not everybody's a smiler. Some people, they'll just give a little nod, like, "Oh, I got it," and that counts, okay. But if your level design is getting some kind of positive emotive response from the player, I consider that a successful design, because at the end of the day, the core reason games exist is to produce that positive reaction or fun.
Mm-hmm.
So Barf's a weird case because the intention is to have it be a couch co-op experience.
Mm-hmm.
We really can't do that right now. Testing has also been a fun hurdle. It's been we've definitely learned a lot and have tried to come up with some debug features to allow us to do a single player multiplayer experience, which sounds like we're putting ourselves in knots, but we got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that I will admit, because everybody's brought it up here as well, is that just getting it in the hands of players or people that you trust that are differing values of I don't want to be that guy that says hardcore gamer or noob. It's like you're looking for. I have a wonderful friend that I've known for years named Chris Anderson, and that guy is not to say that he's bad at games, but he enjoys being a novice. He loves that he's not good, and I appreciate seeing how he plays games because he'll play them differently than my buddy James here will, or I imagine even Milton would, or even Emily would. or even as I would, because I play Smash Brothers to a level that Chris like looks at as like a mountaintop he'll never climb. And I see Chris play it, and I can tell he's still having fun just hitting the B button and only the B button and getting a reaction out of people. So there's the moment of smiles, there's the moment of struggling and seeing people get through it. Feedback is important, but also feedback has to be taken into consideration. It's much like keeping your mouth shut and watching what they're doing. You have to remember that the next step that you go into when you start asking questions of your playtesters, what the question is you're asking, because if the question leads them in the wrong direction, you're going to get bad information. But you could also ask the wrong question and not actually ask something about, like, you could ask something like, how do you feel about that? And that could lead in thousands of directions. Or you could lead them towards a direction that actually gives you information that can give you a better game. It was like, was that section hard? It's like you could say the whole level's hard, or if you specified an area where you saw them die, then you actually get concentrated feedback that can be reacted to without being too knee-jerky. Because if it's the level's hard, you could go in and rewrite a whole new, like redo the whole level again from scratch, and that doesn't help necessarily the production at all.
James, you've worked on Shantae, which I know has a lot of replay ability. It's like I've replayed the games in the Shantae series over and over again. How do you incorporate replayability into your level designs?
There's numerous ways to do that, and sometimes it's just making experience so fun that players want to do it again and again. But I think there's a lot of techniques to it. So one of them would be like hiding treats all over. Like in Vitamin Connection, we have like these ion stars, which there's 5 per stage, and in order to unlock a bonus stage, you have to collect all of them. So it kind of encourages players to go back into the stage and explore every nook and cranny to get them all. And same as for the heart squids and the labyrinths of Shantae. But there's also like putting something in an earlier stage that seeds a future event. So like you could get an ability and then come back later and replay the level to open a path with your new ability. And that's one way to incorporate replayability. Kirby games are really good about that. You get an ability and you come back to a place, and you can use that. So if you have the particular ability at the right place, you can access a secret area. I also directed a Mighty Switch Force game, which was a Mighty Switch Force Hose It Down, which you can get on iOS, Android, Steam, PC. But in that game, the puzzle designs were specifically crafted so that players would want to go back and try again to get a better clear time. So another way you can incorporate replayability is encouraging players to do better in the stage, whether it's the time, the number of things they collected. Just encouraging them to go back and accomplish something greater is one way to incorporate replayability.
Specifically from like a Bark direction, Bark's got like since we're in the vein of like classic shooters or shoot 'em ups, primarily we have a high score system. So part of the play session, it's like once you finish a stage, you get your tally screen and it spits out a high score, and then that's tracked. So the player can see how much they might have improved or how many enemies they might have downed. Very similar to like Star Fox, which actually Star Fox 64 marked how many guys you killed, and you could get medals for that. Another example of like replayability that I'm fond of, since James brought up Kirby, is like a Super Mario World. The exclamation mark blocks. It's like some of those sections are like, oh, I can see there's an outline there. I wonder what I'm going to get when I come back. And it leads to a whole other area, or it leads you to a key and a keyhole section. It's like there's many ways to draw out the gameplay experience and to make a player want to go back. I know with Milton and Ori, it's like you guys show, it's very much in the Metroid-esque. It's like, oh, I see that I could get there. Like, I could reach that, but there's something blocking me. Therefore, I have to come back to re-experience this area again. And it could be very early on in the first opening sections. And that is locked in here to come back to revisit it once I have more abilities.
Yeah, I mean, that moment when you get the final movement ability and blazing through the levels is super, super comfortable and nice and fun. And filling all the blank spaces in the map is always super fun. Besides that, there's also this the thing about the systems, the shard systems. Pretty much trying out different combinations of shards that affect how you move and how you do combat is also a nice way to experiment. And people discussing about what the best combinations are for them, their favorite weapons or their favorite spells. That adds a little bit of variety when you want to try out something different. But something I did realize that, yes, the competitive edge is something that's really important for certain kinds of people. I do remember when we were in E3 2018, we were, after the initial ceremony with the huge Xbox presentation, we were helping out the press, being showcased the game. And in between shifts, we were there just waiting around and why don't we raise the demo? Who is fastest? I designed the level, I should be the winner. No, I'm very skillful, whatever. And suddenly we have a row of 6 different people, all part of the design team, artists, whatever. And we were racing, we were speedrunning in real time. And that was fun. It was amazing. I cannot second, but yeah. The thing is, based on that, they did emphasize a lot on the Spirit Trials game mode. And suddenly, from that, that was showcased in Gamescom later. So yeah, there is a little bit of this competitive edge, and having that happen with such a well-flowing game like Ori, it's always super fun.
Well, awesome. That looks like it's time, guys. We don't have any time for any more questions, unfortunately. But would you guys like to promote a little bit about your projects, where we can find you on social media in the future?
Sure thing. Yeah. Definitely check out Vitamin Connection. It's a Nintendo Switch exclusive game that has a co-op gameplay focus, but you can also play it solo. And it puts you in the role of characters Vitaboy and Minigirl, and you pilot a vitamin capsule ship, and you go inside of people's bodies or inside of objects, like there's a TV stage. One stage you're even in a family dog, and try to heal them from the inside by fighting a bacteria menace. And there's a variety of sub-games in that as well, which are a lot of fun. And also check out our latest Shantae release, which is Shantae and the Seven Sirens. And that's on all major consoles, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, Xbox One, PC. Definitely worth checking out. And follow WayForward on Twitter, @WayForward. If you want to follow me personally on Twitter, I've made a public promise to eat a piece of candy for each person that follows me. So if you'd like to feed me candy, you can follow me @JamesPopstar. And feel free to hit me up and ask me any questions you have about WayForward games.
If you haven't played Ori and the Will of the Wisps yet, feel free to get it. It's on Xbox and PC. It's also included on Game Pass. It's a beautiful game, objectively speaking, of course. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. Right now, if you want to follow me personally, you can find me on Twitter @DrM64. And yeah, if you want to reach out or whatever, I'll be here.
Bark is a 4-player co-op shoot-'em-up. It's in the vein of Parodius, classic shoot-'em-up. That's what we're aiming for with the game. And our focus has been making sure that the game can be played from all ages while still being challenging for people that love the genre, while still making it easily accessible for children. We have some cool features like sidecar mode. If a buddy dies, you can pick them up and help them to get to the end of the stage. Or our other fun aspect is we have super fusions. So your character already has a super, and then you go into another player's super. You briefly make contact with each other, and it'll enhance the super to a new level. Beyond that, we've got some cool tally screens and some great 4-player action coming your way soon on the Nintendo Switch. If you're interested in more information about Bark, please take a look at following us on Twitter @TikTok Games. And if you're interested in reaching out to me with any questions that you may still have, please feel free to hit me up through Twitter @MichaelHerbstar. The last E in my normal name of Herbster is replaced with an A. And hopefully, maybe in the future, these 4 of us could get together to play some Bark when it's out.
Thank you for joining us today, everyone, and thank you so much to James, Michael, and Milton for coming on the panel to discuss indie level design with us. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your PAX Online experience.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble. Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game, and have a great time at PAX Online!
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
What do you think it's like? Here. Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own. Different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things. But we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play. A new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games.
Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Nine Witches Family Disruption is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occult SS division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
Hi, welcome to our panel, Never Too Young to Learn. I will be moderating the panel. I'm Linda Selheim. I'm the education lead at Epic Games. And we have a lot of interesting people on the panel to talk about things. I have a long background in teaching in games and working in education in games and around technology. And I'm really excited to be here today. Let's go with Steve. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Steve Isaacs. I teach game design and development at William Anna Middle School and Ridge High School in Basking Ridge, New Jersey. I've been teaching for about 20-some years, well, 28 years. And for the past about 15, it's been exclusively game design and development. And recently, I've been fortunate enough to do some work with Epic, working on lesson plans and some other, and working with other educators who are interested in bringing interactive 3D into the classroom.
And next, Nick, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, my name is Nick Pants. I'm a 9th grade American history teacher at the Dayton Regional STEM School in Ohio. I also teach game design to 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. I use Unreal Engine as part of a project in my history class which kind of turned into the game design program at my school. Like Steve, I'm a K-12 academic advisor for Epic Games. So I've helped make some lesson plans along with Steve and
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble. Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into 2 distinct sections, the puzzle board up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character on the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via a pipe running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches.
Hi, welcome to our panel, Never Too Young to Learn. I will be moderating the panel. I'm Linda Selheim. I'm the education lead at Epic Games. And we have a lot of interesting people on the panel to talk about things. I have a long background in teaching in games and working in education in games and around technology. And I'm really excited to be here today. Let's go with Steve. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Steve Isaacs. I teach game design and development at William Anna Middle School and Ridge High School in Basking Ridge, New Jersey. I've been teaching for about 20 some years, well, 28 years. And for the past about 15, it's been exclusively game design and development. And recently, I've been fortunate enough to do some work with Epic, working on lesson plans and some other, and working with other educators who are interested in bringing interactive 3D into the classroom.
And next, Nick, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, my name is Nick Pants. I'm a 9th grade American history teacher at the Dayton Regional STEM School in Ohio. I also teach game design to 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. I use Unreal Engine as part of a project in my history class, which kind of turned into the game design program at my school. Like Steve, I'm a K-12 academic advisor for Epic Games. So I've helped make some lesson plans along with Steve and Linda to kind of help inspire other teachers to use this technology to engage learning.
Great, and our next 2 panelists work in the industry and will have sort of a different perspective. Karina, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Karina Kom. I'm a game producer with a mission to bolster Canadian game development talent. I run an independent games pitch circuit for game developers to gain valuable feedback for free, and I believe in greatness and empathy, stewardship, and humor. I have a diverse background in the full spectrum of game development. For the last 10 years, I've worked or shipped games in the indie game spectrum, medium-sized businesses, and more recently, I've gained a permanent role with Electronic Arts.
Great. And then we have Josh. Josh, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Josh Caratelli. I can't follow up Karina's big career, but I'm a software engineer at Sledgehammer Games on the Call of Duty franchise. And one of the reasons why I'm on this panel is I was a student not too long ago, and I'm a huge advocate for learning games in the classroom. So I run a STEM scholarship with one of my friends at our old high school, where we taught a student to learn how to code and make their own games. And in the past several years, I've gone to lots of different high schools and spoken at lots of different education conferences, more anecdotally and advocating for, hey, my test scores went up when I started learning how to code and make games and everything. So how about we look into that? And yeah, that's why we're here today.
That's great. Well, I'm going to start off with a question about education and technology. We're doing a lot of really interesting things at Epic in the secondary space. And so my first thought for the panel is technology is an integral part of the learning experience now, and with the focus on secondary education. So we'll start off with, with Nick and Steve being teachers, is what are you seeing engage students, and how, particularly in the games and interactive space, like what tools are getting students excited, and what kind of work are they doing and exploring through, everything from core subjects to game design?
Go ahead.
Well, I think students of all ages, I mean, I've seen it as young as 6th grade, they're just excited to learn the technology that they know and love. I use Unreal Engine and Maya 3D, 3ds Max. So they really get excited about the coding, the visual scripting, using the game engines, doing the modeling. I think they are eager to learn the skills that can solve the problems that they're going to have to deal with once they graduate. In my experience, I'm at a STEM school, but regardless, I think students all across the world are excited to learn the skills that will make them competitive to solve the problems. Like, they're living in this world just like we are. And I think once we open the door to those professional skills, they're very eager to jump right in. They're used to seeing these games and things. So like when we say, yeah, you play video games, but have you ever thought of using the technology to like solve this serious problem? And they're like, no, that's awesome. Let's do it. It's something new and exciting. I've had a lot of success using that approach with my 9th graders.
Very cool.
Yeah,
Steve?
Very, very similar. For me, I mean, one thing is, kids love games. Like, there's kind of no doubt about that. So at the onset, teaching with and using games in the classroom certainly brings relevance to the kids, and kind of, teachers like to use the term like meeting kids where they are. And I think we can do that with games. I've used a variety of tools over the years, and my sort of approach now is to give students a whole lot of choice as to what tool they choose to use. So I teach, I've come to realize I don't have to be the expert with the tools, but rather I can teach the process. So a number of years ago, it started when all kids were talking about was Minecraft. And I felt, if this game is so meaningful to these kids, let me bring it into the classroom and see what they can do with it. And that changed everything for me in terms of my approach to teaching and learning. So as we've gone, it's been interesting too, because, I would use a lot of tools that would be like one student in front of the computer. And if I was using a design team, they would have to have, like one would be the graphic designer and feed stuff to the kid because they couldn't be in the same, environment at the same time. And then with things like Minecraft, that all changed. So kids were in the world together, collaborating in a very organic way. And then, as games evolved and things like, there was actually, even it might have even been before Minecraft, but Portal 2 has a level editor. And so when we brought that into the classroom, that really excited kids about them, again, creating puzzles in this editor that was pretty easy to use. And then the minute they rendered their level, it was like this beautiful 3D environment. So I think the ease of that transition was great. And then last year or 2 years ago, when Fortnite Creative came out, as I anticipated, kids started asking if they could use that, and that's been huge, which is sort of I'm starting to look at as a springboard, also to, hey, Fortnite's created an Unreal Engine, and and we're doing all this automation in Fortnite. Why don't we now move also into that space? So now that I started teaching high school as well as middle school, I see such incredible potential for the growth of our program. But gosh, I mean, when I'm a firm believer that taking and using commercial games, especially the ones, I mean, thank goodness for all these developers like Epic that are creating these tools for content creation. Because whenever I think of a game and I look at I just started playing Fall Guys, and the first thing I think of is I look at that game and I'm like, you know what? They need to create a level editor for this, because kids could just have, I mean, everybody could have such an amazing time doing that. So, my first request ever to any, company. So, EA, Karina, you're on here, let's make like a level editor. We might have it for Madden football or something, but when we could put kids in that role with a product that they're already loving, I think that's the best we could do.
Great. I have a little different slant on this that I wanted to ask Karina and Josh, because Josh told me a great story before this panel about his high school years. But, how were your learning experiences influenced by interactive technology, that sort of drove you to where you are now and what you're doing? I know, you want to start first, Karina?
Sure, I'd love to. It's a great question. So as a student, I was curious. I embraced challenge. And I don't know if you remember the old school Magic School Bus games. I really liked that. I really liked playing chess. I learned to develop more strategic thinking. So thinking 2 steps ahead for my career, for my education. Brain Age games became a thing on the Nintendo DS, which is portable. So I could take this Brain Age game for arithmetic wherever I went on vacation. I thought it was brilliant as a young student to be able to practice and hone my thinking that way. One thing that really shocked me about embracing games at such a young age was that I learned how to grind for experience. And most importantly, I learned that no matter how high level I was, something unexpected was bound to happen, and I would get knocked back on my feet and back to level 1.
That's great. That's great. Josh, I love the story you told me, so you have to share that with the audience.
Yeah, sure thing. So, I was in high school, not too long ago, long enough to, at that sort of halfway mark, getting out of there. It's like 5 years now or something, but that's still recent enough. And interestingly enough, that I've always enjoyed school. I've always enjoyed playing games. But one of the things I noticed was it was around when I was in, I guess these won't sort of match up internationally, but I'll say I was 14, 15 in high school. All these tools started to sort of come out, and the democratization of game development started to happen. So one of those things was Epic's Unreal Engine 3 was released as the UDK, or the Unreal Development Kit, which was super cool because, I got a random ad on Google one day and I went, sweet, I play some of those games. I can mess around and see what I can do. And the really interesting thing was, I was always decent at maths, but I had a real big interest in maths and physics and learning, sort of the sciences and stuff as well. And even learning to code once I started using those game development tools. And you can actually plot my grades on a curve of when I started using game engines, and whether it's Unreal or, or Unity or, Game Maker or whatever it was, right? As soon as I started coding and making games myself, all of a sudden the math score started to tick up, even to the point where in my final year of high school, I would do things like instead of so for, like my physics questions, like for physics, science and physics, I would write a calculator, or the big thing actually for me was I recreated Angry Birds in a game engine, and that really helped with projectile motion in physics. And this wasn't like, I didn't start doing this the last year of high school, all the way up until, when I was 14, 15, instead of doing a poster, I would be like, hey, could I make a game? So one of the games I made was stick figure / cardboard Chuck Norris, who would slide down different ramps and into trampolines, and would hit the trampoline and bounce into different answer boxes. And the different answer boxes were different countries. So, which country has the highest population? Is it India, or is it China, or is it Australia, is it America? And then, people would go through that. And that was super cool because at the time, the teachers, don't have as many resources as they do now, that, that epic sort of, pushing through as well, for example. But they still allowed me just to go off in my merry way and do things like that. And then every chance I got, I would, all right, could I make a game for this? Could I do something more than a poster? And that's been, yeah, I guess I'm just rambling here, but that, not only did I enjoy the assignments more, it made me learn a lot more from it too. And again, those grades ticked up and up and up.
I've seen the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nick.
No, I was just going to kind of piggyback off that. Like, I've seen the same thing with my students where, teenagers especially, they're so good at playing a video game and then failing and dying in that game, but then wanting the challenge to get back up and continue playing. There's something about games that makes students want to continue to play after they fail. So why not tap into that by bringing games into the classroom? Like the students, that's the teacher's dream. We want to find a way that makes them want to continue to learn even after they make a mistake or fail. If they're already doing that and they're enjoying doing that with video games, why not bring video games in the classroom where we can combine the two concepts?
Absolutely.
And I've seen that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, even as Karina was saying before, more from the game perspective, you want to the grind, you want to level up and keep going. It's exactly what you're saying as well, Nick. It's I think students, by the 5th time they've heard the question of how many watermelons can you fit in a car, I mean, I think at that point, whatever. But you have a whole, virtual world or virtual experience that sort of, is tapping into that. Just, hey, this is a more interesting way than talking about watermelons in a car or roller coasters.
And also, what I think is so awesome about that, Josh, is that your teachers honored and allowed you to do that, because that's what I'm always looking for. I finally started seeing some other teachers come to me and say, my kids are asking if they could do this project in, Minecraft or Fortnite. Is that even possible? And the fact that at least teachers are letting their kids do these alternate, approaches. I mean, if I were it's funny, my wife used to be a technology integrator in an elementary school. And some of the projects that their kids were doing, and it's funny that you talk about posters, they would do these brochures about, and she has a joke now, anytime she sees brochures, she has to take a picture of this thing of brochures. But it was always like this template, like the project that the 3rd grade teacher would have would be, here's the template. We're going to do this thing about, a national park. So put this in this box, this in this box. And they ended up displaying beautifully these 30 pamphlets that looked the same on the wall outside. And then and my wife was constantly asking, can we, allow the kids to do, show what they're learning in a different way. And in your case with games, I mean, I think that's really heartwarming to know that you had enough teachers that allowed you to do that. That's really great.
It was, just to jump in there, as every class was able to do a game or something different using a game engine to display something. It was from PE and health to geography to history, maths and physics. So there's no limit on it as well.
Right.
Wait, are you saying instead of running laps, you were able to...
Oh, this is just the health portion of it, sorry. No, I did enjoy dodgeball and basketball too much to give that up. So.
Well, this conversation is perfect because the next topic that I wanted to bring up is just exactly what you've been mentioning is, as these tools for interactive 3D, different, of course, we work with Unreal and Twinmotion and Fortnite Creative, but there's lots of tools in this realm out there. And they're really creator tools, for telling stories. They're not just for making games. I mean, we bring them into the classroom through game-based learning, but they can be used for creating any kind of interactive experiences. So how do we help teachers, educators in general, understand how to accept these as homework? So just like you might do your homework in PowerPoint or an Adobe product. Why wouldn't you use this? So how do we help teachers understand how to do this and bring this information to students? So I think that's a open question for everybody. We could start with we'll start with Karina this time. We'll switch it.
Great, thanks. Okay. So when I was growing up in school so many years ago, we used to watch BBC World on TV for a block. And that was a learning opportunity for the more visual students. So why couldn't we push that even further and use immersive tech like VR, or even for some people, PC, to learn about the world of architecture, science, or physics? And in addition to that, controllers that we use for console gaming, PC, of course, and mobile games, they're very intuitive, but more importantly, they're accessible. So tools like Zoom, but also games, open new opportunities for kinetic students or even disabled students who weren't able to access it before. Students who even feel compelled to write their own game engine might learn more about logic. They might turn into more robotics. I think, to Josh's point, and Steve and Nick, being a teacher that allows your students to explore these opportunities really opens up an entire new world where we can tap into if we just know how to harness it.
Great. Well, I'll move to Steve, because Steve, you and I have had this conversation, about how do we help teachers learn to. We know students love it, but how do we help teachers accept this and learn about it?
Right. First, I'll touch on what Karina said. I appreciate you bringing up XR. I think virtual reality and augmented reality, especially the connection between the interactive, 3D technology in creating those experiences as well as experiencing them, I think is really valuable and easy to see across all content areas. And then what we've also been, so one of the neat things about the lesson plans that we've been curating, and actually, Nick's a perfect example. Nick's, and I won't steal your thunder, I'll let you talk about them, I'm sure.
Go for it.
But Nick's, his lesson plans are talking about history, and creating these great history projects in Unreal Engine. And I think it just demonstrates beautifully how we can reach the same learning outcomes in a way that's more engaging and puts students in that creator role. I haven't met a teacher that doesn't think the idea of kids as content creators is a good idea. I think the challenge, and this is where, Linda, we've probably talked a lot, is the educators that are not familiar with the tools or maybe are intimidated. So I think, there's a lot of, building community around this. We've been doing for Fortnite Creative, we started running these workshops. We're doing one a month, and the response has been overwhelming. We have 60 people signed up for our next one, which is at the end of August. And we had one in June that had probably just about as many people registered. So I think when we present in the right way, that we can help guide teachers down that path and remind educators. To me, a big thing is the educator does not have to be the expert within these tools, really. I'm the first one to admit that, and my approach has become one where I really love learning with and from my students. So, again, I think if we guide them enough and provide enough supports for them, they'll blow us away, really, with what they can create. And I'm sure Nick knows that, better than anybody. So I think that's really important to let people know, because I think there is that challenge. I'm intimidated by Unreal Engine, but that doesn't mean I don't want my kids to have the opportunity to use it,
Great. Nick, do you want to?
Sure, yeah, because just like Steve was saying, I teach history, which is like the furthest thing away from like advanced technology, right? So like I'm the last person who would embrace this, yet I totally do. I think the first thing that would be beneficial is to help teachers recognize the power Unreal has in solving problems. Like we all want our students to become competitive in the workforce, to be productive citizens, and to be competitive. And there's not many students who can do what my students do. And the only reason is because I introduce it to them. It's not because I know what I'm doing and I like teach it to them. After 2 weeks, they're better at Unreal than I am, and I've been using it for 5 years. It's just there's something in their brain that clicks. They've been coding for several years, so they know how to look at visual scripting like in a different way, in a way that is foreign to me. I think teachers are excited to see, like Steve was saying, that the resources are free and that there's so many of them. And the people who are really into Unreal are the same type of people who are vocal on the internet. They're making tutorials. They're out there helping everyone. Those are free as well. Epic has expert support. I mean, that's why this panel exists, because Epic wants to get the word out. I think seeing real world examples of how the technology can be useful. I always tell my students, because one of the things I was surprised about when I started the project, my project basically is the students have 3 separate units throughout the semester, and each unit becomes an exhibit in a virtual history museum. All the students know what a museum is, so we don't need to spend time like learning what it would look like. And they get to basically see those real world examples. And I always tell the students, like, there's more to it than just video games. I was surprised when so few students actually enjoyed video games. So then I started to say, well, it's really more like architecture. It's more like interior design. Like if you got an artistic approach, then like it doesn't need to be playing like a game. There's a lot more to it. And then all of a sudden, there's just this huge array of possibilities. It's no longer just a video game. It's an interactive 3D experience. It's creating a whole world. It's solving problems that don't yet exist. Like there's so many opportunities that I think we need to get the word out. Teachers need to see how well this fits with all the other buzzwords, project-based learning and 21st century skills and all that stuff. Like if you want to meet those goals, then throw in Unreal, throw in Fortnite Creative, Minecraft. Last year, the science teacher on my team, he started using Minecraft and the kids ate it up. Like I thought Minecraft was for younger students. The 9th graders loved it. So now I'm probably going to be competing with that because we don't want too many video games, but whatever works to get them excited, teachers should be all for.
That's great. So Josh, I want to ask you a question sort of in relation to this because of what you shared with us before is how did you talk your teacher into taking these projects and did you influence other students in the class?
So yeah, that was interesting. So I went to a local public school in Melbourne, in Australia, called Elwood College, and I think by the time in my final year, we only had 80 students in the class. So it's a small school in the first place. So our year was always pretty small, anyways, and so, and you had this really good relationship with teachers, which I think that's something I want to sort of mention. I think that's the really key thing that I'm getting from Steve and Nick is that you obviously have a very good relationship with your students in terms of they can suggest things and there's not like sort of this weird hierarchical thing. It's you're working together to learn stuff. And also the thing Nick mentioned too, just side note, if they've already got a few years experience coding, I might have a job in a couple of years, by the way. Just want to point that out. But the way I pretty much, so there wasn't really like, this big push for education and using game engines, when I was doing it, a number of years ago. So what I did is I just we had this first class which we called community projects, and it was pretty much a project-based learning class which went for the entire semester. And what we had to do, what we sort of tackled was creating a hydroelectric water wheel. Effectively is what it was, and had a couple of my friends, group of 4, a couple of my friends were doing like a physical model as well, and super cool when it worked to power a tiny light bulb. But again, the point we're trying to get across is, hey, we could power entire cities and blah 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 blah. So I went to my teacher, Nick England, who's been a big supporter of just tech in classrooms and everything now. And I pretty much said, hey, I've been learning how to make games with this tool I've heard about, this Unreal thing. I don't know what it really is, but it's super cool. Can we use that instead of like a poster, just to sort of give a big thing? And sorry, again, rambling here, but long story short, we just sort of brought it to them. So my friend made a 3D model in Blender. We put it all together. It came with some free assets, chucked it all together, and in the presentation we had the physical model, and then this is what it looked like in real life. So we had one teacher on board. I'm not sure if we'd have every other teacher on board, but we had that one, the first teacher on board, and in front of this, the entire, I guess it was year 9, the entirety of year 9, we showcased this thing, and there's just a gasp from the audience going, "Oh, that looks like Lord of the Rings! Like that's crazy!" And then effectively just a short answer is we showed that, hey, this is what we could do. This is just purely an animation that's done inside a game engine that showcased what could be a thing. And then I used that as a stepping stone to go to the next thing and go, hey, so I think the next thing was my PE class where we were doing a thing on drink driving. I went, hey, everyone else is making videos. Could I just make an animation? And it was like, oh, how's that going to work? Blah, 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 blah. And I went, well, here's the thing that we did for this class. And the teacher goes, oh, if that teacher said yes, then that's totally fine. And then you go to your next class, and then you go to your friends who want to do it as well. And you go, okay, just say the thing that we did last semester, like do it again. And you sort of stepping stone and leapfrog that out. And this is, we didn't have any game classes or anything specific to even robotics or tech, which they have now. That was purely just the stock standard classes. And can we do something more than a poster? Because we've done posters for years and PowerPoint for years, and Crazy's already getting old. It's only been used for a few months, right? So effectively use it as a stepping stone. Yeah,
that's great. So on that, I'm going to detour just a little bit, kind of focus this at Steve and Nick at first, and then the grading. Do you think grading projects like this, or what are some of the obstacles of really bringing this into the classroom? And then from a standpoint of Karina and Josh, how can industry help bring these tools in? Sort of a two-part thing.
So,
and I'm thinking about obstacles for teachers in how to process these projects, like when Josh says, here's my game. How do I grade it next to the poster?
Yeah, that's a really great question, and one that I think every teacher wants some kind of magic answer to, but it's actually not that difficult. So with most projects as a teacher, if you have a general rubric that speaks to the learning outcomes that you're looking for, first of all, give the kid that rubric and say, this is what you have to demonstrate. And secondly, as the educator, kind of understand that there are many ways to get at those learning outcomes. So I think it's a cop out to think we can't do that. That's where that poster and brochure becomes so handy, because a teacher sits with a stack of them and, they did they did all these 8 things. Okay, they get a perfect grade, and that doesn't really impress me. But in other words, we do have the opportunity to still ensure that they're meeting the same learning outcomes, and maybe exceeding them. Your question about industry and how industry could support, I think one of the most amazing things, and we talked about this earlier in the call, and I think we already got Josh and Karina committed to come into classrooms and share these stories about your role in the industry. What a great opportunity for kids to hear from industry professionals. I've had a few great opportunities and where kids have actually worked with mentors from, that were industry professionals. And, it's been nice to make these connections and then have a kid who wanted to learn, let's say, Unreal Engine. And I wasn't so proficient, but if I could connect them and they at least had somebody to ask questions to, that's served us really well as well. So I think there's, and the evaluation too, a lot of it to me comes down to the process and reflection on the part of my students. So everything that they do, they end up writing reflection blog posts for me. And that's my main assessment tool. If I can see from their explanation that they could explain the process, they could explain the challenges they encountered, how they overcame those challenges, and that sort of thing, that's when they have the opportunity to say to me, here's what I learned. So I think there are definitely creative ways to do that without that being overly cumbersome.
Great. Nick, do you want to?
Yeah, it sounds like Steve and I are at similar schools, which I feel really lucky to have that time. Project-based learning opens the door for that type of choice. And guiding instead of maybe giving the answer and teaching. And I think one thing that some schools might be hesitant is, how does this stuff align to standards and curriculum that's already developed and things like that? And I mean, in my experience, the products speak for themselves. I mean, my students could just make a small, 3 posters on a wall exhibit and they would get the A, but they want their museum to be as best as it can be. They want it to be, what they envision. And that requires them to learn more history, which is the content standard, which is on the state test, which is, you're getting funding for and things like that, which makes the administration happy and the other teachers are proud that their students are successful based off of the standards. If they want their museum to be better, it's got to have one thing, and that's the history content. Like, it's a history museum. So they don't realize that the reason I'm geeking out is because they have to go out and research more. Like, I'm a history teacher and they think, oh man, we're doing video games, this is so cool. I was like, no, you have to go out and research how to problem solve, and you have to research, like, why did these social issues get in the way? And then you need to make an exhibit about it and connect it to the other exhibits. Like, it's all my content. So I think showing teachers the final product, showing them that they align to the standards, showing them that they can do it for free. I mean, you run out of reasons to say no.
That's great.
And one interesting thing I'll say, I'm sorry, just to piggyback on that, Nick, that I think when you say they want their museum to be the best it could be, I don't think that's necessarily the case when it's the 3 posters that they're putting up on the wall.
Right.
And it's the interactive exhibit that they're getting excited about, like, ooh, wait a minute, what if I do this? They're solving problems they didn't know they had because now they want to make things happen. And that's what you see. So I think, like you're saying too, I think any teacher that starts to see that happening with kids, like, I have the occasional, I always love when I get an email from a parent that comes across almost angry because they ask why I'm giving so much homework to their child for my class. And I have to respond that I didn't assign any homework, that, this might be the one time when your kid is actually working at home because they're excited about it. And I'm sure you have that.
I show them an example of the level that I made. And it's literally like 1 room, 3 posters. I was like, you do that. That's what I did. And then they come back with these like masterpieces. And it's like, I didn't tell you to do that. I know, but like, this is better. Well, yeah, it is better. Good job. Like, yeah. I don't think, we have exhibition nights where like community members and parents come in and they always look at the products, and the kids aren't excited to show off a poster. Right? They're excited to show off this interactive world that the parent has to sit down and immerse themselves in, and then learn what the student learned in the class. Like, the student gets to teach through a video game. Like, we do posters too, but I mean, we put the posters in Unreal.
Right.
That's way cooler.
Yeah.
So how as young people in the industry, can you help foster this kind of thinking in education? Like, Karina, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, just to echo and piggyback off Steve and Nick, evaluation, reflection, and the rubric of learning outcome, it's very important to professionals in our game industry too, because we do a lot of postmortems, we do a lot of retrospectives as well. Things don't always go to plan, and so we need to think about that and how we can improve. So when it comes to evaluation, I'm not an educator in this space, but I respect that it's a very difficult job, because at the end of the day, we have to teach the students why it's so important to learn this stuff and how does it register with them. I've seen lots of projects with their technical execution, which is perfect and flawless, but the outcome isn't really what I was going for. So when it comes to evaluation, I've done lots of projects where I poured my heart and soul into programming and making beautiful posters, but if I didn't really get why I was doing it, that resulted in less than an A for me, which was almost like a fail. When we talk about the game industry, we think about logic, creativeness, management, but there's so much more that goes into it, which means for teachers, I think this is really hard to kind of break that apart and think outside the box and how that relates to your professional career later down in the world. So for teachers, I would strongly encourage you to break it down. Why are we talking about this logic flow, and why is it so important for us to be creative and to talk about art history or history in general, so that we get back to the end result, the end product, the learning outcome, if you will. And on a separate segment, I hope this is okay for Nick, I've seen the coolest app ever, which was a history app, and it was augmented reality that someone made, just a regular geek like me. And what it was your mobile phone could scan the environment at, let's say, like a famous historical site, and it could transport you back there by juxtaposing another picture of what it used to look like back in 50 or 100, a century from years from now, or in the past. So I think there are so many cool ways that you can incorporate history with advanced technology. I think you're doing a really awesome job.
Thanks. Yeah, I've always wanted to get into the augmented reality because we do this thing at my school the last 2 weeks of the year. It's called STEMmersion, and the students are done with their normal classes and they sign up for a class where they're with the same teacher all day and they learn some atypical curriculum. And I've done some Unreal STEMmersions in the past. And one of the first ones I did was the Unreal influence of Star Wars. I love Star Wars, and I had the students like make Star Wars stuff in Unreal. But I realized like I'm old, like the kids are more into Marvel. So then I was gonna do, would have been last year, it was gonna be like the same thing but with Marvel, and we were gonna try to do like an Iron Man augmented reality type of thing with Unreal. And we didn't get to do it because of the pandemic. But I think I always thought it'd be cool to I thought it'd be cool to do some VR stuff with the project I normally do, where like they could walk around their own museum. But unfortunately, we do have other history things to do. I don't think we'd have the time to do something that big. But I love those types of histories, the 360 camera stuff. Like it's all cool. Like I'm glad you're getting into history.
Love it.
Yeah, I think everyone sort of touched on it. Really well already. I just want to sort of go to Karina's point, which she really sort of hit the nail on the head for me, which was the context of learning as well. It's even whether it's games or construction or just any industry, most things that we do in the real world outside of school, are project based. It's we have to construct this tower, or we have to go to this mining site and figure out the best way to extract some ore, whatever it may be. And the really cool thing about games is they're really hard. They can be really hard to make, and they're really hard project based things to make as well. And the fact that because it's hard and because it's really interesting, students get really involved in it. And then because they're really involved in it, as Nick was saying before, they go out and Steve was saying before, they're doing extra. I was doing extra, and I didn't even feel like work, right? And the fact that you got teachers supporting that, and everyone wants to sort of learn more and do more, and the context is better. It just means that I'm just sort of repeating what everyone said before. It just all works, and if you have as long as and that means that whether they go into games later or not, or whatever industry, they're getting those real good, those real good life skills, and it's about the context of everything. Again, we're not learning about, as I said before, how many watermelons to fit in a car. It's okay, we're learning about history or physics or geography or whatever it may be. And video games and game engines are just a vehicle for helping do that.
And I think that's the way to.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. That's the way to get the teachers more involved in it. I think, like you're saying, it's not just about the technology. It's a tool to get the other learning. It's a supplemental tool.
Now, I'm not sure how we're doing on time.
About 20 minutes left.
20 minutes left. Okay, Karina, are you okay? I know.
I think we had a slow start to this one, so I'm needing another PAX panel right now, actually. But how can I help?
Well, I think you've been fabulous here. I think you've offered a lot to the conversation, and I know you're going to visit Steve and Nick's classrooms. So I don't know how this works, but if you need to go? I think that's probably okay, isn't it, Josh? You're kind of the
Yeah, no,
master of
absolutely.
ceremonies here. I'm just making sure everybody talks.
I think Karina's insight was absolutely awesome. Just
Yeah.
and I'm sure that the chat will
Really
probably be
enjoyed meeting
having
you.
questions now as well when this recording goes live. So yeah, thanks so much, Karina. That was awesome.
If nothing else,
Thank you.
Karina, you got a career in teaching.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Thank you so much. I don't think I could hold a flame to the two of you, so I'll let that up to the professionals. If there's anything that I can just quickly add before I go, this has been such an amazing opportunity. Information can be accessed at any time, and that will augment how education will unfold in the coming century. I would really challenge everyone who's watching this stream to be curious about the physical and virtual world that we live in today. And I really want to nail this into the coffin. Respect your educators because they have experienced many, many things that you have no idea in their lifetime. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Karina.
Thank you.
See you.
Welcome back. And many thanks to Karina for joining us. She had so much great input. So let's go on with this and figure out how to change the world. So looking across industries, game engines and real-time interactive 3D, it's not just for games anymore. We touched on that earlier. I mean, they're playing a role in every industry across automotive, architecture, aerospace, medical, simulation. I mean, it's just so cool, all of the things that are going on. We really have a front row seat to that at Epic. How can we help students and teachers understand playing games as a valuable skill to lead to these careers? And as we talked about, the tools that lead to these careers. I mean, students always get really excited about games. And this is sort of an add-on to this, that at what point do you think they go, maybe I would like to be an architect and use these tools? Or Josh, did you ever think about, doing anything else with the tools? So we could actually start with you.
Yeah, great question. I really did, because I think maybe I didn't, I maybe should have touched on it a bit more earlier, but most of the things I used Unreal for wasn't for making games for those, assignments and stuff I got in the class. They were mostly animations or visualizations, whether it was, how a hydroelectric water wheel works versus, how a plane flies is one of the ones I did as well. So early on, I was really looking at, I could, how could I do this to either teach myself things and maybe, release videos for other people and stuff as well. And then I do think that for me personally, video games are sort of always the goal, just because I liked playing games. And then all of a sudden, I had game engines, so like, sweet, this is a nice fit for me. But even, now it's just, there's so many applications for just real-time rendering in general. Whether, it's visualizations in, if it's architecture or mining or anything else. I know a few friends at high school now looking into that, that they've finished up high school and we did some of those, presentations together, and now they're going, hey, maybe I could use this in my, in nursing, for example. It'd be really cool to do, virtual nursing training online using these, animations, and then you could have haptic gloves, and had a lot of conversations with my friends about that. And she's sort of exploring that now as well. So, like, I've always thought about it, but maybe not in as much depth as yourself and Steve and Nick.
Great, thank you. We'll start with you, Steve. You're on.
Sure. So it's funny, when Minecraft got so big, I started to question, like, are we going to end up with flooding the market in terms of architects? Because, kids were taking this active interest that would have never thought they were interested in architecture to all of a sudden building, right? The same kind of went to like engineering, because they started using some of the tools for that, which translates beautifully to like Fortnite Creative and Unreal Engine, because they both allow for much of the same. But also, I think when we start to think about career and technical education and think about digital storytelling and, again, XR, like AR and VR. And, when you start showing kids some of these experiences, like there's so many great stories with 360 video and virtual reality or augmented reality that get into things like empathy. So we start to see how we can really, where it can take us, even in terms of things like journalism and so many interesting fields. So I think as kids start to see, and I think, I love the idea when we start sharing the fact that we're teaching kids these industry standard tools that imagine, and it's happening, like Nick's kids and, some of my students and Josh, coming out of the high school years with this resume that, Epic would probably hire many of these kids out of high school knowing that they have those skills. So, and not just Epic, but these companies that need people to use these tools for any number of things. So I think the question started with something like, how do we start with games and expand? And I think that's kind of what we hope will happen when kids start to, understand the inner workings and what this is created with and what that means. And, when we get into computer science, but make the activities relevant to kids and to solving problems and all of that, I think we start to really, demonstrate where this can take them, and the career opportunities are incredible. Like, I can't imagine having come out of high school with some of these skills,
That's great. Yeah, we're really hoping to see people fast track this because there are so many jobs out there. I see big openings for people to get involved. If you even look at what's going on, the entire film business is being changed by virtual production, and it's so interesting. So, Nick, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think you reel in the students with the video games, something that they're familiar in, and then you expose them to the idea of serious games. I've seen students use Unreal to do like virtual CPR training. You have to get certified like every couple years. Well, to get like certified again, rather than go and take the course again, you can just like prove that you still know the skills by using VR. I think the military is using this stuff in new ways, drones and things like that. So like, instead of having to build things that are really expensive and time consuming, you can practice using the simulations through Unreal. We were trying to do last year before the pandemic. We were going to model our parking lot. Our parking lot's always really chaotic with the drop off and pickup of students. And we wanted to create like an animation to teach new student drivers how to like maneuver through all the sixth graders running around the parking lot. And like, that's a problem that our school has consistently had. Use Unreal to solve it. I've seen Unreal be used for like evacuations of buildings. Like we got a new addition to our building. And unfortunately, things like mass shootings and things like that have become commonplace. And to a sixth grader, like, that's a traumatic thing to have to think about. Well, if they can practice exiting the building by simulating it in Unreal, then it's not so scary when they have to do the drills in real time. So I think that there's just a ton of possibilities. I've had students use Unreal as a presentation tool similar to PowerPoint, where they're playing the game basically. I had them do that for my government class a couple years ago, where they had to basically debate the most influential amendment to the Constitution. And they each had a different amendment, and then a couple of them chose to use Unreal. Basically, like, you had to kind of click through this like gallery instead of clicking through slides of a PowerPoint. They click through that, and then what that does is you can pass that on to the audience, and then they can play the game to learn it in a new way. So like, you can present it, but then you can also play it. It's more engaging all around. So ton of stuff that can be used.
Even just to just to quickly chime in there, even just disruption again of real time rendering, right? It's I have a few friends who worked, happened to be an Unreal game as well. They worked at Opaque Space with Earthlight, and that totally blew away NASA, where they had their own VR tech and astronaut training, and all of a sudden, a bunch of Aussies rock up with with effectively like a much better and faster looking, much better looking and faster astronaut training thing, which then got integrated into astronaut training as well. So I mean, like, it's the possibilities really are endless.
Yeah, we did it. We worked on a piece. It's called the Creators Field Guide for Emerging Careers. And it came out last year, but we really mapped all the entry level Unreal skills through the window of like 8 careers and looking at automotive and aerospace. But one of the most interesting ones to me that we looked at, and I interviewed an incredible artist, was experiential design. And people kind of go, what is that? But it's everything from, data visualization in 3D to installations to all of this cool stuff you're seeing at rock concerts.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's really, artists start exploring and pushing the boundaries of the tools. And it's a fascinating area. So I'm just going to kind of open this up right now. We have a few more minutes here, and maybe each of you'd like to sort of wrap things up a little bit on your thoughts. We could do that, or we could talk about designing a dream project for your classes, if you had ultimate control. So I don't know. Which way do you want to go?
I'll let the teachers go first.
I mean, one thing, I want to just kind of start to wrap up in a way by saying how much I enjoyed the conversation. It's funny how sometimes, you're presenting in a panel and then you're like, wow, I could just stay here and chat with these folks forever. So it was really neat. One thing I want to see in the future is I want Josh to open his own school that offers students the opportunities that he created for himself, because I think that's incredible.
They have to use the old UDK though. They have.
Yes. What was it, Unreal 3? He said. Yeah. But so that, and I mean, I feel it's funny. You ask what the dream project. I've been fortunate, and I think I've ultimately kind of created my dream job. So we're very lucky, because of this change in this shift in kind of thinking and things. For me, I have the joy with students of letting them sort of take the lead and then supporting them. So I think the title of this session was "You're Never Too Young to Learn," right? Well, You're never too old to learn. And that's what I kept thinking, because I love to learn. So I love learning with my kids. So I, had this unique opportunity to do that all the time. So I'm just, I just think it's super cool. And it's, and I would like to encourage others to figure out that can be done. I mean, I think Nick's a great example too of like somebody who created this, like a history teacher who had this fascination with the tech and was able to really say, hey, I'm going to make things happen with this. So I think that's incredible.
Great. Nick?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, well said, Steve. I think a lot of teachers, at least myself, I'm a learner first, and like, yeah, I'm a teacher, but really like the students are teaching me. I know that's like a corny cliche thing to say, but like, that's what makes the job so fun for me is like the students every year, they show me something cool and Unreal that I didn't even know you can do. So, I mean, they're the ones, and then seeing their final product is always the best part. I think just like opening it up and trying new things. This was great. I really enjoyed talking with everybody. My dream project, I mean, I'm kind of there with Steve, like whatever the kids want to do, I think it'd be cool. I've been getting more into geographic information systems, which is like computerized mapping technology stuff. And I think it'd be cool to combine that with Unreal and maybe do some like mapping stuff, like make the levels bigger. And then of course get some VR into the like environment so that they could walk around, kind of like how we see with the 360 cameras where like you map the Roman Colosseum and then it looks like you're there. I've seen some cool like VR civil rights stuff where like you're walking around with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It'd be cool to do something like that. But I mean, they're blowing me away every year. So like that's my dream. I'm living in, I guess.
Is there an option to go back to high school and go back to next class? Because that would be really cool.
As a guest.
As a guest, obviously, yeah.
Every time we have these exhibition nights, there's always a couple parents who are like, oh man, I wish this was my history class. And I'm like, tell your kids that, because they get tired. I always joke that like, it doesn't matter what the project is, students will get tired of it after 2 weeks. I could sit at the at the doorway and give every student $5 as they enter the room, and they'll be tired of it after 2 weeks. Like, it's just, they want to move on. So, but the parents come in and get all excited. Maybe that's why the kids don't like it, because like grown-ups think it's cool. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think, you two have wrapped it up really, really succinctly. I think I want to point out too. It's having teachers like Steve and Nick, and people in the education space like yourself, Linda, that's driving this, and that's a really, really cool thing. Like, there was still, again, a lot of appetite for that when I was in high school. Only 5-6 years ago. But the tools weren't necessarily there, and the pathways weren't necessarily there either. But like, this is like, for me, like, I'm just excited to see what's happening already, and I consider this early days. Like, this is the stuff that's going on right now is even for me is mind blowing. The fact this can happen in classrooms, and Nick saying, "Oh, and I have kids who are have got a few years experience coding already," and it's just like, I'll be out of a job in a few years. I said before, but like, it's just just sort of like, stay the course, and you're already listening to your students, and I'm sure there's plenty of teachers watching this as well. And if they're not already looking at maybe using Unreal or different tools in the classroom to maybe give it a try and see how it goes, because it made, at least anecdotally, it made a huge difference, for me, both as wanting to, learn in school, and also my grades, right? Just keeps the parents happy too. So yeah, no, I just think I'm just excited to see what happens next, really.
Well, thank you. Well, I'll close with, I have the coolest job in the world because I get to work with people like you guys all the time. And this has been a passion for me for close to 20 years. And as an artist that picked up using game engine tools, to explore things, and then teaching and sort of seeing this magic here. So this is a really special time, I think, all of the change that's happening, and we get to be a part of it. So thank you so much for being here today. It's really been great.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank all of you. Yeah.
Catch you next time.
G'day, I'm Evan from Kyronex Studios, and I'd like to talk to you about our game, This Starry Void. This Starry Void is a science fiction dungeon crawler in which you drive a cute little robot around a series of dark and dingy and cool and flashy spacecraft, fighting off hordes of tentacle beasts, chitinous insectile creatures, and just plain weird stuff. This Starry Void is very heavily influenced by my experiences growing up in the 1980s and 90s and playing RPGs on the computers available at the time, and the sense of real wonder and strangeness that as a child I experienced playing these games. And it's been my goal to imbue some of that sense into this game so that when you play it you can feel that too, and I hope that we've done that. The three pillars that we wanted to focus on with This Starry Void were combat, exploration, and contemplation. Combat is pretty self-explanatory. This little robot is designed primarily for salvaging duties or rescue operations, so initially you'll be equipped with some pretty kind of basic weapons like a disc saw, maybe a blowtorch, and as you progress through the game you can modify this robot, upgrade those to bigger and better versions or more militarized perhaps equipment. Exploration comes in two kinds. There's exploring the physical locations of the ship, from greenhouses to engineering rooms to flight decks and barracks, and then there is a kind of temporal exploration where you are uncovering fragments of a narrative that stretch over a period of time for which you are only coming in at the end of this, and then you are piecing them back together to work out what has happened and how we've come to this point. The third pillar is what I call contemplation, and this is the unspoken questions that are at the heart of This Starry Void. So we want the player to be asking questions of themselves and of the world as they play the game. If that all sounds good to you, then please check out the demo, carve up some tentacle beasts, hopefully save a few people, and maybe think about the nature of existence while you do it. Thanks very much.
Evelyn, I keep running out of HP. How do I keep my health up? From Unconscious in the Underdark. Unconscious, thank you so much for your question. I'm so happy to try to help. I've really been working on my mentorship skills now that I'm taking care of the new C-Team recruits. But I have to admit, I wasn't sure what HP was. I asked my totally platonic friend Paulton what HP was, and he laughed at me. But he said it has something to do with, like, not dying? So I assume it means happy and healthy peace feelings. Well, I definitely have lots of those because I am a servant of the Morning Lord, Lathander. Have you heard about Lathander? If not, let me know because I would love to tell you about him. But anyway, you said you keep running out of HP. Well, I can't honestly say that's something that happens too much to me as a 12th level paladin. Well, theoretically, if it was hard for me to keep my happy, healthy PCs up, I would probably invest time in some good, old-fashioned adventurer self-care. Having sworn the oath of the ancients myself, I like to go looking for rejuvenation in nature, especially in the morning. Oh, when was the last time you watched a sunrise? Oh, that's what you need for sure. The sunset this morning was amazing. The Morning Lord really outdid himself. I mean, if that's even possible, which it isn't, but just every morning I think it is because it's so gosh darn beautiful. And okay, yeah, but the sunset this morning was amazing. Oh, but you know how love is like a flower, like a sunflower. Oh, one time my professional acquaintance and pen pal Omen once sent me a pressed sunflower in a letter, and I thought about how love, like sunflowers, always bears fruit or seeds, and from those seeds grows new life, and new life is just like the dawn, like Lathander, the Morning Lord. Isn't that amazing? Everything comes back to Lathander. Lathander, Lathander, Lathander.
Hi, I'm Ren, one of the developers of Unpacking, the upcoming title from Australian indie studio Witchbeam. Unpacking is a Zen puzzle game about the familiar experience of pulling possessions out of boxes and fitting them into a new home. Part item Tetris, part home decoration, you are invited to create a satisfying living space while learning clues about the life you're unpacking. Over the course of 8 house moves, you are given a chance to experience a sense of intimacy with a character you never see and a story you're never told. You can play the first 2 stages of Unpacking right now in our demo, available through Steam only during PAX Online. Look forward to the full game in 2021.
Joining us for this PAX Online panel. I was like, what is this? Already forgot. Doing great. It's lovely for all of us to be here and for all of you to be here. I hope you've been enjoying yourself so far. Today we are going to be talking about CosPlanning, because if I can portmanteau a word, I will. But we're going to be focusing on techniques and methods and ideas and tips for how to start, and also very importantly, how to finish your next cosplay or your current cosplay. Maybe you're working on something and you need some advice. So I am joined by 3 other wonderful cosplayers, and I'm just absolutely delighted. So I will start off with some introductions, and then I will pass it around to the group. My name is Lauren, or you can find me at Random Tuesday online. My day job is that I am a producer with Wizards of the Coast, and I have been cosplaying for a while. And I'm going to talk about, like, we're all going to mention our strengths and our weaknesses. My strength when it comes to cosplay and management is very much in the kind of tracking and motivation, like in that middle of the process. But I'd say my biggest weakness is estimating correctly the amount of time it's going to take me to do any one thing. So we're all here, and not all of us know everything, but we're here to impart our wisdom and our knowledge to you all. So stick around. Birdie, do you want to take us away next?
Sure. Hi, I'm Birdie, or Elephant Bird Cosplay. You can find me L3 Bird. That's elephant with the second E as a 3 bird. Maybe I should have made that easier to say out loud, but it's too late now. I'm a full-time art student studying costume construction, and I think my greatest strength and my greatest weakness are actually the same thing, which is that I have ADHD. So I have no concept of time, I have no concept of time. That makes organization very difficult for me, but it can also be a magical superpower where when I am really excited about something, I can just do it forever with no regard for anything else happening. It lets me do very ambitious and fun projects when I can wrangle it to let me finish. So I'm going to talk about some of my strategies for working around that executive dysfunction.
I think there's a car alarm going off, so yes, I'll look for it.
Well, I guess I'll go next. Hi, I'm Sola of Sola Haker Cosplay. I've been cosplaying for around 10 years, I think. The lines kind of get blurred towards the beginning. It happens. My day job is I'm an accountant for a local university, and while that is kind of a more boring occupation compared to what I do in my spare time, I think that my kind of business-oriented background really helps me with breaking down bills and especially with shopping, because I do number crunch all the time. That really helps me keep an organized, tight budget, because I know while I might have money to spend freely on this hobby, I know some people struggle to balance their books on leisure and real life things. So I hope to impart some of that wisdom as well. Oh, wait, and my weakness. I find that while I don't get burned out working on projects, I struggle to keep up motivation if I find that things aren't really going the way that I envision when I'm first working on stuff. It's like that slight perfectionist kind of mentality that I have an issue with that I need to work on.
Vicky.
My name is Vicky. I go by Vicky Bunny Angel Cosplay online. Vicky Bunny Angel's just my name on everything like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. I'm a marketing executive as by trade, so I do brand development as well as just basic social media marketing and digital marketing in general. And I'm also a streamer on Twitch. I've been cosplaying for over like 13 years at this point. I've sort of lost track because I realized people can calculate my age based off of how long I've cosplayed. Not that it really, really matters. But my favorite thing about cosplay is the problem-solving aspect. I really, really get a huge adrenaline rush from looking at something that's 2D and like thinking of how I'm gonna make that into reality. So my strength lies in theory crafting, and I like absorb information from everywhere. And I just store it in my brain for like the right project. I'll be like, oh yes, I've heard of this method from over there. I'm gonna apply it over here. My biggest weakness, though, is actually getting things done. So it's kind of hilarious that I'm on this panel. I think I struggle most with motivation, as well as overestimating my physical ability. So when you've had a major accident happen to you, your body's not the same, and it's hard to come to terms with that sometimes, but it's something you'll get used to.
All right. Well, with that, let's dive into. We're breaking this down into like the three main parts because there's a beginning and a middle and an end to every project, and that seems like the most logical method. So we're gonna start with the beginning of a project and kind of getting started. So if anyone wants to touch on like any tips or your process for breaking down a project, like, great, I've picked this idea. How do I decide how I'm going to make this? What I'm going to need to buy? What are my materials? What are my processes? And kind of that sort of initial piece, because I know that can be very overwhelming to go from concept to like the 2D to the 3D part.
So one of my favorite things that I've learned at Art is the value of sketchbooks. They're amazing. So I oftentimes, just so I can conceptualize a project, will start by sketching out every part of it. And I'm not good at drawing. It's not my art form, but it still just helps to kind of understand what garments I'm going to be making. I also, I have a couple just pages out of my planning book that I'm working on right now, where I would print out the
I think
I would actually print out the reference. Yeah. You could grab that. But I'll actually print out the reference and like color code it so I know, okay, this part is going to be smocking and this part is going to be made of my main fabric and this is going to be an accent fabric and this is a kit that I'm buying. And that helps me a lot really break down in my mind what's going to happen. I think my name is actually covering up information. I think my name was actually covering up like the key that I had to.
Oh,
but
let me.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you can, I actually like highlighted each part of the costume in a different color. And I also just anytime I need to figure something out, it goes in the book. So all of my stitch diagrams go right in the book. All of my math, all of my samples, any fabric swatches I buy. And then I have this really tactile thing that I can, anytime I have a question about what I want to do, it's in the book. And if you compete, it also doubles great as a progress book. I competed for my first time at Katsucon, and the judges were like, oh, this is so fun. I want to touch everything. And so
that's very cool.
Are a joy.
I've never thought of putting like smocking examples or something like that into an actual sketchbook, because I definitely, I also do the sort of full turnaround sketch with a lot of very squiggly annotations.
I've actually seen in museums when artists for theater would have to, they would call it their like build Bible. They actually would keep samples in case they needed to replace certain pieces of fabric or stuff. They would keep the sample where they bought it, try to get as much information if you do have to go back and realize, oh man, I don't have enough of this fabric. Let me go back to the store and try to match whatever I have.
If I ever dye something, I will write down the 10th of them. So if I ever have to dye it again.
Oh, I should share my dye plans with you guys sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
So I did dyeing for 6 years. I worked in a dye shop. And so for pre-planning things like dyeing, or when we figured out that you need to dye something, I write down the grammage and the colors just so that it's all the exact same ratio so that I can replicate the dye bath perfectly every single time.
Sola, what were you saying? Sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. So building off what you said, if you do not have the ability to draw, because I also do not, I find that using blank figure drawings for fashion or even artist reference drawings for bodies, that is a great way to start, and you can build off of things. I do that especially if you have the sketch of the Wild Mother that I sent, maybe that. So that is a great example of kind of what I do. It helps me really decide what type of materials I need, what I use, because I'm slightly a little more messy than 30. I just take a piece of paper and I mad dash scribble like everything I need. Like I draw possible patterns. I kind of explain how I want things to look and lay. And you can actually see at one point I had one design for a crown and the other time I scratched out and drew another one. So it really helps you with the design process. And if you keep these, you can see where you started and where you finished. And personally, what I do is I go to the point where I write, as I'm drawing the sketch, I figure out what kind of materials I need, and I'll write that down as I go, and then I'll compile it on one piece of paper, double check it, see, do I think I need more in case I mess up something? Because accidents happen, you do mess up patterns and projects. And I'll kind of give myself a little more yardage just to be on the safe side, and I'll write that like 3 or 4 times, and it can be a slightly more messy aspect, but I find that if you write down things a couple times, you really know what you need, and you decide, oh, I don't need that, I have it in my stash, or I need this, because it's been times where I write down the project list, I figure out all my materials, and then I realize, oh, I don't have any zippers or thread that'll match this fabric. Let me get some of that while I'm at the store. Because there's nothing worse than realizing you don't have the notions that you need to finish a project, and then your seams are all wonky.
I think to add on to what Sola said too, it's important to keep your inventory organized and sort of actually know what you have. I used to, when I was younger, I was not so organized. I used to run to the issue where I would buy too many zippers. I would buy duplicates of rivets and stuff because I didn't realize I already had it. Or sometimes I'd forget I bought it. But now I keep everything labeled in boxes, in clear boxes, so I can exactly see at a glance what I have before I go out on a trip to spend more money.
That's something.
So, and I will say,
I gestured back
I
here,
have
but
just
I have
like box.
The clear.
The clear helps, yeah.
Sorry, Birdie, what were you saying? Uh-oh. Yep, there we are. I think we lost her for a moment. We'll pause for a second in case we need to, but I found that clear boxes and open containers are really helpful because then I can kind of pull them and look inside rather than like having to open. I used to keep all of my fabric in these like really deep tubs, and in order to get to any of them, I'd have to like dig to the bottom. Yeah. And then I watched Marie Kondo's show on Netflix, and I was like, that method for t-shirts, it will also work for fabric. And so now I keep them all like in narrow fabric bins that are kind of short so that I can just open them up and see all of the fabric that's inside, which is really helpful for not losing track of what
I have just the worst time making boxes. If I can't see something, it might as well. So I found that those IKEA like cube shelves are just everything.
Oh, yeah.
The Calyx ones?
Yes. I want like an entire wall that's just nothing but cat. That's my dream home.
And we also, just kind of touching on this, keep in mind that while these methods might work for us, they might not work for you. You really just kind of think around and try to look at other cosplayers and see what they do. Because I have a dedicated workspace that I've had for a couple years. But before, when I was just starting out, I only had my parents' kitchen dining room table to work on, and that was about it. Like, we kept my box of fabric behind the Christmas decorations. So, don't feel bad if you don't have these methods to use for your personal organization. Just kind of do what you can to make it work.
I made myself miserable for years trying to neurotypical people, and it wasn't until I realized like I can't fight ADHD, I have to work with it, that I actually got anywhere. And that is true of everybody. It's just very pronounced.
One of my approaches when I'm thinking about, because I like have a tendency to overhaul my organization systems like every so often, but my thought process is what is the problem that I'm running into? Like, what is the struggle that I'm having? So, like, it used to be that I had all with the fabric, I'd be like, I can't find stuff that's at the bottom. Like, and it's annoying, and I don't like pulling this off the shelf, and I hate doing this. And I was like, okay, what can I do to mean that I don't have to pull all of the fabric out to get the one at the bottom? Well, I can use shorter containers. So rather than saying, like, this is how so-and-so does it, like, think what is the thing that you're having a hard time with, and then make your sort of strategy around that. And that's like, that's kind of works for all of this. Like, try all of these things that we're suggesting, but you can find other things that other people are trying to, for sure.
That's why there's 4 of us talking about this.
I think also when it comes to planning, Sola brought up this really good point that everyone's situation is different, everyone's space is different. Sometimes the cosplay you want to do may not be something you can feasibly do in your space, and that's something you might have to consider, that you may not have, like the space is spread out, I don't know, like
like a
6
ball gown.
feet of fabric or something, you know what I mean? You just have like this tiny table, which is fine. Just work within what you have, or maybe you can ask, you start planning, can I borrow a friend's living room or something? And can I plan work days somewhere else? So try to work with what you have. And if you do have a small space that doesn't have a lot of storage options, then what I used to do when I was living with my parents and I could only do things in my bedroom is I would buy things at a time and only work on one component of the costume rather than buying a ton of things, because there was no place for me to store my materials. So
yeah,
it just
As
meant more
someone
shopping
that
trips,
has-
but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I think that leads us into the next
Yeah.
sort of major topic, which is shopping, like how and purchasing materials. We kind of touched on like keep your stuff organized so you know what you have, but presuming there will be many projects where you don't have the stuff that you need. Does anyone have sort of preferred methods for acquiring new materials? Let's leave it general that way.
I shop mostly online, but that may just be because I don't have a lot of options. When it comes to fabric, Toronto's really easy to buy fabric for, but when it comes to like wigs, foam, and those other types of materials, I always have to order from the States. So in my mind, I've already built up okay, it's going to take me 2 to 3 weeks to wait for it to come here. So I should probably buy that stuff first. That way, by the time they get here, it's probably going to take me another 2 weeks to get the motivation to do something with it. So then it'll actually be done on time. Because overnight shipping anything from the US is a lot of money up to Canada. But when it comes to planning, I do top down. I pick out my wig first, because normally I buy that from, I don't know, either Arda or Epic. And then if it needs warbler or foam, I'll buy that from. Are we allowed to say brand? Are we allowed to say stores? We're not being paid. This is not being paid.
None
at
of
all.
this is sponsored. These are just
I
the
buy
places
from, like,
that we go to.
TNT or Red Moon, and these places are not near me, so it'll take at least a week to ship. So if the costume calls for those materials, then I have to buy those first, and then wait for next paycheck. And the next paycheck, I buy what's available to me locally, because I can just do that any day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do live in the United States, but I'm in a similar situation. Like, I've been doing a lot of gold work lately, and you can't buy gold work. The only place it's manufactured is Pakistan. So same, like, needing to work around shipping times is my biggest challenge.
Yeah, I like to pre-shop. That's my thing. I will go on to like, I'm like, I'm probably gonna buy this fabric at Joann's, or maybe I'll go to one of the local fabric stores. But like, I like to look at everything online and think about the materials that I'm going to get. But I'm a very tactile person, so I still go into the store and I buy it in the store. But I find that looking through online, one, answers the question of, is this something I can find in the store, or do I have to find it online? Gives me helps me with the budgeting stage too, because I can start estimating how much money I think things are going to cost me. So I find...
So I am a complete overplanner for when it comes to shopping, just because of the type of person I am.
I love it. Tell us more.
It goes down into the point where I determine what I'm buying like on a monthly basis. And I only do that because after gaining years of experience, I start learning the little things that certain stores do. I take into account Black Friday sometimes if I need to get certain things from, like, say that what was it? Most special occasion fabrics from Joann's always go on sale Black Friday at very certain days of their Black Friday sale. If I need fake flowers, I'll try to wait until after the spring, because that's when Joann's will put their fake floral fabric flowers on sale afterwards. So it also takes into account like when I'm going to be wearing a certain project, I'll try to budget out that way. And also, speaking of budget, so like I said, and I am an accountant, I do budgets all the time. I set an amount for a specific project like off the bat. Personally, what I do is every paycheck, I take a little bit out of my paycheck, and that's just my entertainment cosplay fund. I don't touch it for anything else unless I can avoid to. Like, if something emergencies come up, then it's the first thing to go, because it's fun and I need to pay for things that I need to live. first. So that really helps with budgeting for me. Just if you have the means to take out money already, do that so then you don't feel like you're struggling in other ways. Work with your budget if you can, do what you want to do, but also remember you are a living person with other obligations. I also pre-shop, so I'll look on different sites that I really like. I'll take that into account of processing and shipping times and such. Sometimes I know buying fabric online is a gamble because you never 100% sure the feel or the color of certain fabrics. So I'll even take into account, is it cheaper to buy it on store, like online, but it's not the right color? Can I dye it then? Will that, and I'll add certain prices, like certain more expensive for dyeing materials, that sort of thing. And what I also do, and not everyone does this, if you have a tighter budget, I wouldn't recommend doing this, but I just calculate everything out down to the tax without any coupons, because I know that is going to be the top of my budget in case I can't get any coupons for whatever I buy. Now, if I can get coupons, which I usually can, luckily, then I know I'll be under budget in case something else comes up, like I'm missing something or I mess up and I need more fabric. But that's just something that I personally do because I know then if I can reach that amount, then I know I'm good.
One thing I want to say about buying online and that kind of uncertainty, if you know it's a website that you shop from frequently, like there's one, I have a tendency to buy a lot of stretch fabrics from spandexworld.com because they sell a lot of different kinds of stretch fabrics. And so I have ordered in the past, because like you normally have to pay for shipping per sample. So I've ordered like 5 or 6 samples at a time, being like, this might be a fabric that I'll want to use for a different project, and then hold on to those and all that information, because you can say like, now I already have the sample for this fabric, and you can just go to that and know what you're getting, rather than like having to take that gamble every time.
One website that I shop, Baron, they have a deal where if you buy a yard of fabric, you get free samples with it. So it's always like whenever I buy from them, I'm always like, okay, what do I think the next order might be? Get those samples at the same time.
I can't wait to buy from Silk Baron soon. I finally have it in my budget that I can afford a large amount. I'm so excited.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
I do. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
This might be a budget, not really a budgeting trick. Like, I wasn't able to get a lot of Baron Silk, the costume I wanted, so I will usually think in terms of like, where can I use this really nice material to just add a So I can't make this 10-yard dress out of Silk Baron Silk, but I can get 2 yards of it and then have little bits of it. So if there's a material you really want to use, but you can't get like a ton of it at once, you can always think about other ways in a smaller way. I think having that mix of materials makes it richer anyway.
Yeah. So let's kind of tackle like the last sort of major topic for beginning, and then we'll go to the middle of our project, our hypothetical project. And this is something that I've talked about struggling with, so I'm here to defer to all of your expertise in estimating time. How do you for yourself estimate? Because I am a chronic underestimator. My big thing is I'm like, this will take me 3 hours. 10 hours later, I am halfway through. So if thoughts on that, and then the sort of related thing is, how do you track your projects? What are your tools for once you've done your planning? How do you like to keep track of the project while you're going? Because that kind of leads us into the once the project's going aspect.
With experience too, eventually you'll realize what's consistent about yourself and your working speed depending on what you're doing. Like I know for myself how fast I can sew, or how fast I can pattern draft or cut foam out, or actually what my physical limit is for, cutting foam, because that's a physical manual labor on my shoulder, which I did injure a few years back. And so I'll know and be able to do that for a few hours a day. And you'll also know how long it takes Plastidip to dry, how long it'll take my 3D printer to print a thing. All of this comes with experience. So it's all of that kind of adds on to how I structure what I do first. I will always do the task that takes the longest first, and then everything else sort of trickles down in decreasing order of how long it takes me to do it, if that makes sense.
So like Vicky said, that is a really good point. Like, you have to realize what you can do. I take a full day just to cut out fabric because I'm on my hands and knees and I hate it, and it's just a huge big old struggle. But I can sew a garment together in like a couple hours just because I sew on a very fast machine spinning. Wow, I lost my train of thought. It really does come with experience, and I find that if I break down certain parts of the project, like Vicky said earlier, buying like head to toe, I'll also break down projects head to toe first. Like, I'll tend to work on the tops of things, and then the pants, and then the boots and armor or whatever else I'm using. I'll give myself like a full 2 days to style a wig, even if it's simple, just because I never know if I finish styling and go, I hate this. Let's wash it out and do it again, because it happens, and you just want to try to give yourself time. Personally, what I do is I made it a rule ever since I got out of college, because now I have a full-time job and I come home in the evening and I just want to sit down on the couch and watch TV. I'll just sew and do cosplay on the weekends. I'll basically give myself a couple hours on Saturday and Sunday, and that's the times that I get to work, just so I don't burn myself out. And of course, it takes me longer to do projects, but I find that I'm not so tired when I'm going through the motions of making everything. And you just have to realize, what can I squeeze into that amount of time that I'm giving myself.
I think what you just said about deciding when your crafting time happens is so incredibly important. Like I said, I'm a full-time student. I do, on average, about 100 hours. I have very little free time. And a lot of the times when I do have that free time, I also just want to go sit on the couch. So I basically decided, my school doesn't have class on Friday, so Thursday is my Friday. So I said, okay, Thursday nights, I'm exhausted. I don't want to do homework anyway. Thursday night is crafting night. And this is the night that I have to not feel guilty and take my own time, work on my own project. Any other day of the week, like if I have a random hour here and there, I might do something. But carving out that time allows me to say, this is time, not instead of might be more productive because it's for school. And also allowing myself to say, like, if a rolls around, I just can't make it happen. I'm saying to myself, cosplay this week, and that's okay. But you have to know that that's what you're sacrificing if you.
Yeah, I mean, that feeds into some other stuff I think we'll touch on a little bit later about being okay with not finishing. I know, because like I mentioned, because I'm bad at, and I know, like at this point, I know I underestimate, so I always pad out my time. I'm like, I think this is going to take me 3 hours, and then I sit there and I have a moment with myself, and I'm like, Lauren, that's going to take you a whole day. So yeah, knowing even if you're bad at estimating how long you think a task might take you, knowing that you're bad at that is also a thing you can kind of own and be honest with yourself about.
Yeah, like if I see something, I'm like, yeah, that'll take me an hour. Budget.
Yeah, budget more. So what do people use? Oh, I was gonna say, what do people use to keep track of their stuff? Do y'all tend to prefer paper, pen, digital? A mix therein?
I use a mix. Like Birdie, I also use a sketchbook. Mine is on the floor over there, sitting in the corner of shame. And I also use Google Keep because it allows me to access it from both my phone and my laptop. And it's constantly updating, so I can literally have it open on my phone and my laptop and be typing at the same time on different things, such as if I'm like upstairs in my workroom or downstairs in my other places in my house. And just bringing it back for a second to padding out your schedule. Also, give yourself time to be a normal person. Because I have been working on the same project for, when did I start? Like, I think I started this project in March, and consistently every Saturday and Sunday I work for about maybe 6 hours on the project. And this is the first week that I was just like, no, I'm tired. I need a break. I need my own Saturday and my own Sunday. So it's okay to give yourself time, because remember, unless this is your full-time job, it's okay to take a break and not do something, which can help you with your staying motivated, which we'll talk about later.
I use a giant whiteboard, and I write down all of the tasks that need to be done. I find it interesting that you guys do it by hour, because I don't allot an hour like, 5 hours on a wig or whatever. I allot like days. So therefore it's just kind of up in the air. Like, I don't know, it'll take 3 to 6 hours, but it'll be done on Tuesday type thing. So I've tried apps. I've tried to do a digital planner, and I've tried to do like the phone. I think there's a Cosplay progress app that everyone uses. That one. I've tried it. It personally doesn't work for me. I'm not a digital person. I think I get a rush from when you finish a task on my whiteboard. I cross it out and I feel really good about that. I love it. So that's what I use. I use a whiteboard.
Yeah, I tend to
I'm the same.
be a bit of a mix.
If it's purely digital, for me, if something is purely digital, like, it's not there. I need the act of handwriting something to brain. So everything I do is by hand.
I do a lot of notebook because I just like kind of have it with me all the time. But I like Shola. I also like having like reference images and things like that. If I know I'm going to go into a store and buy something, I like to have those in an app like Keep or even just on my phone so that I know I can access them. And kind of if there's like important notes or something like that, then I'll keep it that way. I also love Post-it notes. So like I'll have a page and it's like, here's the main page, and then I'll slap Post-it notes on for like, this is what I'm going to work on today. So I can like rip the Post-it note off and be like, I'm done. And it kind of keeps the visual clutter to be really focused on what I'm working on in the moment, which I think all of this kind of leads us nicely into staying on task and motivating ourselves.
Can I say one quick thing about writing things down? If something is like super crucially urgent and I can't forget it, because can't lose my hand. I can lose a Post-it. I can lose a notebook. I can't lose my hand. So if you lose things, you got unlosable notepads.
So I'm going to start calling these now. It's my unlosable notepad.
I once saw, this is off topic, but I once saw a person with like a notepad like tattooed on their forearm. So when they just would write stuff on their forearm, it was like
Yeah, that would work.
What?
Absolutely genius.
Wow.
That's So yeah, middle of the project. Now we've
staying on topic.
There's a lot of, one of the things I feel like I want to sort of summarize, like there's a lot of upfront stuff that you can do to make your life easier as you go through the cosplay, like the project, like planning what you're going to buy, keeping track of all of the different pieces and the parts, having a Bible or your kind of build guide to refer back to, all kind of leads into like the actual work that you're doing on the cosplay and making that part easier. So what sort of things do people do to keep themselves motivated to continue working on a project? Or start?
Honestly, talking about it. Yeah.
I have a lot to say about motivation just because biggest enemy sometimes. ADHD is notorious for making you really excited about a project and then just dropping it after or touching it again. So something that I have really worked hard on is how to keep it exciting the whole time. And I know we've talked a lot about like working top down and like only buying materials as you need them. But for me, the only way to keep a project going is to work laterally. So I have maybe 2 or 3 elements that I'm switching between, so I can trick myself into thinking it's a new shiny thing all the time. Especially, I do a lot of hand embellishment type things that I might be working on months on a 3x3 score. The only way that I'm not going to get bored of that is by saying, okay, I can switch today's smocking, today's embroidery, and go back until they're done. And it can be very frustrating because you'll go for months without actually finishing anything, but then you finish like 5 things at the same time, and it's great. The other thing is, if there's a piece of the costume you're dreading, consider if you actually have to do it. I hate cutting fabric. Yes, I actually do have to cut fabric. You can't get sewing without cutting out your fabric. But I was looking at a piece of armor and like, God, I just don't want to make that armor. And then I thought to myself, like, but actually, I could make this out of fabric instead, and that would be fun. So consider your own skill sets. Very little time. I don't want to spend my free time doing something I don't like. So make sure you are enjoying your project. Modify it if you don't enjoy your project. And don't feel pressured to stay working on the same thing at the whole time if you're bored. That's my speech.
No, it's Brad. Vicky, you were going to talk about talking about it.
Yeah. I post on social media a lot. So usually when I announce that I'm doing a project and start a progress thread on Twitter, typically that keeps me motivated because now I feel like, oh, I have to show off by the end of the week or maybe every few days. I want to show off that I've made some sort of progress. And usually that keeps me going. Usually around like the cosplay, the con crunch time, especially for like KatsuCon, when we're all doing progress threads on Twitter, we're all like creeping on each other's. It's like, it's that immediate validation you get from your peers, and as well while you're posting on social media, you can validate other people too. Like, oh, that's great, Lauren or Sola, that's looking awesome. Keep going. So I find group motivation helps a lot too through social media.
Yeah, I think with social media, it's easy to think about only posting the finished stuff, but I love seeing people's work in progress, and like it is genuinely a motivator.
I have my Twitter build threads are like my favorite things. I read this study once though that said like if you're going to talk about an unfinished project, make sure like you have something solid, because I have seen people like announce a project before they've actually begun it and they got all excited, but it can actually like you get the dopamine rush you would have gotten project by telling people you're going to do the project. So don't use up all your excitement on talking about it.
I think that also does relate back into the point that we'll probably end with, which is that like if you don't finish it, it's okay to also admit to that, like on the internet, to be like, yeah, I didn't finish this product, like I'm putting this on hold or whatever it is. Like you don't have to be the perfect finisher. I did want to touch on it's interesting you talk about sort of switching projects because you kind of need to keep them new and fresh. This is again, you might want to find different strategies for yourself. For me, I love finishing things like hardcore. So I will actually create like artificial places where I can be like, yeah, it's done. So I will sometimes break down something bigger into even smaller pieces. So I can be like, I did all of the blank part of this, so that I can get a sense of completion more frequently than I might if I have to do something that's going to take, it's really big and might take a long time. So you can kind of artificially like trick yourself into being like, yeah, I did a thing. Check.
Yeah. I can also, my working laterally can sometimes, I've been wary. When it came time for KatsuCon, I just simple wear. So I said, okay, you have 1 week to make this costume. And it was literally just a t-shirt, dress, and a wig. And I got the whole like new costume rush, and I suddenly so refreshed to go back into the big build.
Shola, do you want to kind of add anything about motivation or staying on track?
I guess I find myself is just like in the same veins of you guys of posting on social media and seeing my build threads, being able to go back and look at my first project pictures that I took where it's just a random pile of fabric on the floor and realizing, oh, it's on my dress form. I also find that when I'm getting towards the end of the project, I'm like, all right, let's get it off the dress form so we can work on something new. Let's take it off and put it on the shelf until it's time for wearing a con. Because I try to finish my stuff pretty early before the cons because I don't like con crunch anymore after dealing with it and almost giving myself a couple panic attacks when in my younger years of that not finishing it. I just swore off it. I'm like, I can't do that to myself anymore. And also it allows me to help friends. I have like whipped out an entire sword for a friend for his cosplay just because he was like, I can't do this. And I'm like, well, I finished my stuff so I can. So it's just kind of work with what works for your schedule. While some people can really push themselves and get all their stuff during con crunch, it just drains my energy and I just want to go to sleep all the time. So do what works for you.
Work in your limits.
Yeah.
Oh, but I
think
can
I'm
talk
the
about.
opposite of Sola. I work the fastest the week of the convention. I don't know how. Like I go into what I call my magic cosplay zone mode, where I turn into a cosplay Super Saiyan. And I don't know how I blink and my costume is like suddenly like 75% done. I don't know how it happened. I spent 4 months doing nothing until the final week.
A lot of people
Yeah.
are like that, and
Yeah.
I part of me wonders because the main con that I like to go to is KatsuCon, but Katsu always like lands on my birthday, so I think that's why I'm like, let me just do nothing on my birthday.
That's
But that could
true.
just be me.
Yeah.
But I
KatsuCon always lands during midterms for. I'm like teaching and.
No, see, PAX, I say this not just because this is PAX Online, is like one of my big conventions every year, and it's always like right at the end of like summer vacation, so I'm like, it's a perfect spot. This is what I do with my summer, or I did when I was a teacher. Now I don't understand the concept of time. I wanted to kind of touch on in the sort of the middle section is also like dealing with setbacks, like making mistakes or realizing like you did something wrong or you don't have the materials or suddenly your timeline gets thrown off because life happens. What do you do either to keep yourself motivated during that or sort of process it like related to cosplay?
I can talk about this more. So the current project I'm working on that I've been working on since around April, Marches, I got all materials before many of us got locked down for COVID. I had all my materials and I was ready to start on this project, and I started it and realized I don't like the material that I bought. Let me get some new material. And then another thing happened and I needed to order like more and more material. So if you find that you are getting set back with something, try to do something else. So while I was waiting for my fabric to come in, I realized, okay, let's do something a little relaxing. So I cleaned out all my old fabrics and I got rid of scraps, or then I would work on the wig instead. Do what you can if you need. There's a pupper. So do what you can if you find yourself dealing with setbacks to keep yourself on track, but just move your schedule around. Your schedule doesn't have to be super, super rigid if you find that you can just move things around, do something now instead of later, and just kind of work with your schedule and work with yourself, because the last thing you want to do is get so upset that you can't keep up the schedule when you just kind of relax a little bit, go with the flow. It's a hobby. Don't get too crazy about it.
Sorry, my dog is
being a pupper.
demanding. Yeah.
Vicky,
I think it's very valid to feel disappointed though in a moment, to be like, oh, I messed up and now I don't have enough materials to finish a costume. That actually happened to me with my KatsuCon costume, because I did buy fabric from Joann's for my Fire Emblem costume, because it was the perfect color, the perfect weight and weave and drape that I had wanted. And I bought the entire bolt from a Joann's when I went in Buffalo like months ago. When I actually was sewing the costume, and this comes into me being in Canada, I realized the week of I had messed up my collar, and I was doing vinyl, hot vinyl cricket
Heat press.
Oh my god, heat press. Thank you. And I had heat transferring, or so I had messed that up, which meant I couldn't use that fabric because I can't peel off the transfer anymore. It's like it's wrecked now, so I couldn't even take it apart and resew it. So I was out about a yard of fabric from a Joann's that I don't have access to. And so I had to accept that I wasn't going to be able to do the costume. So, yeah.
I had a similar experience where I spent about a month mocking the pieces for the sleeve pattern, and then discovered that I had drafted the sleeve completely incorrectly. So sometimes, I think it's important, what Sola was saying, try and get the day back and do something productive.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also okay to recognize that today was a loss. I'm in a bad mood and I don't need to be crafting right now. Go get some air, take a walk. I didn't touch the sleeves for 2 months after that happened because I just said, I can't even look at this. I have other things. I'm going to go work on something else. And now that I'm back to the sleeves, like I'm ready to take them as a challenge instead of a. So if something really just bad, like put it down.
Mhm.
It's okay.
For me, the sign is normally I injure myself too many times because I'm like frustrated. I'm like stabbing my fingers with needles or just like whatever it is. I'm like, I gotta walk away. I've injured myself like too many times, or I do the same mistake repeatedly. So like I sewed this sleeve inside out 3 times.
I did that recently, and it was
so like recognizing those moments where often it's because I'm physically really tired, like it'll be late at night or I've been sewing for a really long time. So just knowing that taking breaks is incredibly important to staying motivated. Like if I'm too tired, then I'm just cranky and then I'm not having a good time cosplaying and I'm just going to make more mistakes.
Something that I've had to learn both as a cosplayer and as a student is sometimes the most productive thing you can do is sleep or get some air. Sometimes it's more productive to stop working.
Yeah, which is beautifully ironic.
And try not to be too rigid with what your idea of a con should be. So it's okay if you don't finish all 5 of your planned cosplays. It's okay to rewear something. And it's okay to be like, you know what, maybe I just won't cosplay and I'll help my friends instead. I'll be a handler. I'll help my photography friends be a mobile light stand. You know, there's other ways to enjoy a convention. So don't, like, I understand cosplay for me also is a huge source of enjoyment. I'm not saying it's not. But there are other ways to have fun and don't let it bring your entire weekend down.
Yeah. Which I think leads us into the last part, which is like the end of our project, kind of thinking about everything is culminated. We've tried to stay on track. We've tried to finish everything. So I kind of want to talk a little bit more about crunch and a little bit more about kind of other things you might not consider as being part of a cosplay, but you probably want to be thinking about.
I guess I'll talk about why I try to avoid crunch, and I guess Vicky can then talk about why she works best under crunch. Like I said, after so many times of just staying up really, really late, not getting any sleep, and then working on a cosplay that like almost falls apart when I get to the con just because I've rushed too much to finish it and cut all these corners that I know I should have put more time into construction-wise, that put a bad taste in my mouth for crunch just because I know I don't work well under a deadline. I know I need to spread out my time, work diligently, and I have more fun realizing, okay, it's like a week before the con. All right, great. My costumes are finished. They're all nice and pressly ironed. I can put them in my garment bag. I can start packing. I can realize, oh, what underwear, because that's important. What underwear do I want to wear for certain costumes? Do I need anything? Do I need I can go through my makeup kit, realize, oh, I need more wig tape or eyelash glue or safety pins, just whatever I need, and it gives me, when I'm not crunching, gives me the time to then figure out what else I need for the con itself and not just my cosplay.
Something that I do when I recognize that is I'll basically like look at everything that still has to get done and assign it a day. It's like, okay, today is sleeves day, today is wigs day, today is shoes day. If you don't get it done today, that's it. That was your day. And if that makes the costume unwearable, then let it go. And that kind of just helps be a realistic what I'm actually accomplishing. And if a costume is going to be a lot, I don't want to be up until 4 a.m. the night before I have to trying to finish it and be miserable trying to finish it. I'd rather write it off 3 days early and have those days to actually prepare for the con.
So what I do if I know I'm going to be crafting up to the last minute before a flight or we have to drive down to a convention is I'll actually pack my baggage ahead of time. So all of my like day clothing, underwear, makeup, and all that, I'll have it done and already in a suitcase, ready to go. That way the last pieces of my costume, if I'm still rushing to finish it, only has to get thrown on top and then we're ready to go. Because I find when I did it in reverse, where I would just focus all my time on my costume and leave packing to the last minute, I would forget things. I would forget socks. I'd forget makeup, eyelash glue, like you said. So I find when I can't rush pack luggage, but I can rush sew instead, if that makes sense. Yeah, and I will also like if I work in terms of probability. If there's a 90% probability of me finishing a costume on time, I'll go for it. If it is less than like 80%, then I might accept it's not going to get done and instead focus on maybe pulling out something from my previous closet, revamping an old costume, or like doing something else that's like still crafty but takes less time, like making a flower crown or something new to shoot for content but isn't a full-blown costume. And then get that done and then I'm on my way.
And I also want to touch like this last minute thing about con crunching. If you do it, that's fine. Like as long as you are willing to put into the time and possibly give up other things to con crunch, that's fine. But also think about the other people that you might be affecting, such as if you are bringing stuff to work on in the hotel room and you are painting on top of the expensive Katsukan Gaylord furniture and the room is not in your name, maybe don't. Like I had a friend who got it on the desk that I put like my credit card down. They didn't find out, so they didn't charge me. But I've also gotten paint on another hotel's like bed sheets because I was trying to crunch in the middle of the hotel room. Like, so realize while you might be willing to put in forth the effort, maybe don't. You might be affecting like your roommates, or you might not be.
My advice
you are
is for the whole planning process. Sorry?
If you are someone's ride, don't crunch instead of leaving on time. That's like...
Yep, that could be a thing too. Vicky, what were you going to say?
I think that goes into the planning process though. So for me, I do plan for crunch. I do not do painting or warbler work or anything that requires a heat gun or noisy tools. Like drumbling, all that is done at home. So those are activities I recognize have to be done before I even step foot in a hotel. The things I plan that I plan to do in a hotel, like let's say the 10%, let's say I finish 90% of my costume, 10% is not done. 10% of the things that I do in a hotel room is I will style a wig, I'll hand sew buttons on, or I'll hand sew like, embellishment and all that, because that's like non-intrusive type activity typically. So that's what I do in my pre-planning. So I don't think anyone should ever try to do armor the night before. We've had people bring spray paint, and we've seen spray paint in the hallways of Katsucon. We've seen it. We've seen the newspapers in the stairwell, and we were like, who did this? What? Okay.
I've been very fortunate that most of my conventions are local. So like if I'm crunching at 2 a.m, it's like I'm painting at home. Just the plus side of being based in Seattle and going to PAX. But I've done it, and it's frustrating, and then I'm tired and I'm cranky and I'm grumpy. So like for me, it's not something I like to plan for, but sometimes that happens. One of the things I do always think about with my cosplay is that the concept of minimum viable product. It's like a project management term, I guess. But it's the idea of like, what's the bare minimum that I need to have, or I am okay with having to wear this cosplay to a convention. And often for me, that means I do clothing and then I think about props. And I often won't bring props with me to a convention because they're not done. And then I will plan to do a photo shoot when I'm finished. And so I will finish and then schedule a photo shoot. And that kind of helps alleviate, one, the disappointment of not being finished. Because it's like, well, it's not done yet because I haven't done my photo shoot, and like I'll have it at the photo shoot. And it also helps mean that I'm not overwhelmed with not having too much to do. So that's another.
Like sometimes you just need to get it on your body.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Like, is it okay if I don't have the exact right shoes? Sure, I'll just wear my plain black ones with this one, and then like next time I can make the real shoes for it. And so kind of thinking about what do you need to have so you can accept that maybe that cosplay is not going to be as finished as you want it to be at that convention, and you have opportunities to finish it later.
And honestly, I think the majority of people don't notice the missing things off of your costume as much as you think you do, as much as you think they do. They'll just be like, oh, that's awesome. And you're like, no, it's not. I'm missing this, that, and that. And they're like,
It's
really?
falling apart.
And honestly, if they point it out, they're not nice people, and you don't have to talk to them.
Yeah, screw them.
So any last thoughts that people want to say before we sign off and go upon our merry crafting ways?
Try to give yourself enough time to plan. Realize that it's okay if things aren't going your way. Try to just keep up with your schedule. And if you can't, at the end of the day, this is supposed to be a fun hobby. Don't lose sleep or lose energy or just get so worked up like in your hobby that you realize you can't enjoy just the rest of your life like outside of it or wearing it. Realize that it's okay to not be able to do something right then and there. It can be done later, and it's okay.
Stay hydrated.
Sleep.
Eat properly. Sleep.
Sleep is not optional.
Of it. Yeah, sleep is not. The worst thing you want to do to yourself is negatively affect your own health to do this, because then all of a sudden your productivity is just going to go down anyways. So take care of yourself first.
Birdie?
You guys really said everything I was going to say. Play is fun. You should be
What they
having
said.
fun. And if you're not, change your methods.
Try things. That's kind of my, like, try planning stuff. Try anything that we suggested. Make a notebook. If it doesn't work, try an online thing. If that doesn't work, try something else. Systems should be flexible and should suit you and your needs.
Yeah.
Cool.
Don't feel guilty about something not working.
Yeah. All right. So on that, shall we have, let's go around in the same order, or I guess in the opposite order that we started with, and then we'll sign off. So, Vicky, who are you?
Well,
Where can
thank you
people
all
find you? In case I forgot.
Thank you all for watching. Again, my name is Vicky. I go by Vicky Bunny Angel online, and that's how you can find me on all of the social media platforms. Yeah, it was nice talking with you all.
Yeah.
And again, I'm Sola of Sola Heika. You can also find me on most social media accounts. I don't check them all the time, but that's okay. Yeah, just remember, it's supposed to be fun. Work with your schedule, work with yourself. Do what you want to do. You don't have to be like everyone else.
Birdie?
I am Birdie of Elephant Bird Cosplay. You can find me at mostly Twitter, but also as L3FintBird.
Awesome. And I am Lauren, or you can find me online at Random Tuesday. Thank you so much for joining me for this panel. Thank you everybody for watching it. Enjoy the rest of your PAX online, and yeah, I guess we'll see you around. Bye.
Thank you for coming.
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
Really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, the family audience the whole way through. story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern like that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with games, and if they have kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Adams with the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and our labs are based at the Translational Research Institute on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus. And my primary research focus is on lung cancer. We're also looking to extend some of the findings that we've made in lung cancer to other solid malignancies, such as colorectal cancer and certain types of breast cancer. So I've been extremely privileged and fortunate to receive funding from Cure Cancer. And this funding was focused on my work to improve the sensitivity of lung cancers to chemotherapy. And that's a lot of what our work is in doing, is finding ways to exploit some of the molecules that might be upregulated in disease or dysfunctional. And if we can target these molecules and combine these targeted agents with chemotherapy, this might be a strategy to improve the effectiveness of chemotherapy and to save a lot of the toxicities that are associated with chemotherapy and improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients. Of course, as an early career researcher, it's extremely challenging to attract funding to drive our research. We don't have immense track records. So this is where funding agencies such as Cure Cancer step in. They really do focus on supporting the early to mid-career researchers to enable us to try and answer some of the research questions that we have, ultimately with the ultimate view of trying to improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders, and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors, and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the trebuchet and mighty siege tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time. The Korean hwacha, rocket launchers, and fire oxen, inspired by Chinese siege warfare, are all options for players hoping to breach enemy walls and thin out an attacking siege force. When it comes to infantry, players will be able to recruit all new units including fire lancers, disciplined samurai, Mongolian bowmen, and heavily armoured imperial troops. Combine these with your siege weapons of choice and players will have all the tools they need to break enemy lines and defeat the enemy warlord. Whether you become the greatest lord through fear or admiration, military might or careful diplomacy, players will journey from 3rd century BC China and Vietnam all the way through to the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate and the coming of the Mongol Empire.
come with you.
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Saren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
I've really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
Hello, my name is Ben Looms. I am the CEO and Creative Director of Sirenscape. What are we going to be talking about today? We are going to discuss why music and sound at the gaming table. What does it do? How does it do it? I will show you prepping for running a session using Sirenscape and the online player, our tool for running your games remotely in combination with any virtual tabletop. We will do a bit of a deep dive into some sound design questions, how it works, and how you can do it yourself. And members of the Sirenscape team will be in chat, ready to answer your questions and chat and say hi and enjoy. Fantastic. That's what we'll be doing. First, a couple of intros. In case you've lived under a rock for the last few years, what is Sirenscape? Sirenscape is the app that brings immersive music and sound to your tabletop games. It's not a 15-minute looped recording, but a fully algorithmic, randomized, beautifully generated, completely customizable soundboard, completely ready to go and to be usable in your tabletop games. It's been specifically designed by me, an avid Dungeons & Dragons player, designed for you to use at your table, to keep as much attention of that Dungeon Master on the game as possible, and to keep the attention of your players on the game as well. It helps to focus emotions and tension, and focus the attention on the game so that lots of fun can be had. Awesome. That's Sirenscape. You'll see a lot more of Sirenscape in this talk, and a lot of really, really useful information about how music plays, how music activates emotions, how music and sound trigger feelings of unease and joy and exhilaration and disgust and horror and tension and all that sort of stuff. Awesome. A little bit of intro about me. As I said, my name is Ben Looms. I started playing Dungeons & Dragons when I was about 10, when I received the red box on holidays at Smith's Lake. Fantastic camping holiday we used to do every single year. That red box was just extraordinary. You had to color in the dice with crayon so that the crayon would get into the grooves of the dice so you could actually see them, see the numbers. It was awesome. The illustrations were amazing, blew my tiny mind. I played a lot of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons all through my youth. Once I left school, I studied composition at the University of Sydney. Sydney's most prestigious, Australia's most prestigious university, but then I'd say that, wouldn't I, because I went there. Fantastic, studying with composers like Peter Sculthorpe, Ross Edwards, Anne Boyd, some of Australia's greatest composers. I worked professionally as a classical singer, singing in the chorus of Opera Australia a lot, and singing lots of lead roles with smaller companies. I'm a pianist and a cellist and a bit of a recorder player and all sorts of things. And an amateur programmer on the side. My career was sort of this strange combination of different factors coming together to make this perfect storm and to make Sirenscape. It's been a very, very wonderful and interesting journey. And it's really, really lots of fun, inspiring, meeting great people. Not getting to go to conferences this year, which is very, very sad. I'm missing hanging out with the fans and amazing gaming people, playing insanely late into the night and then exhibiting in the exhibit hall. So I'm glad at least we can all be together this way. And say hi in the chat if you haven't said already. Tell us where you're from, where you are now, how you're doing, and we'll chat and engage in the chat on Twitch and really enjoy doing that. Awesome. How did Sirenscape get invented is another question. The last thing I'll do before we get stuck into these really interesting musical kind of things. Sirenscape was a result of me playing at the gaming table as a composer. I kind of expected and enjoyed the music that you would get in film, and it kind of felt a bit strange for me to have silence at the gaming table. I started making recordings for myself. 15-minute kind of looped recording that would go round and round end to end nice and smoothly. And I would chuck some sounds in there, a bit of music, a bit of atmosphere. And that was all really good, except it was not customizable, so you couldn't turn the rain on if you suddenly decided that it was going to be raining, and you couldn't turn off particular sounds if they were too loud or wrong for a particular scene. But it was all right. It was still doing pretty good jobs until I had a medieval town recording, and my players had started to notice a certain pattern that came around quite regularly in that recording. In fact, they'd been in town negotiating for way longer than they were supposed to about exactly where they were going and how much gold they were going to be paid, like typical players. And there was this pattern, this oh. And after about the fifth time this came around in this recording, they literally stopped the game, and all of them together with the recording went, oh. So rather than the sound bringing my players into immersion and making them feel like they were really in an environment, it was actually taking them out of immersion, breaking the fourth wall and making them feel like, they were listening to recording. So I started to try and make my recordings longer, which meant in dragging more and more sounds into my sound editor and trying to distribute them and mix them and set them at different values and all that sort of stuff and volumes. It eventually occurred to me that this is the sort of thing that a computer could actually do reasonably well. A computer might be able to pick random samples, put them in a random direction, apply the appropriate amount of reverb depending on how far away they were, balance them, mix them, and deliver them, and do this continuously. So, as an amateur programmer, I grabbed Python, which some of you may have heard of, got a few kind of really rich media plugins and got that going and wrote myself a fairly dodgy version of Sirenscape maybe 11 or 12 years ago now, and I shared that online as donationware after I'd been using it myself for a while, and people loved it, which is really, really cool. If you use the Wayback Machine, you can go and see what the Sirenscape website looked like many, many years ago, and and see what it was like. You could even see some really, really old forum posts for some of those forums that still exist. I was doing an opera project at the time where I was conducting and composing. We were creating operas from scratch with amazing groups of young people, which was incredible. And the entrepreneur who was running that had a business background in tech. And people were asking for Sirenscape on iOS and more material and how was I going to do it. And I actually literally approached my entrepreneur friend and artistic backer for a business contact, for someone, in fact, a programming contact, for someone who could write in Objective-C, which is a bit of a frightening language to write in. And he was kind of like, what's this thing? Tell me about it. And before I knew it, I was, writing business proposals and doing analyses of the market and the size of it and all that sort of stuff. And then, one thing led to another. He put in a whole lot of money, I put in a whole lot of time, and here we are with this amazing career that I've got, building sound and traveling around the world. I was to meet all you wonderful people, which was which was amazing, and will be amazing again in the future. But at least we can be together like this. So yeah, say hi once again. Say hi in the chat. Ask questions, and we'll endeavour to answer them as best we can. Cool. So once more, what are we doing today? After all those intros, why music and sound at the gaming table? What does it do? How does it do it? I'll show you a really interesting and cool prep. I'm going to pretend that I have basically completely forgotten to prepare the sounds for the session that I'm going to have to run, and you can watch me do that live in front of you. I'll be talking about sound design, how it works, and how you can do it yourself. And yes, answering questions in the chat. There'll be Sirenscape team people in the chat. I recommend you listen on headphones to this, because then you'll be able to get the full rich experience of Sirenscape's wonderful, wonderful, rich sound. Right, I'm going to pause my Dropbox so I don't end up syncing things and slowing down this. Fantastic. Right, I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to bring up our wonderful music we wrote for the Catan board game. And I'm going to bring up the text of one of my favorite adventures. One of the funnest, fantastic times we had was running Forest Oracle, famous for its excellent boxed text. A group of 7 men approaches. They are following the road east and are making good time, neither tarrying nor running. Their faces are expressionless. One is dressed as a cleric of some sort, and another is dressed as a travelling drummer. The others could be peasants or serfs going from one location to another for harvest season. Each carries some sort of weapon. It is plain they are not soldiers by their haphazard way of walking. They do not seem to be joking loudly or singing as they advance. Excellent. Right, I'm going to bring up this music instead. A group of 7 men approaches. They are following the road east and are making good time, neither tarrying nor running. Their faces are expressionless. One is dressed as a cleric of some sort, and another is dressed as a travelling drummer. The others could be peasants or serfs going from one location to another for harvest season. Each carries some sort of weapon. It is plain they are not soldiers by their haphazard way of walking. They do not seem to be joking loudly or singing as they advance. So cool. Okay, what about this one? Excellent. Okay. A group of 7 men approaches. They are following the road east and are making good time, neither tarrying nor running. Their faces are expressionless. One is dressed as a cleric of some sort, and another is dressed as a travelling drummer. The others could be peasants or serfs going from one location to another for harvest season. Each carries some sort of weapon. It is plain they are not soldiers by their haphazard way of walking. They do not seem to be joking loudly or singing as they advance. Okay, what about this one? Oops, wrong one. This one. Here we are. A group of 7 men approaches. They are following the road east and are making good time, neither tarrying nor running. Their faces are expressionless. One is dressed as a cleric of some sort, and another is dressed as a travelling drummer. The others could be peasants or serfs going from one location to another for harvest season. Each carries some sort of weapon. It is plain they are not soldiers by their haphazard way of walking. They do not seem to be joking loudly or singing as they advance. Okay, what about this one? A group of 7 men approaches. They are following the road east and are making good time, neither tarrying nor running. Their faces are expressionless. One is dressed as a cleric of some sort, and another is dressed as a travelling drummer. The others could be peasants or serfs going from one location to another for harvest season. Each carries some sort of weapon. It is plain they are not soldiers by their haphazard way of walking. They do not seem to be joking loudly or singing as they advance. So, what does music do? Why does it make that scene change so dramatically? The music is able to completely reinterpret everything that I'm imagining in my imagination. The music elicits an involuntary, automatic emotional response. It works subliminally. That is, we don't think, oh gosh, that drummer just did a cheerful rim shot. Everything must be well, and those people are lovely. And we don't think, oh no, there's a minor ninth. I'm suspicious. But we do react automatically to those emotional cues. The music develops the characters and connects emotions and ideas together. Wagner fully developed the concept of the leitmotif in his own music. It wasn't his original idea, but he really explored and extended this concept richly in his operas. The leitmotif is a recurrent theme throughout a musical or literary composition associated with a particular person, idea, or situation. So it's a recurring, in this case, musical idea that becomes associated with a particular person or an idea or a situation. So, what about this leitmotif? Excellent. So I can instantly see the situation. James Bond has just done something very, very awesome, like he's been struggling in a bathtub with the baddie. He manages to plunge out, and there's a bar heater right there. He grabs it and plunges it in the water and electrocutes the baddie. Or he's just done a particularly irresponsible maneuver in a car. Excellent. I can actually see the James Bond that is the James Bond that I sympathize with. I can see what his suit looks like. I can imagine how he walks. I know what his voice sounds like, how cool he is. All of that elicited by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 notes. Only 7 notes. Not even with the original arrangement. This is a resynthesis of that little motif that I did myself, so we don't get a copyright strike. Excellent. What about this one? Awesome. This says to me brotherhood, loyalty, epic, heroic acts, sort of safety and strength and danger being faced. This leitmotif comes to its full fruition as the Fellowship crests over the top of the mountain as they're leaving Rivendell, I think it is. And of course, they're in slow motion. My PCs always walk in slow motion when they're kind of, returning back to town carrying the head of the ogre or something like that. Awesome. So the score of The Lord of the Rings is rich with leitmotifs, including this one. Awesome. That says, happiness and good food and everything that's worth saving in life. There's a big chunk of the beginning of the Lord of the Rings films devoted to establishing why everything's being fought for. And the same actually in the books themselves. Is little use getting straight into the strife and the monsters and the danger without having some sense that there's something worth fighting for. And this leitmotif is, all the leitmotifs are used extremely interestingly. This one you may remember is used at the very end of the film when the two hobbits, Sam and Frodo, are on the side of the mountain and hot lava is trying to fry them. And you just get this leitmotif reappearing in a horrible context with a different orchestration, and it kind of makes you feel longing for the home that they've lost and the comfort that they've lost. And it's quite extraordinary use. So a leitmotif can actually be recontextualized into another setting so that it gains a new layer of meaning, which is super cool. Okay, one more leitmotif. Isn't that amazing? Wow. I mean, if you're in the water and you hear that, or you even imagine or start thinking about it, it makes you want to get out so you don't get eaten by a shark. Only 2 notes. Da-dum, da-dum-dum. But that leitmotif is associated very effectively by John Williams with, the horror of submarine danger and teeth. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I would argue, if you are using only the color of your voice and the descriptive power of your words to paint your scenes, then you are missing out on a whole wealth of potential, a potential for immersion and emotion that's been realized in movies for decades. This is not a new concept, using music to cue emotion, connect ideas, enrichen what the words by themselves are evoking. But wait, there is more, of course. Movies do not use only music. The director of Bride of Frankenstein, a film that did all right, James Whale said, "Lock yourself in a windowless room alone, turn out the light, and put your radio on in such a way that all you get is screams and moans and unearthly noises produced by static. Unless you are a rare exception, you will very hastily switch on the light, fully expecting to see some terrifying intruder in the empty room with you." So there's unearthly sounds of a detuned radio evoke terror and dislocation and inhumanity and up-and-coming director George Lucas says, "The sound and music are 50% of the entertainment in a movie." Wow, 50%. This is a director who obviously focuses not almost exclusively, but a lot on the image and the way the words are being delivered and the expressions on the actors and the lighting and all this stuff. And he's saying 50% of the entertainment in a movie is the sound and music. That's a pretty heavy claim, isn't it? Remember to be asking questions in the chat. There's Sirenscape people there and friendly people hanging out who can discuss this stuff. Say hi, let us know how you are. Let us know where you are. And ask questions and share your ideas as well. Right. Sounds can also elicit responses too. So I've argued that, and now I'm going to prove it. I'm going to bring up the Sirenscape element library. So here we are. Here's a Red Dragon Roar already available. Excellent. I like this particular dragon quite a lot because it's sourced from my own voice, so I'm very proud of how manly I sound. So that kind of sample started with like kind of, but after the wonders of pitch shifting and formant shifting and EQing and layering, it sounds very, very epic indeed. Right, any large larynxed creature. You know, this is the larynx, the thing that produces the vocal noises. It's going to have a big mouth with big teeth. It's going to have large muscles, and will create an automatic, involuntary, irresistible fight or flight response in the human being. So just hearing this sound at some deep evolutionary level is going to make the Homo sapien feel uncomfortable, excited, activated. The digestion shuts down a bit. The pupils dilate to get light in. The muscles become twitch responsive. So that's sound as a leitmotif. Okay, what about this one? Skittering spiders. So I'm just searching in the Sirenscape element library here in the online player. Yes. Not big things this time, but tiny little things. Tiny little hairy things that get up inside your clothing, and if you're in Australia, they almost certainly kill you. Once again, a irresistible reaction. Especially with headphones. Stick on headphones if you're listening and you haven't got them yet. What about this one? It's a warmer feeling, isn't it? A safe feeling, a secure feeling, a source of warmth and cooked food, probably tended by someone kind. This isn't, for instance, the sound of a roaring, aggressive bonfire, or a house fire, or a building fire, or whatever, or a forest fire, which could spell doom. This is distinctly the sound of a fire in a hearth. Okay. What about this one? Isn't that cute? Oh, so a creature with a tiny little larynx. It couldn't hurt you, really. I mean, it could probably hurt your washing if it got into that. So it makes you smile, doesn't it? Makes you feel amused, makes you feel tender and like you want to care for it. Involuntarily, yeah? It just happens automatically. Okay, what about this? I love this one. Whoa. So we all know what that means, hey? Something very big, quite a long way away. Probably coming this way. If you've seen Jurassic Park, then it's a T-Rex, and you can even imagine, it brings to mind the image for me automatically of that glass of water in the plastic cup with the vibration rings showing on it. Terrible things. And one more. So that sound could almost happen subliminally, pretty easily, and automatically the players, as well as the player characters, would be ill at ease and expecting calamity. What about this one? So, not so subtle, that one. That one's not going to go unnoticed at the table, but will certainly, once again, elicit a series of visions and sights in my brain about what I'm seeing, about what danger there is, flying splinters, sharp nails, catastrophe, sadness, all without having to describe anything all these things are. I just trigger those sounds and automatically the players are immersed in the story and can see the situation. Cool. Right. Just a couple more. Whoops. Okay, right. when you come to cast Fireball, just imagine this. It comes around your turn as a player. You say, okay, I cast Fireball. Hang on, I'll just grab my dice. And people are like, yeah, good, it'll be good. It'll be good to cast Fireball. Just hang on, I'll grab some dice. Excellent. That's, I'm adding up, 11, 15, 17 hit points damage for a failed save. Or I can do that same thing. I cast Fireball and either Dungeon Master just quickly brings it up in the element library or the player triggers their shortcut link that the Dungeon Master has given to them. So I guess I don't even have to say I cast Fireball. I just touch that while I collect my dice. Awesome, I can say 13 hit points. I rolled worse with the sound, that's sad. 13 hit points damage on a failed save. That's a terrible roll. Or it comes to a cleric's turn, and rather than just sort of saying, oh, all right, okay, I heal you, the player raises their hands, looks to the heavens, and everyone knows that they're going to be healed. All those little magical elements to the sound kind of evokes imagery and awesomeness. Cool. Okay. So that is the power of music and sound at the gaming table. I hope I've convinced you. If I haven't, argue with us in the chat. We'll discuss it. How do I do that? And how do I, more importantly, do it in a way that creates immersion for my players and doesn't distract me as a dungeon master or a game master? Super, super important. Just a channel ID. I am Ben Looms. I'm the CEO of Sirenscape, and I'm talking about immersion and how to use. I'm using the Sirenscape online player. This is our tool which we built, which is compatible with virtual tabletops. You can transmit the sounds to your players. So we are hearing this little app here, Sirenscape online player. I'm controlling it from a browser window, just in Chrome, and whoever of my friends, is running the online player on their machine, on their phone, or anything will also be hearing those sounds playing. That's how it works. You control the sounds from a browser window in Chrome, and then each of your friends, wherever they are, I did it again, I keep making my window disappear, runs an online player and they all hear the sounds. It must be a Windows thing where you grab the window and shake it and it comes into the foreground. That's really cool. I didn't know about that. Awesome. Right. Here's a quick demo of how you can do this for yourself using the Sirenscape online player. Oh, damn, said the Dungeon Master. I forgot to do any sound prep at all for the game that's happening this evening. This is all going to have to be done right now in front of these people who are watching. So, awesome. How quickly and easily can I get this done? And if I gloss over things or use terminology that's not clear, ask in the chat, ask in the chat, ask in the chat. Keep that chat going. Right, in the game tonight, the first scene is in a mysteriously, slightly foreboding elven village. And I know there's some lovely music in Undermountain Forest, which is really, really lovely. So I'm going to use this as my home. This sound set as my place where I'm going to store all the sounds for tonight's game. So the first thing I'm going to do is just simply duplicate that sound set. The one you're seeing at the moment is the official version of Undermountain Forest and can't be edited. This version, Undermountain Forest Custom 1, is my version. And I can do anything I like with it at all. So I'm going to call it Friday's Game. Bink. And that means I can find it again easily by searching, and you'll see me do that quite a few times. So, meanwhile, my players are still messing about trying to work out how many spells they'd actually used last session and lie about it so that they're, pretty much ready to go almost at full power, even though they shouldn't be. So while they're doing that and messing about or even reconstructing their characters because they've forgotten to bring their character sheet completely, I'm going to search for some things to add into this because it's not quite complete yet. I've been playing Dragon Heist recently, and I happen to have noted the name of the battle music, which is in that, which is very, very, very cool. D&D battle music it was called. So I'm going to add that in. I just search in the element library and go plus, and that gets added into my lot of elements. Here I am using terminology. An element is a single aspect of the sound design. A bit of music, or the wind sound, or the roaring of a monster, or the bears in the distance, or the hot day insects. Okay, that's what an element is, and I just added myself some cool Dungeons & Dragons music. I also remember that Avernus, Descent into Avernus came out recently from Sirenscape, and there's apparently some like really cool sort of heavy metal type music. So I'm going to have a look in here, like kind of rock music, which might be good for some of my encounters when things get really tense. Here we are, Avernus rock music. Okay, so there's the music element, which plays the rock music. I'm going to copy that into my Friday's game. I'm going to hit copy, and that's copying that element into that Friday's game sound set. They're probably going to end up in a swamp at some point if I actually ever finish negotiating with the elves. So I'm going to just search for swamp. Over here, it says there's a swamp sound set. Excellent. A sound set is a complete set of elements and the moods that run them. What a mood does is it starts certain elements and sets them to a certain volume. That's all a mood does. There's an oppressive heat. I just might copy that completely. Copy to sound set. It's already auto-filled Friday's game because that's where I copied the element to before. And that's copying all the elements needed to make the sound of the oppressive heat. And you'll see that working later. Awesome. And I know there's probably going to be a lizard folk battle. Lizard folk. Are there lizard folk anywhere in Sirenscape? Oh, maybe I need to not have space. Because there we are. Right, so Ghost of Saltmarsh has a mood with the word lizard folk in it. That's interesting. I'm going to search lizard folk battle. There we are. Awesome. So I'm going to copy that mood as well. Copy. And that does that. Awesome. Good. That's the prep. I'm all done. I'm all ready. My players are now ready for the game. So I'm going to go back to my Friday's game. And let's see what I've got here. Yep, there's my oppressive heat mood and my lizard folk. I'm going to trigger this night because that's got the inner forest music, which I really, really, really love. Beautiful. The inner forest element starts. And I'm going to narrate where we were up to in the adventure using Forest Oracle again because I really love it. The front door is not locked. The sound of gentle breathing comes from inside. When the door is open, sunlight illuminates the room. A young man sleeps on the bed. The room is furnished with 2 wooden chairs, a table, a couch, pantry, bed, chest, and a stack of firewood for the fireplace. I look down in the text just below this box text. So before you ask, it says, the fireplace has no secret compartments. Which seems to me like a rather peculiar thing to mention specifically. It doesn't actually specify, but I'm presuming the 2 wooden chairs also don't have a secret compartment, nor do the table, the couch, the pantry, the bed, the chest, or the stack of firewood. I love Forest Oracle so much, it's so cool. Right, eventually they leave and go to the swamp, and here's that mood that I talked about. This mood starts these elements and sets them to all their particular volumes so that the balance is just beautiful. The party starts discussing splitting the party, and the sorcerer says, I'm going to cast message. Okay, so while they're just checking the rules of message and how many words they can do, I type message into the element library, and I just touch. Beautiful. What message do you send? He sends the message, don't split the party or the DM will hate us. Right. I do hate them, and I tell them that you're attacked by lizard folk, so I just trigger that, and that starts all the elements required for the lizard folk battle, and I'm going to add in my awesome D&D battle music. Isn't that excellent? Good. I remember there are bugbears as well. The bugbear overlords are controlling the lizard folk, I forgot. So I'm going to type in bugbear, and I'm going to turn on and battle cries and hoots and hisses and curses and more curses. Excellent. So I've got those things running just from wherever I started them. Awesome. And I'm going to just save that entire mood. Save current state, so whatever's playing at the moment, as my battle. And that'll actually copy in the necessary elements, the additional ones. There we are. And they're running now. And I have a mood that I can come back to later if I need to. Good. Ask questions if you need to. Now, ask the questions. It goes back to the swamp. I'm actually going to change the name of this mood to swamp so it doesn't look so weird. Excellent. Oh, did you get poisoned? How sad. Don't talk about splitting the party again. The cleric is going to cast Restoration, so I quickly type in Restoration into the element library, which brings up Lesser Restoration, which I just touch while they're talking about what gets healed. You saw me cast a Cure spell. So there's sounds for sort of minor cures like this one. And sort of they get more and more major as they go along. If you don't find a particular spell, you can actually just instead type in the level. And if it's a first level spell, it will sound quite minor. Or if it's, say, 7th level, they sound more and more and more and more epic as they go along. Excellent. This is all happening live. Obviously spread out quite a lot more than I'm having to do, but you'll see how little attention it actually takes. Okay, the PCs finally reach the home base of the lizard folk and they attack with almost no decent planning of any kind. So I trigger my mood from before, my battle, and that restarts that music. I'm going to turn off this music and turn on instead the awesome Avernus rock music, which is so cool. And this time I'm going to add in a green dragon because it serves them right. There's a breath weapon one shot, which I can trigger when it breathes. And that green dragon roar. Okay, so I'm going to start those. There's green dragon roar. Green dragon breathe, so I just touch that. Awesome, that kills one of the PCs. So I'm going to trigger a Wilhelm scream. One of them rolls a 1 on their death save. So sad trombone. But eventually, will we let them succeed? I'm going to push the swamps down again and trigger a victory sting for them. So there you go. That's that's me prepping and running a game in front of you. And that's how easy it is. And I made that tool for me, so it would be easy for me, and so I could concentrate quickly and easily find the things I need. And yeah, look, we're working on making search and things like that even smoother and finding things and organizing things. Awesome. Ask questions now in the chat. Meanwhile, I'm going to answer some of the questions that people have asked in the past when I do this seminar. So yeah, can I use Sirenscape in my stream is one of the questions that people ask frequently. Yes, we made Sirenscape specifically available to people making podcasts and YouTube videos and streams on Twitch. It's all original content or Creative Commons attribution samples, some of them. If you go to our FAQ page, search for Sirenscape FAQ, you'll be able to find all the info you need specifically about getting started with us. And we love to connect with people who are streaming and using Sirenscape. And yeah, we love sharing tweets and things and giving your program a boost when we are able. Yes. Who needs to pay to run a remote game is another question, which is very, very important. Right. To unlock remote play, the Dungeon Master needs a Super Siren subscription, and the players just need a normal registered account and they don't need to pay anything at all. How do I get started if I am interested is another very important question. How do I get started? What do you need to do now? If you're interested in giving Sirenscape a go, just go to the Sirenscape.com website and download the Fantasy Player, which is kind of an offline version. You can download content with the internet and then play it without the internet later. You don't even have to actually register an account or anything to use that. You can just say, not now, don't even sign in, and that comes with 10 free sound sets. The Red Dragon that you heard, a medieval town, the Bugbear battle that you saw me using, storm sounds with lovely thunder and rain. So very, very useful. There's also the Sci-Fi Player, which you can also use without registering at all, and it comes with 10 free sound sets as well, including some really, really cool cyberpunk content. So yes, once you've done that, then you can buy content one by one. So you could buy the Swamp sound set and use that at your table. And then, there's subscription levels to unlock the entire back catalog. The Super Sirens subscription gives you access to everything Sirenscape. And what's cool with the Sirenscape subscription, which is not quite normal, is that everything that is released newly and freshly during the period of your active subscription, you actually gain permanent ownership of as if you've just bought it. So if we release the Swamp Sound set while you're a subscriber, you now own it. So if for some reason you have to stop your subscription, you're not left without any content at all, but you're left with a lovely library of stuff you collected during your active sub. Cool. We have licenses with Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder, Starfinder, Cyberpunk Red, Call of Cthulhu. The Cthulhu stuff is super, super, super cool. It's wonderful to be supporting the Dungeons and Dragons adventures, including Dragon Heist, Ghost of Saltmarsh, Dungeon of the Mad Mage. I can talk about Rime of the Frost Maiden, and there's some really, really other cool content coming soon as well. Yes, keep asking questions. I'm just about running out of time. It was lovely to spend this time with you. Thank you for being with us. I'm going to play some random content and enter the chat. So I can continue to chat with you and answer questions and interact and really enjoy, being a part of PAX. It is sad not to be with you all. Last PAX Unplugged in Philadelphia, I played the game 10 Candles. Jason Bullman game mastered that game, and it was it was like a mountaintop experience in terms of role playing. It was absolutely incredible. We played from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. and then had to man the stand during the day, which was kind of insane. But that's what cons are all about, and that's why I'm sad I'm not there. And looking forward to being back with you all again. Continue to ask questions. We have a little bit of time left, so while I play some cool music, we can answer those questions and connect with you in other ways. Yes. And remember, if you ever have any support requests, go to email support@sirenscape.com. There's a lovely team of support people who can answer your questions, including me, as quickly as possible. We are going to be releasing some cool stuff on our new Twitch channel. So go to twitch.tv/Sirenscape if you've got a moment and just hit follow so you can see those excellent stuffs as they appear. I have been Benjamin Looms. And I've enjoyed spending this time with you, and I hope to see you at a con soon. Do make sure you come to the Sirenscape stand and shake our hands if we're ever able to do that again. Excellent. Miss you all. Game on, most importantly, and even more importantly than that, sort of do it in the most noisy way you possibly can. Awesome. See you. Enjoy the show. Right. Some sounds.
if we must. Welcome, prepare to die. Yes. Oh, I'm really angry. Funny, I don't feel any stronger. Maybe because I'm always angry. I'm always on top condition. Stands to reason. I'm a monster. Are you going to try to kill me? Didn't think so. Go kill some goblins or something. On second thought, goblins aren't monsters, they're people. So maybe you should call yourself a people killer.
everyone. This is Kevin from Retrogaming Games. I'll give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scram.
Hamster Scram is a brand new between two genres, a platformer and a match 3 game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards above and the platforming stage below. Most puzzle games, you just have the game board and pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scram, however, you have full control over a character stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area and look up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and caught, the ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, setting up a meter that adds a line when ball, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits a center line, they lose. Platforming and puzzles themselves are straightforward, so I'll skip to the part, swapping. In Hamster Scram, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking, knock their hamsters out of their hands, and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to get the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. Our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please try out the game and have a great time at PAX Online.
Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Gladiator versus the Bombardier. Viewer event Spin Doctor. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. The boss approaches. Room incoming. Entering the cell block. Trap kill. Room complete. Kill. Room complete.
Hello everyone, and thank you so much for tuning into my panel in this unique circumstance. This is the Super Mario Bros. 2 and 3 speedrun. I'm sort of used to doing this in front of an audience, and this is obviously going to be pre-taped. And like part of the excitement of doing it live is, you know, you get to see mistakes. It's not guaranteed it's going to be a perfect run. So to sort of offset that, this is going to be just a one recording session. There's not going to be any scenario where I make a mistake and, oh, let me reset the game. Let me stop the recording. This is just one long take, mistakes and all. So we'll see how it goes. So thank you again for tuning in. And I should preface this with, I am not a professional speedrunner. I am very, very much an amateur speedrun. This is something I do for fun. So please set your expectations low, and then you won't be that disappointed by me. So let's get started. Good, my timer is going. Can't forget that. Turn that off. Oh, all right. Good start. I can pick up that ore before it hits the ground. Things are going good. If I was a professional speedrunner, I'd be swapping between Toad and Luigi, because they are the fastest characters in the game. But, like I said, I'm very, very, very amateur, so I picked Princess, because she's really easy. I live on a busy street. I wonder if the sound of the cars are being picked up. I'm seeing activity on my mic when they drive by, so we'll see. Oh, it's so loud. Get it? Oops. It's also very hot. I had to shut off my air conditioner to do this, so that noise is in the background. Oh, no time for water. I know how to play this game. That little segment right there is my favorite part of the game. because it looks visually impressive and it's really easy to do. At this point, we're about halfway through the game, level-wise. I wish I could say we're halfway through the time, but we're not halfway through the time. Run, get it! Drink water. Stay hydrated. My fingers all wet. Leap of faith! Made it. Made it. Leap of faith! Made it. We're good. Oh, and that right there is the hardest level in the game. Oops. Alright, so that's the one that I can't pick up from the air. But it's one of the faster birdos, so it all balances out. Oops, 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 oops. Get out of my way. Get out of the way. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Alright, well. Alright. We're okay. We're good. Alright, I forgot to say in the beginning, anytime you see me get hit, it's intentional, and it's to save time for some reason. So that hit was intentional. Going really well. Whoops! Oh, don't you dare! There we go. Huh? And he responds, but it doesn't matter. Hey, look at that. Last level of the game. Do some jumpies. Alright. Climbing up this next chain, I have to glitch into the wall, jump from the wall, and go up into the ceiling where you're not supposed to be. There we go. Second try, not bad. From the time that you walk into the wall to the time that you jump, you have 3 frames to jump and make the jump successfully. And when you do that, the birdo automatically drops this key. So that's one less enemy we have to beat. And if I'm lucky, got him twice. Ah! Alright, last boss. Oh, bad start. Alright. That's 2. 3. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. 4. 5. One more hit. 6. Time officially stops when I enter the last door and lose control of my character. Oh, 10 minutes and 42 seconds. So, I mean, not world record setting, but it's not bad, right? Please validate me, internet. Like, I can't see it. This is pre-recorded. Am I in the chat right now? I should be in the chat right now. Please validate me, internet. So anyways, that's Super Mario Bros. 2. Abridged. Oh. Excuse me 1 second, I have to keep notes of my time so I know when I do good. That actually wasn't that bad. That was actually really good compared to all my practice times. Of course, if you look at records of like princess only runs, it's like 8 to 9 minutes, so it's not good on that scale, but for me, it's not bad. Anyways, I guess we should just go ahead and move on to Mario 3. Let's, whoops, clear the timer. Super Mario Bros. 3. I've got a wireless keyboard sitting in my lap just so I can hit the space bar to start and stop the timer. There we go. And we want to avoid getting a star, which we didn't. Because obviously anyone who's played this game knows when you get 3 similar items, there's this big fanfare and you get a bunch of extra lives. And the whole point is for me to not get 3 of the same, because that's just a waste of time. Get a bunch of lives that hopefully I won't need. So let's try it again. No star! Alright. And I won't play a 3rd standard level for quite some time, so I gotta remember when I get to the next level. Oh, make it! Oops, oops, make it, make it! Don't face that way. Go that way. Alright, 1 of 2 warp whistles. Fun story, when I did this panel at PAX South 2019, I don't know what I was thinking. I got that first whistle, and then I just used it. And I just sat on the warp screen for a few seconds and was like, this isn't right. So I had to reset the game in front of everybody. That was embarrassing. And the best part is that was one of the times that PAX had streamed it. So if you look at PAX 2, which I think this one is being streamed to as well, and look up that, you can see my mistake and me have to reset the game, and never did that again. So hey, look at that, 2.5 minutes in, and we're on the 8th world. Which is nice, but unfortunately the 8th world, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. You just kind of have to go through it. And double, unfortunately, is it has 4 of these auto-scrolling levels that there's nothing you can do to make them go by any faster, you just gotta ride them out. So this first one, it's probably the worst one. It is the longest. It's going to add about 1 minute and 45 seconds, just because there's nothing you can do. Nothing can be done. You just hang out and monkey about. Don't get hit. Whenever I'm practicing this, I think of, you know, the verbiage I'm gonna say in my head. So I have like a, you know, rough idea of things to say in front of an audience. And every time I practice, I say that, you know, these auto-scrolling levels are nice because they're nice and easy, because there's no like deviating in the path and everything like that. And every time I end up getting hit and hurting myself. So I try to make it a point not to point out the easiness of it. But I think not pointing out the easiness negates that, right? So I shouldn't get hit, right? I didn't jinx myself. I think I'm okay, it's the end of the level. Fly backwards. So this fun level with the 3 boats, feels weird saying this, but when I used to play this game for fun, as if this isn't fun, it is, I promise, in between these boats here, I would actually jump into the water and swim under the boats, because you avoid all the enemies, you just avoid everything, and it makes the levels easier. And actually the first time I did this panel, I did the same thing. I swam under the boat. With this second boat, it's not too bad, but with the third boat, if you swim under it, it adds like 10 to 15 seconds to your time, because you have to wait for the entire second boat to pass through the screen and then jump on the back of it. So I was like, well, I should probably learn to play through this level as it is. Turns out, not that hard. I was doing extra stuff for nothing. Because when the boats go down all the way, you gotta really mash that A button to swim up. Because you're like pixels away from dying at the bottom of the screen. And if you tap too slow, you will die. Alright. Let's take a moment to pray to the RNG gods that they are kind to me on this run. Alright, did not pray hard enough. At the very least, those guys had a good setup. He didn't throw anything. Nope. Alright. Make it! That's not bad at all. So again, going back to my youth when I used to play this game for funsies. This level in particular used to... I don't want to say it scared me, but there was no possible way I could beat it. It's too hard. So I would have to beat the first world when I played the game, because that gives you the P-Wing, which gives you unlimited flight, and I would save it for this level, just so I could fly over it, because it's just way too hard. It was shortly after I got into speedrunning that, you know, I was like, alright, well, I should learn how to play it, so I don't have to beat the entire first level. That's 3 extra levels I'd have to beat just to beat this one. And then again, turns out this level, not that bad. It used to scare me as a kid because, as you saw, it was a lot of platforms, a lot of jumping, a lot of precision jumping. And for an auto-scrolling level, it moves faster than the other ones do. Just bumped my microphone. And so I was just, there's no way I could have beaten it. Then once you learn the pattern of the ships, they just kind of follow a waveform pattern. It makes it not that bad. Now this level on the other hand, this is the one level that honestly makes me anxious to play. Because I have to make one jump, which I'm fairly new to doing. I used to do things a different way, and I'm trying things this new way, where I have to land on this red turtle shell, make those cannons fire, jump off the cannon, make that wide gap. And I have to not get a star here. Don't get a star, don't get a star. Alright. It's the one rule. Whatever you do, just don't get a star. Don't get a star. In the dozen or so times I've held this panel, it's the first time it's ever happened. Oh, it makes me giggly. Anyway, I like this level. It's nice and easy and nice and short. Oh, now... Oh, this game. One last story is going back further into my youth. I used to beat the second world, because that gives you an item that allows you to skip any level that you want, and I used to skip this castle because I couldn't figure out how to beat it. This castle is basically 2 hallways running parallel to each other, and they're connected by all these doors, and you just gotta know which doors to go through at what time, and you have to exit through a secret door, but not that secret door, that secret door. And then you do this. And I do have an extra leaf. I could take the hit and then make it across faster. Oh! Oh, I stopped ducking. It's gonna go through this big thing about how I didn't want to do that, and then I ended up doing that. Silly, silly me. Last auto-scrolling level. I mean, second to last level in the game, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. This one is actually kind of interesting because the game itself, it sort of expects you to play like in this area, in the middle back of the screen. So if you watch all the cannons fire, they fire and they converge on that particular area of the screen. But if you just stay in the front like this once you sort of learn the level, you effectively avoid all the cannons, and the only thing you have to worry about are those wrench-throwing jerks. But once you learn where they are, it's no longer an issue. And last little mini-boss. Alright. I mean, while we've got him, we use the star here because Bowser's a jerk and he has those to steal your power-ups. Oh, make it! Made it. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. Alright, there we go. Realistically, that only saves, if I do it right, probably about 4 or 5 seconds, but it sets me on the top of everything so I can get through that top door. Oops. Oops. Everything's fine. Come and get me. Come and get me. Whoa! Really? Alright, well. Oh man, it's 1-to-1. If he hits me once, I die. If I get him down here once, he dies. Alright. These fireballs make me nervous. Alright, once again, time officially stops when I enter the last door and lose control of the character. Wait for the fanfare. And there we go. 13 minutes and 23 seconds. Again, not too bad. When I was practicing, I had one time faster, but that was the time that I got none of those random levels. But hey, for having one of those random levels, 1323, I'll take it. And so that is Super Mario Bros. 3, abridged. So, I mean, let's see, I've been recording for 27 minutes at this point. They give us an hour for these panels, which, you know, obviously for a speedrun of 2 short games like this, you don't really need the full hour. Having said that, since I've got a little bit of extra time, and recording here in my home, it is much calmer than recording in front of a live audience, obviously. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch systems, and I'm going to do a speedrun that I've only been doing for like a month. So if you weren't impressed with these runs, you're not going to be impressed with this run. If you were impressed with these runs, you probably still won't be impressed with this run. But just because I have the time, just because it's going to be fun, why not throw a third game in there, right? Excuse me while I swap systems. So, I mean, what game am I going to play? Well, I mean, played Mario 2, Mario 3. Obviously, we're going to go with Super Mario Bros. 4, right? Except it's Mario World. Yeah, I know. Should be Super Mario Bros. 4. Let me erase. Empty, and on your mark, get set, go! So like I said, I've been doing this for a very short period of time, so this is gonna be like a real rough run. I don't even want to call it a speed run, it's kind of a play the game fast. I guess that's the same thing, isn't it? I just want everyone's expectations to be nice and low. Please and thank you. Oops, lost my momentum. That's alright. I'm gonna try not to go so quiet on this one, but this one, it makes me nervous to do. This is the first time it's being shown publicly. And it's not even in front of an audience. Whoops, didn't make it. So, I mean, like I said, we're about halfway through my allotted time space, and I like the idea of someone coming to this programming late and just being like really confused as to, I thought he was playing Mario 2 and 3. Why is he playing Super Mario World? I like the idea of confusing people and who show up late. Oh, why are there so many of these things? There's never been that many before. Alright, made it. Everything's fine. I know this game. Still trying to figure out the RNGs of, you know, what causes things to spawn and anything like that. That actually was intentional. Oh no, he didn't fall in! Oh no! Oh no! I lost my power but didn't fall in! What a jerk! Yep, sure, safe. Alright, to do this level properly, I need that. I've only done it properly once, but it was the last time I did it. Don't land on that! Oh, you jerk! There's so much going on! Oh. No, go up. Oops. Alright. This is just not... It's not in my favor. Holy smokes. Alright, so these guys are going to show up here. Yep. Let's kill that guy. Get the fireballs out of there. Kill that guy. There we go. Not how I wanted to do it, but I got there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. All right. Up, make it, make it. Okay. Up. I'm like nervous going into these levels because I'm like, which level is this? How do I beat this one? Okay, I remember now. Nice, easy, stress-free level. Bam, done. All right. 1, 2, 3. 4. Not what I wanted to do, but okay. I want him big. Oh, there we go. You want to keep him small for as long as possible, because as you see, when you're carrying an item underwater, you just fly through the water. I need this blue Yoshi. Nope. There we go. And get in. Up, up, up. Up, 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 up. Grab the key, please. Yoshi, I beg you. Alright. That wasn't so bad. Oh my god! I don't know what it is about me in this level. I don't make jumps. Alright, excuse me 1 second. I have to go back and get that Yoshi. Because I really, really need him for that level. Eat the star. Get big immediately. Like that. Remember when I said this one's still a work in progress? No! No! Excuse me. Alright, third time's charm, right? Alright. And the whole thing is to stay nice and low. Take that guy. I've messed up. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. I almost forgot. I need this blue guy. Because the red shell, he spits out his fireballs. But the blue guy, he'll do that. That's how we do that level-ish. And I'm going into Bowser's Castle with no power-up. Sure. I don't like that door. I want to go in this door. Oh, that's right. Alright, gotta time this just right. Oh, I think I started running too late. I should not have made that. But hey, I'll take it. Don't fall in the lava! Everything's good. Up. I feel like if I start running immediately, I might be able to make that, but... Ooh, that's a big risk. There we go, that was a much better run. Made it with time to spare. It was exactly the same, I know. Ah! See, I didn't say don't fall in the lava, so I fell in the lava. That's my problem. I am just burning through these lives. So this is not a speedrun of Mario World. This is a watch me play Mario World and try my best. Ooh! Oh no, I didn't do it! I started running too soon, and then I checked it out! Oh, this is disastrous! Oh. Alright. Once again. Third time's a charm. Ah, I'm just gonna kill that guy and then long jump. Woo! There we go. That's roughly how that's supposed to go. Come get me. Boink. Give me that. Gimme, 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 gimme. Nice. Up, up, up! No! Threw it too early. Now I just gotta throw 2 more balls at me. But on the plus side, I'll have one of those guys to start with during his 3rd phase. So, that's something. Clunk. Kick, kick, kick. Kick, kick, kick. Kick, kick, kick. Kick, kick. Doink. What? There we go. That was weird. Doink. Time officially stops when Princess exits the thingy. Oh, 17 minutes and 24 seconds. I mean, I've had better times. Believe it or not, I've played this game and not died 6 times. But I've also had worse times. So it's a time. I guess that's Super Mario World abridged. Oh, pretty fireworks. But anyways, that is honestly all that I have for this panel. So if you're still here, thank you so much for watching. I hope you found it, at least entertaining. If it wasn't impressive, I hope you were entertained. Yeah, and stay safe out there, I guess, too. So thanks. Bye, everybody.